Hi guys, welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to learn how to create a full stack hotel booking website using MERN Stack. So let's see the project overview that we are going to create in this tutorial. So this is our hotel booking website where you can see the navigation bar where we have the logo, some links and login button. Then we have this welcome text and search form. After that, we have the featured destination where you can see the list of hotels. After that, we have the exclusive offers, and then we have the testimonial and newsletter form. Then we have this footer. Now, if I click on any hotel image, it will open this hotel detail page. And from here, we can check the availability of this hotel using this button, and if it is available, we can also book this hotel. After that, let me log in on this website. So I'll click on this login button. Here we have used Clerk for user authentication. Let me click here to log in with my Google account. After login, you will find your profile picture here, and here you will find the manage account, my bookings and sign out option. And if I click on manage account, you can manage the accounts here. You can update the account name, email ID, or you can also delete the account. Now let's come back to the home page, and here using this form we can search the hotel. So when you search any city, let me search the New York City, and let's select the date and provide the guest. After that, you will come to this hotel list page. Right, and after that, if I come back to the home page, then you will see one more section, that is recommended hotels. Earlier we have only featured destination, right, and now we have one more section, recommended hotels. So in this list you will see the hotel from the city that you have searched for. So if I search for any city here, then you will see the recommended hotels for the particular city when you open the home page. After that, let me book this hotel. So let's open it again, and here we'll select the check-in date, and let's add the checkout date, add the guest, and click on this button. You can see room is not available. So let me change the date. Now let's click again. So you can see room is available. So now we can book this hotel. So let's click on this book now button. So now we have booked the hotel, and you can see we have a list of bookings here on this my bookings page, and this is the latest booking that we have just booked. After booking, you will see the check-in date, checkout date, and you can see the payment status is unpaid because we have just booked the hotel without payment. And we can also make the payment for this hotel. You can see this button, pay now. Let's click here, and here we have used the Stripe payment. So we have to provide the email ID and card details. Here we can use the test card numbers. So this is the test card number for Stripe because we are using the test mode of a Stripe payment gateway. Here we will use any future month and year. And after that, we have to add the name, and let's click on this pay button. After making the online payment, you will see some loading screen, and then you can see the status is paid. So this is how you can book a hotel on this hotel booking website, and you can see the bookings on this my bookings page. And here we have the option for dashboard. Let's click here. So in this dashboard, you can see we have total 6 bookings. This is the total revenue, and you can see the recent bookings here. So this is the dashboard for hotel owner. Now for this hotel, we can add the new room. Let's click here. Here you can upload the room images, select the room type and price, and provide the amenities, and click on add room. So using this form, you can add a new room. After that, here we have the option list room, where you can see the rooms available in your hotel, and you can also toggle this button to change the availability of the room like this. So this is the dashboard for the hotel owner. Now let me come back to the home page. So we have already booked the hotel, and we can check this using this my bookings. And here we have the booking history, and you will also receive the booking confirmation email. So let me check my email. So on this email you can see we have received one new email, hotel booking details, and here is the booking details. And we have the booking ID, hotel name, location, date, and booking amount. So this is how you will receive the booking confirmation on your email once you make the booking on this hotel website. After that, let me create a new account on this website. So after creating a new account, you will find this button, list your hotel. So let's click here, and here you can add the hotel name, phone number, address, and cities. So once you add the hotel details and click the register button, then your hotel will get registered on this website, and after that you can access the dashboard like this, from where you can see the booking details and manage the rooms. So we will create this hotel booking website step by step using mongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js, and we will use the Clerk for user authentication. After building this project, we will also deploy it online so that anyone can access this website online. If you are a student, you can build and use this project for your final year project submission, or you can also add this project live link in your resume that will add a great value in your resume. So let's start making this full stack hotel booking website. To create our project, we will come to desktop screen, and here we will create a folder. So let's create a new folder with the name hotel booking. Now let's open this folder in VS Code editor. Now our hotel booking folder is open in VS Code. Here we will open the integrated terminal. So let's click here, terminal, select new terminal, and it will open this integrated terminal, and here we are in this folder hotel booking. So here we have to create our basic React project using Vite package. So let's write npm create Vite at latest. After adding it, press enter. So it will create a React project. So first it will ask for the project name. So here we will write the project name client, because first we are creating the front end of our full stack project. So let's write the project name client. Press enter. After that, here we will select React. After that, select JavaScript. Now we have to move to this client folder in this terminal. For that, just add cd client. So now you can see we are in the client directory. So in this client directory, we have to install the dependencies. For that, we will add npm install. Before that, you can see in the left side we have this client folder, and if I open this client folder, we have this package.json file and other files. And if I add this npm install, press enter, so it will install the packages and it will be installed in a new folder. So after executing this statement, you will find a new folder in your project. So you can see a new folder has been created, that is node_modules. So our dependencies has been installed, right? Next we can run the project. So to run this project, we will write npm run dev. We have added npm run dev in this terminal, then press enter. So it will start our project. So you can see our project has been started on this localhost 5173. So let's open this localhost URL in the web browser. So now you can see this is our basic Vite plus React project. Next we have to clear this project. To clear this project, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Let's hide this terminal. And in the left side, you can see here we have the src folder. Let's expand it, and in this src we have this app.css. So we will delete this app.css. After that, you will find this app.jsx. So we will clear this file. So select all, clear it, and here we will use RAFC snippet to create the component structure. After that, let's open this index.css file, and here also we will clear everything. So let's select all and clear it. After that, we will come to this index.html file, and in this one we have to update our project title. So here in this one we will add the title, that is hotel booking GreatStack, that is our channel name. So we have added title hotel booking GreatStack. After that, here you can see this link tag, and in this link tag we have this wheat.svg file. So instead of this wheat.svg, we will add our own icon. So first we have to add the assets in our project. So let me just come back to the desktop screen, and here we have this assets folder. So you can download this assets folder from the link given in the description. Just download it, and in this folder you can see we have all the images and icons that we will be using in this project, right? So let's select all the files and copy it. After that, we will open the project folder, that is hotel booking, then go to client. In this client, go to src, and here you can see we have the assets folder. Let's open it, and in this assets folder we will paste all the images and icons that we have copied. Let's paste it here. That's it. And here we have the react.svg, we can delete it. Now in this one we have one favicon also. So let's search it. Here we have this favicon.svg. So just copy this one and come back here, and you will find this public folder, and in this public folder just paste this favicon.svg and delete this wheat.svg. That's it. Now close this files and come back to the VS Code. Now in this left sidebar we have the assets, and in this assets you will find all the images and icons that you can use on the project, and here we have the assets.js file also. Let me open it. So in this assets.js file you can see we have imported all the images using this import statement and provided the image file path, right? So we have imported it. After that, we have created one assets object, and in this object we have provided all the images and exported this object. So we can easily access any image using this assets object, right? After that, we have one array with the name cities, then we have another array with exclusive offers, and then we have the testimonials, then we have the facility icons, then room common data. So we have added these dummy data in the assets.js file. Using that, we will display the dummy data on our project, right? And we have exported these data using this export statement in each object and array. You can see we have added export, so we can easily use it in any component. Now let's come here, and in this public folder you will find this favicon.svg that we have just added. So in this link tag we will update it. Here we will add favicon.svg. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So now on our web page you can see we have the updated favicon icon, and we have the title hotel booking GreatStack, and we have cleared this project. After that, in this project we have to add the Google fonts. To use the Google font, we will open new tab and search for Google fonts. We will open this website fonts.google.com. Here we will search for a font family. So let's search for outfit. Click here. So this is the outfit font. Let's click on this button, Get Font. So it has been added in this cart, and after that we will search for another font. So let's come back to the home page again, and here we will search for another font, that is Playfair. Let's search it, and after that let's click on Get Font button. Now we have two fonts. You can see two font families selected. After that, let's click on this button, Get Embed Code, and click on this Import, and here we will get the import statement. So simply copy this and come back to the VS Code. Here we will open this src, then open index.css file and paste this import statement. After that, save the changes, and here we will add star. So it will select all the HTML elements, and for this one we will add the outfit font. So simply add the font family, provide outfit. So this outfit font will be added on all the elements on our web page. After that, here we'll create a custom class name. Using that we can add the Playfair font on particular element. So here we will add the class name font Playfair, and in this one we will add the font family and provide this font family name, that is Playfair, and here we will add the important so that it will override the existing font family on the particular element. That's it. So we have added the Google font on our project. After that, we have to add the Tailwind CSS in this project. So to add the Tailwind CSS, we will come back to the web browser and search for Vite plus Tailwind. So here you will get this documentation. So just click here on this link, and here we have the steps to install the Tailwind CSS in our Vite React project. So first you can see the step, it is to install the Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this command, and we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here we will open the terminal again, and in this terminal our project is running. So first we have to stop this project using Ctrl+C, yes, and paste this command that will install the Tailwind CSS. Let's press enter. So it will install the Tailwind CSS packages. It has been installed. Now again come back here and let's see the next step. So the next step is to add this statement in the vite.config.ts file or js file. So first we have to add this import statement. Let's copy it. Come back here and open this vite.config.js, and here we will paste this import statement. Let me resize this terminal. So we have added this import statement. After that, let's come here and see the next line. Here we have the Tailwind CSS. Let's copy it, and we have to add it within the plugins array. So let's come here, and here we have the plugins array. So in this one we will add comma and provide this Tailwind CSS like this. So in this plugins we have the React also and Tailwind CSS also. Save the changes and come back here, and let's see the next step. So the next step is to import Tailwind CSS in CSS file. So let's copy this and come back here. From this left sidebar we will open this index.css file, and here we have to add this import statement. So here after this font family import, we will add this import statement to import the Tailwind CSS. Now just come here and see the next step. So the next step is to run our project using npm run dev. So let's open the terminal and run the project using npm run dev. So again it will start the project. So our project is running. After that, you can see we can easily use the tailwind classes in our project. We can use these type of tailwind classes on the project. So now we have successfully added the tailwind CSS in our project. After that, we have to add the color code in our CSS file that we can easily use in the project. So we will define two color code, that will be primary color and secondary color. So after this import statement, let's add @theme, and in this one we will add color primary, and here we will add one color code. So this will be our primary color for the project. After that, we will add the secondary color. So let's add color secondary, and here we will add another color code, this one. So we have declared the primary and secondary color that we can easily use in the project using the tailwind CSS classes. After that, we have to create the page where we will add the navigation bar, footer, and booking form and all other components. So first, let's see the Figma design, what we are going to create. So you can see this is our Figma design file, and in this one we have multiple pages. For home page, then we have the hotel details page, then hotel list page, and then we have the booking page. Let's see the home page first. So in this home page, you can see we have the hero section with navigation bar, and then we have the booking form. After that, we have the featured hotels. Then we have this exclusive offers. After that, we have reviews and newsletter subscription form, and finally we have this footer. So we have to create the home page first. To create the home page, we will first create the navigation bar, because the navigation bar will be displayed in all pages, right? And in this navigation bar, we will add the links, and using that link we can navigate to different pages. And for creating different page navigation, we will use React router. So first we will apply the React router in our project. So let's come back here in the VS Code, and let's open the terminal, and let's press Ctrl C, yes, to stop this project. And here we have to install the React router DOM so that we can create the page routing, right? So for that, here we'll add npm install React router DOM, press enter. So React router DOM package has been installed. Again, start the project using npm run dev. So it will start the project. So now our project is running. Now we can hide this terminal. After that, we have to set up this router. So first we'll start with our main.jsx file. So let's open main.jsx, and in this one we will get the browser router from React router DOM. So let's add import statement, curly braces, browser router, and we will get it from React router DOM. After that, we have to use this browser router tag, and using this browser router tag, we will wrap our app component. So instead of this strict mode, we will use this browser router. So let's remove it. Here we will add browser router opening tag and closing tag. So we have wrapped our app component using browser router. That's it. After that, we will get the support of React router in our project. Next, we have to create the navigation bar. So let's come here in this src folder, and in this src folder we will create a new folder called components. So in this src, right click and select new folder and write the folder name components. Now in this components folder, we have to create our first component, that will be navvar. So here we'll create a new file and write the file name navvar.jsx. Make sure to use the first letter in uppercase for the component name. Here we are using capital N in the navvar. So in this navvar.jsx, we will use RAFC to create the component, right? And here we have to create the navigation bar design. So let's come here, and this is the navigation bar that we are going to create. And when we will scroll the web page, the background should be changed for this navigation bar, right? Because we will create a sticky navigation bar. And to create this navigation bar, we will use the pre-built UI. So let's open a new tab and search for prebuiltui.com. Just provide this prebuiltui.com and open this website. So here you will find the ready to use UI component built using Tailwind CSS, right? So let's go to components, and here we have different components. So let's go to navvar. We'll click here. So here we have multiple options to create the navigation bar. So we are going to use this one, where you can see the title, a sticky navbar with a scroll effect. This one. So here you are getting this navigation bar preview, and if I click here, we can get the code. So here we have this code. So let me just copy this code, and let's come here in our VS Code, and we will paste it here. So let's remove it and we will paste this code. So we have replaced all the code. After that, here we have to add some changes. So first we have to import the React. So let's add import React from React. After that, here we have to change the component name. So you can see here we have the component name called app. So we will rename it with navvar. So let's add the component name navvar. After that, scroll down, and here also we will update the name, and this name is not exported here. So here we will add the export statement to export this component from here. So let's add export default and component, that is navvar. After adding it, we have to mount this navigation bar component in our app.jsx file. So we will open our app.jsx. So it is here. In this app.jsx, we have this return statement where we have a div. So in this div, we have to provide the navvar component. So just add navvar. Just click here. So the navvar will get imported from the components folder, and close this tag. After mounting this component, let's come back to the web browser. So now you can see this navvar has been added on our web page, and we can scroll like this. So when we scroll it, you can see the background color is changing. It looks nice. So next we have to customize this navigation bar, and this navigation bar will be visible on all the routes of our web page because we have added it in the app.jsx file. Suppose here if I add /contact, still this navigation bar is displayed. If I add about, still it is displayed, right? So this navigation bar will be displayed in all pages. But we have to hide this navigation bar when we visit the owner's dashboard. Like we will create the dashboard for the property owner or hotel owner, so that hotel owner can post a new hotels and add the rooms. So we have to display another layout for the hotel owner, we will remove this navigation bar from there. So to create that, let's come back, and here in this one, first we have to get the path. So to get the path here, before this return a statement, we will check const is owner path, and here we will use the use location, and we will get this use location from this React router DOM. So you can see use location has been imported from React router DOM. After that, in this one, we will find the path name, and in this path name we will check if it is including the owner text. So here we have added includes, and the text is owner, right? Then it will be true. This variable will be true. So whenever it is true, we have to hide the navigation bar, and whenever it is false, then we can display the navigation bar. For that, here we will wrap it in a curly braces, and before this navbar component, let's add not of is owner path, then and operator, like this. So whenever we are on the owner path, then this navbar will be hidden, and when we are on some other path, then the navbar will be displayed. So after adding it, let's come back here. You can see this navbar is visible, and here if I type owner, press enter, so you can see the navigation bar has been removed. So this navigation bar will be hidden from the path that contains owner, and if I provide any other path, so this navigation bar will be visible. So let's come back to the home page. After that, we have to customize this navigation bar. So let's come back here, and we will open the VS Code, and we will open navbar.jsx file. So in this one, you can see here we have this div. We are returning this div. So instead of returning this div, we will directly return this nav tag, and in this div we have this p tag also. So we will remove this p, correct, and remove this div opening and closing tag. So scroll down. Here we have this closing div tag. Let's remove it, and from here we will remove this div. Now we have only this nav tag. Save the changes, come back here. It is displaying white screen because we have to remove this ref. So let's remove it. We will not remove this use effect. Here we have to update it for the scroll effect. So in this use effect, we have this function handle scroll, right? So in this one, we will use this setter function, set is scrolled, and here we are going to use window.scrollY. So if the window.scrollY is greater than 0, then we will make it true. And after that, here we will use this window.add event listener scroll, and then handle a scroll, and then it will return this window.remove event listener. It is correct, and after that save the changes. Now you can see this navigation bar is visible, correct. After that, let's come here, and from here we have to remove this color. So here we have this navbar where we have added the BG indigo. So let's remove it. So this color has been removed. Let's come here. So you can see this text is not visible with this color. So we will remove this color later. Let me keep it like this so that our navigation bar will be visible. Later we will remove this color. After that, you can see here we have the A tag, and in this A tag we have the image, right? So instead of this A tag, we will use the link tag provided by React router DOM. So let me remove everything from here, or I'll keep it like this. I will just update this a tag. So here just add link. Click here to import this link from React Router DOM. After that, remove this href and let's remove this class also. And in this link, let's add two property and here simply add the path. So when we will click on this link tag, it will open the home page. So just provide the path /. After that, in this link tag, we have the image, and in this image, we have a very long URL. So let me remove it. And here in this src, we will use the logo from our assets. So let's add assets. We have to import this assets from the assets.js file, which is here. You can see here we have the assets.js file. So here we will add this assets. Click here. So this assets has been imported, right? And from this assets, we can find the logo. So we have added the logo here. And after that, we have the alt property and class name. So for this one, there is a height, and when it is scrolled, it will invert the color. So we have added, if it is scrolled, then invert and opacity 80. So we have added the different logo. Now if I come here, you can see our updated logo, that is quick stay. After that, we have to update these menu text. So to update this text, here we have the menu items, that is nav links. So in this one, so let's add our first text, that is home. It is correct. After that, we'll add the hotels. So let's add hotels here, and here we will add the path. It will be rooms. Then we'll add the next menu, that is experience. Paste it here. Then we'll add the next menu text, that is about. Let's paste it here. It is already there. So now we have updated the menu links. And after that, let's see what we have to update next. So let's scroll down. And after this link tag, here we have the div for the desktop view, where we will display the menu links, and then we have this button. So in this button, we have this text new launch. So instead of this text, we will use the text called dashboard, like this. After updating this button text, scroll down, and here we have this SVG icon, right? So we have to replace this SVG icon with our image. So here, let's remove it. And here we will use image tag, and in this image src we will add curly braces and provide assets dot search icon. And for this one, we will add the alt property, that is search, and after that we will add the class name also. So let's add the class name property, and here we have to add the class name. For that, we will add curly braces. And in this one, we will use backticks to add the $sign and curly braces, that is template literal. So in this one, we will use this is scrolled. And when it is true, then only we will add the invert property, that is the invert element class. After that, here let's add the height, that is 7. And after that, we'll add the transition, and we'll add the duration for the transition. So let's add transition all duration 500. After that, we have this button, that is login button, right? Now let's scroll down, and here we have the mobile menu button. So in this one, again we have the SVG. So let's remove this SVG, and here we will use the IMG for the image. And in this image, we have to add the menu icon. So let's add curly braces assets dot menu icon. And in this one, we have to add some classes also. So let's add the class name, and here let's add the curly braces again and provide the backticks. And here also we will use the $sign curly braces So let's provide $ curly braces is scrolled, and if it is true, then we will add the invert. After that, here we will add the height 4 for this menu icon. After that, let's scroll down, and here you can see we have the mobile menu items. This was the mobile menu button. So here in this one we have a button tag, and in this one again we have this SVG. So we will remove this SVG, and here we are going to use the image tag to add our own image, and in this one we will add the curly braces and provide assets dot close icon. Using that we can close the mobile menu, and in the alt property we will add close menu, and after that we will add the class name. So let's add the class name, and here we will provide the height 6.5 for this close icon. After that, here we have the links that will be displayed using this nav links and map. After that, here we have a button. So in this button we have the text called new launch. So instead of this new launch text, we'll add the text called dashboard. So let's add the dashboard text here in this button tag. After that we have this login button. Now save the changes and come back here. So now you can see our navigation bar has been updated, and here we have this login button, then we have the dashboard, and then we have about, experience, hotels and home. And if I open it in small screen, this small menu is not opening. So let me just come back to the VS Code and let's see this code. Here in this file you can see we have this menu button. So here we have added the menu icon. So on this icon we have to add the on click property. So let's add on click, and here we will provide one arrow function, and in this arrow function we will call the setter function, that is set is menu open, and here we will add not of is menu open. So if it is true it will make it false, and if it is false it will make it true. Now save the changes and come here. Let's click here. So you can see it is displaying this mobile menu, and if I click on this cross icon it will hide this mobile menu. So it is looking good. Now let's open this web page in full screen and let's see what we have to create next. So we will open our Figma design, and here you can see in this home page we have this hero section where we have a full screen background image, then we have this small text and then main title, then we have the small description and one form. Using this form people can search the hotels. So we have to create this hero section or header section. For that let's come back to the VS Code, and in this components folder we will create a new component. So we will create a new file with the name hero.jsx. So we have created hero.jsx file. After that, in this one we will use RAFCE to create the component. Now here we have one div, so we will add the full height for this div, and we will also add the background image in this div so that a background image will be displayed on complete web page. So here we will add some classes. So just add the class name properties, and in this one we will provide these classes. We have added the flexbox class name, then we have provided the padding for different screen size, and we have added text white. After that, in this one we have to add the background image. So we will use the bg dash, and in this square bracket we can provide the URL for the image. So let's add the URL, and in this URL let's add the quote, and in this quote we have to provide the path of our image file. So let's add /src, then / we will add the folder name, that is assets, And in this assets folder, we have a image with the name heroimage.png. So we will provide this name here, heroimage.png. After that, for this background image, we will add the background position and repeat none. So just add this bg no repeat, background cover and background center. After that, we have to provide the height. So the height will be full screen. So just add h screen like this. So we have added a div with full height and we have added the background image. After that, we have to mount this component. So we will mount this component on our home page. So first we have to create a page also. So in this left sidebar, we will create a new folder. So in this src folder, we will create a new folder called pages, where we will create different pages. So in this pages folder, first let's create the home page. So here we'll create a new file with the name home.jsx. This will be our home page. Here we'll add rafce to create this component structure, and in this home page we have to mount our hero component. So let's add hero. Click here to import this hero component. After that, let's close this tag like this. Now let me change this div to a fragment. So we have added a fragment, and in this one we have added the hero component. Now we have to mount our home page in our app. So let's open app.jsx file, and in this one we have to create the routing so that whenever we are on the home path, then it will display the home page. It means when we are on the / path, it will display the home page. For that, here after this navigation bar, let's add one div, and in this div we will add the minimum height. So let me set the minimum height here using the Tailwind classes. After that, within this div we will create the routes, right? So let's add the routes tag. Let's click here to import the routes from React Router DOM. Now close this tag like this. Now in this one we will create the route tag. So let's add route from React Router DOM, and it will be self-closing tag like this. Now in this particular route we have to provide the path. So in the path we will add /, and here we will add the element, and in this element we will mount our home page. So let's add home. So home page has been imported here. So we have mounted the home page in this app, and in this home page we have mounted our hero component. So the hero component should be displayed on the web page. So let's check our web page. This is the Figma design, and come back to the web page. So here we don't have that hero component. So let me check it. If I inspect this web page, you can see the component is already mounted, but the background is white. That background image is not visible because we have provided URL only. We have missed the URL. So let's come here, open our component, that is hero.jsx, and in this one let me correct it. It will be URL. Update it, save the changes, and now you can see here we have the background image on complete web page. After that, from the navigation bar we can remove this background color that is in the blue color. So let's come back and open our navigation bar, and from here let me remove this color, which is here, BG Indigo 500. Just remove it, save the changes. Now you can see the navigation bar is looking perfect with this background. Now let me complete this hero section first. So in this hero section you can see we have to add this small text, main title and description. Then we will display this form. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and here let's open our hero.jsx. Now in this one we have a div. So for this div we have already added the classes. So in this one now we will add one text in p tag. So in this text we will add the ultimate hotel experience. After that we will add the title in h1 tag. So here we will add this title. Discover your perfect gateway destination. After that we will add some small description. So here we have provided this a small description text, correct? Now for these content we will add the CSS properties also. So in the first p tag we will add these classes. After that here we have the h1 tag. So in this one we will provide these tailwind classes. Next in this p tag where we have added the description we will add these tailwind classes. After adding it, let's come here. You can see here we have all these text, right? Next we have to create a form. So to create that form again we will come to prebuiltui.com, right? From where we have copied the navigation bar code. So in the left sidebar you will find forms. So let me search it. Here it is. We have form. We will click here. So here we will get different type of form that we can easily use in the React project or any other project also. So let's scroll down and we will find the hotel booking form, this one. So here we have the preview and from here we can get the code. So just click on this link. So it will open this code. So from here we will copy this code. We will copy this form tag. Let's select it, scroll down and copy this entire form tag. Copy and come back to the VS Code. And after this p tag we will just provide this form. That's it. Now let me customize this form. So here we have this form tag with background white, text gray. So after that we have this div and in this div we have this SVG. So instead of using this SVG, here we will use our own image. So we will add the image tag and in this image src we will provide the assets dot, then we'll add the calendar icon. After that here we have to add some tailwind classes. So we have to add the height. So simply provide class name height 4. Then we have the label tag. Then we have this input field. And in this input field we have the list, destinations, and then we have the type text. Now for this input field we will add the data list. So just add data list tag, close this one, and here we will add this ID. Here we will provide this ID. Let's copy this destinations, paste it here. Now in this data list we have to display the different cities list. So we have already added the cities list in the assets file, so we will get it from there. So just add curly braces, provide cities from the assets file, and in this cities array we will add the map, and here we will add the arrow function, and then we'll add this small bracket. Now in this one we will get individual city and index number. So let's add it here in this parameter, and after that in this small bracket we will return the option tag. In this option tag we will add the value, and in this value let's add city, and here we'll add the key property also, and in this key we will add the index, and this will be a self-closing tag. So remove it, and here we'll add this /. After adding this data list, let's scroll down and let's see, here we have a div where we have added the SVG, and this is for the check-in date, right? So here also we will update the image. So remove this SVG and here we will add the same icon. So again we will add the img tag that we have already used. So we have added image assets.calendar icon, and here we have added the height 4. Now let's copy it and we will paste it in this next one also, that is for the checkout date. Here also remove the SVG and provide this image. Correct. Now scroll down and here you will find this button tag, and in this button we have the SVG. So remove this SVG from here. Here also we will add the image. So paste this one, and in this one we will update the image. It will be assets.search icon, and here we will add the alt property. It will be search icon, and here we will add the height 7. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have this hotel booking search form, and if I click here we have the data list. So we have the list of cities. If I click here, it will display the date picker for the check-in and checkout. Then we have the input field to enter the number of guests, and here we have the search button. So we have created this form. Now here we have to add the space between this text and form. So let me just come back, and here we have this form tag. So in this one we have the padding X, padding Y, and here we'll add the margin from top. So let's add margin top 8. Save the changes. Now we have a space here. So now we have created the hero section for our hotel booking website. Correct? After that, let me complete our navigation bar so that when we click on the login button, it should open a login form and it will display a user's profile image. Right? For that, we'll create the user authentication, and to create the user login and registration functionality, we are going to use Clerk. Clerk is the most popular user management and authentication platform. Using Clerk, we can easily create the login registration platform, and it also provides the ready-to-use UI component to create the login registration and user profile management component. Right? So just click on the link given in the description, that will directly take you to this page where you will find this Clerk setup documentation. So here you can see the first step to create the React application. After that, here we have the next step to install the Clerk in your React application. So let's copy this command and come back to the VS Code and open the terminal. Now let's stop this project using Ctrl+C, yes, and paste this command to install Clerk in our React project. So type npm install @clerk/clerk react. So it will install this package. So the Clerk package has been installed. Now let's see the next step. So you can see the next step is to use this key in the environment variable. So let's copy this and come back to the VS Code. Now let me come back to the left sidebar, and here we'll create a new file. So right click in this client folder and create a new file in this client folder and write the file name .env. And in this .env file, paste this line, that is Wheat Clerk publishable key, and here we have to paste the key, and we will get this key after login into Clerk dashboard, right? And after that, let's see the next step. So here we have the next step. So we have to create the main.tsx or gsx file that we already have, and in this one we have to add this publishable key from the environment variable, and then we have to add this code, right? And after that, you can see the next step, we have to use this Clerk provider tag, right? So let's copy this line and this line also. So let me just copy it and come back to the VS Code and open our main.jsx file. And here before this create root, let's paste it. We can start the project using npm run dev, and then we can hide the terminal. So here we have provided this publishable key and we will get it from environment variable using import.meta.env. And here we have added if the publishable key is not available, then throw error, right? And after that, here we have to add the Clerk provider tag. So we have to import the Clerk provider tag. As you can see here, we have the next step, import Clerk provider. Let me just copy this and paste it here. After that, we can use the Clerk provider tag, and in that tag we can add the publishable key and this after sign out URL. So let's copy this line and come back here and let's paste it here before this router. So let's paste this line, and here we have the closing provider tag, so let's move it here. So now you can see the structure. First we have this Clerk provider tag, in this one we have the browser router, and in this one we have the app, and here we have provided the publishable key and after sign out URL, correct? Next we have to provide the key. So to get the Clerk key, let's come back here, and here we'll sign up using this link, sign in, and let's sign up or log in with the Google account, or you can use any other method also. So we will come to this Clerk dashboard, dashboard.clerk.com, and here we have to create a new application. So let's click on this button, create application, and here we'll add the application name. So let me add quick stay. Then click on create application button. And here we have the steps to use the Clerk. If I click on React, again we have the same documentation, right? Here you can see we have the environment variable, and in this one we have the key also. So let me just copy this and come back here. Open the environment variable and paste this one here. Now we have provided the Clerk publishable key. That's it. After adding it, we can use any of the Clerk component. So we have to add the Clerk component in the navigation bar. So let's open this navbar.jsx file, and in this one we have to add the functionality so that when we click on the login button, it will display a login component. So let's come here where you can see this login button, right? So in this login button we will add onClick. Here we have the button tag. So in this button tag we will add onClick. In this onClick we have to add the open sign-in function. So first we have to get it from the Clerk, right? So let's come here, and here after creating this state variables we will add const and curly braces. We will provide the open sign-in, and we will get this open sign-in from use Clerk. Let's click here. So use Clerk has been imported from this Clerk/Clerk React, correct? Now after that, here we will get the another data from the Clerk. So let's add const and we'll get the user. So just add curly braces user, and let's get this user from the use user. And now you can see the use user has been imported from Clerk, right? After that, we need the user button component also. So here we'll add user button. We will get it from the Clerk. That's it. Now let's come here in this login button. So in this login button, we will add the on click that we have already added, and here we'll add open sign in. That's it. Now just copy it and paste it in the second button also. So we have another button here. Here also we'll add this on click and open sign in for the mobile screen. So when we'll click here, it will open the login component. So just come here on our web page and click on this login button. So you can see it is opening a login or sign up component, right? And if I click on this continue with Google, we can easily sign in using my Google account, or we can also use this sign in with email address. So let me click on this button and sign in with my Google account. So now we are successfully logged in, but still it is displaying this login button here. Right? So when we are logged in, we have to hide this login button, and instead of this login button, it should display the user's profile image. Right? So let's come here and let's start with here where we have added the first login button. It is here for the desktop site. So in this one, instead of displaying this login button directly, we will use the ternary operator. So here, after this image, we have this button, right? So let me add a space here, and here we'll add curly braces, and in this one we'll get the user. So here we have added curly braces user, and we'll check when the user is available, then we'll display the user button component, and if it is not available, then we'll display a login button. So here we'll add this question mark and provide this small bracket, then we'll add colon and provide this small bracket like this. Now in the first one, we have to display the user button component that we'll get from the Clerk. So just add user button, close this tag, and in this second one we'll display this login button. Just move it here like this. Now in this user button component, we have to add the new menu that will be my bookings. So here we'll add user button dot menu items. Let's close this tag here, and in this one let's add user button dot action. Close this tag. Now in this action we will add the label. So the label will be my bookings like this, and after that we have to add the icon also. So here we'll add the label icon equal to curly braces, and here we will provide the icon component, and after that we will add the on click property also, so that when we click on this menu item, it will open another page. So here we will add on click, and here let's add the arrow function, and in this one we will add the navigate function. So first we have to get the navigate. So let's scroll up. So here we'll get the navigate using the use navigate function. So let's add it here. We will add const navigate equal to use navigate. We will get it from the React router DOM. You can see use navigate from React router DOM, and after that we will get the location also. So let's add const location equal to use location from React router DOM, and we need one icon also, right? So for the icon, here before this navbar, let's add const and we will add book icon. And in this book icon, we will create this arrow function and a small bracket. Now in this one, we will return one icon svg tag. So you will find the svg tag in the assets file, which is here in this assets.js file. You will find the svg code. So just copy and paste it here. So we have added this icon svg code. That's it. Now we can mount this icon. So let's scroll down and let's see where we have added the user button and action. Right. So in this one we have the label icon. So in this label icon, now we can provide our book icon component. So let's add book icon component, close this tag, and here in this on click, let's provide navigate, and in this navigate we will add the path, that is /mybookings. So when we click here, it will open the my bookings page like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see, instead of the login button, here we are getting the user profile icon, and if I click here, we have the manage account, my bookings, and sign out, right? Because we have added this my bookings using the user button tag, and we have added this icon also. If I click on manage account, it will open this account manage component, from where you can update the account details, right? And here we have the security, where you can delete the account and set the password. That's it. Now we have to add this in the mobile screen also. If I open it in a small screen, here you can see we have this mobile screen, right? So in this one also we have to add the user profile icon whenever we are logged in. So let's come here and we will copy this user button like this and scroll down. Here we have the mobile menu button, right? So before this mobile menu, we have to add that user profile icon. So here let's add curly braces and we'll check whether we have the user or not. So when the user is available, then only we will display this user button component. So we have added the AND operator and provide this user button component. That's it. After that, let's see here. We have already added this on click in this button. It is correct. But here we have the dashboard button also. So this dashboard button will be visible whenever the user is logged in. So let's wrap it in the curly braces, and here we'll add the user, and then we'll add the AND operator. So when the user is available, then this dashboard button will be visible, right? And after that, here we have the login button also. So this login button will be visible when the user is logged out. So let's wrap it in curly braces, and here we'll add not of user and AND operator. So when the user is logged out, then only this login button will be displayed. That's it. And after that, in this dashboard, we have to add the on click, right? So here we'll add the on click property, then add the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will add this navigate, and in this navigate we have to provide the path, that is /owner. So when we'll click on the dashboard button, it will navigate us to the owner's dashboard, that is the property owner or hotel owner. After that, let's copy this on click property from here and let's come to another dashboard tag. So here we have this dashboard button, right? So in this one we'll add this on click property, so that when we click on this dashboard button, it will open the owner's dashboard or hotel property owner dashboard. And after adding it, let's come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have the user profile icon, but the position is not looking good. So let me correct it. So we will come back to the VS Code, and you can see here we have added this user button component, right? This is for the desktop view. After that we have this mobile view, right? So in this one also we have the user button. So let me just copy this curly braces that contains the user button, cut it from here, and we will paste it inside this div before this menu icon. So here let's add a space and provide this code within this div. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see the perfect position for this user's profile image. If I click here, it is opening this manage account, my bookings, and sign out. And if I open this menu, here we have this dashboard, and we don't have the login button because we are already logged in. And if I click on this, click on sign out and click on this menu icon, now we'll get the login button. So it is working fine. After that, in this navigation bar, we have added the scroll effect that will add the background color. So we will see that scroll effect when we scroll the web page. So that scrolling effect will be only for the home page. If I come back to the Figma design, you can see in the other page we have the white background for the navigation bar, right? You can see for different pages the navigation bar is white, right? So to keep the background white for the other pages, let's come back here in the VS Code, and in this navbar scroll up, and here in this use effect, here we have the use effect, right? So let me remove this React from here, and here we can use like this React and import this use effect from the React. Use effect has been imported, right? And from here also we can remove this React, and we can simply use this use a state. Click here. So use state has been imported. Now here in this use effect, let's add a space, and here we will add the if statement. We will add if, let's add location dot path name not equal to this /. Then we'll add this a statement that is set is scrolled, and we will make it true. And then we'll add the return. After that we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add set is scrolled, and let's make it false. After that, here we'll add the setter function set is scrolled, and in this one we'll get the previous value as the parameter and create the arrow function. Now in this function we'll add location dot path name not equal to this /. If it is true, then we will add true, and if it is false, then we'll add the previous value only, like this. After that, we have to add this location dot path name in the dependency array, so that when the location path name will be changed, then it will execute this function written in this use effect. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see still we have this navigation bar looking like this only. Let me open it here. So now we have completed our navigation bar, and we have also completed the hero section. After that, let's come to the Figma design, and here you can see next we have to create this featured hotel section, right? And for that, first we have to create this card where we will display the hotel image, then hotel's name, location, price, and one button with the hotel rating, right? So to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. To create the hotel card, we will open this sidebar, and in this components folder, we will create a new component. So here, we will create a new file with the name hotelcard.jsx, and here we will use RAFCE to create the component structure. Now, in this card we will get the data from props, and here we will destructure the data in this parameter. So first we need the room and we need the index. So let's add curly braces, room and index. So wherever we will mount this hotel card component, in the prop we have to provide the room and index. Now in this return statement we will return a link tag so that this card will be clickable. So remove this div and here let's add the link tag. Just click here to import this link from React Router DOM. Now let's open and close this tag. So in this link tag we will add the to property so that when we will click on this link we will be redirected to a new URL. So here we have to provide the path. It will be /rooms/ then we'll add the room ID. So let's add room._id. After that here we'll add the onClick also, and in this onClick we will add one function, and here simply add the scroll to and provide 0,0. So it will scroll the web page to the top when we are navigated to new page. After that we will add the key property, and in this key we will add the room._id. So we have added the link tag. Now in this link tag we have to add the hotel image. So let's add the img tag, and here we'll get the image, and we'll get this image from the room. So let's add room, and in the room we will get multiple images. So this will be one array. So here we'll add the images. This is the images array, and from this one we will find the first image using this index 0. After that we have to add the text. So here we will add the p tag. In this p tag we will add the text called bestseller, right? After that we have to add a div, and in this div we will group the hotel name, and we will also add the rating. So within this div let's add another div, and here we will add the text, where we will add the text from this room. So let's add room dot hotel dot name. After that let's add one div, and within this we will add the star icons. So let's add the image tag. Here we will get the star icons from the assets. So just add assets dot star icon field. Then we'll add the alt property, and in the alt property we will add star icon. After that here we'll add the rating text. So let's add 4.5. Now here in this div we will add some classes so that all the icon and text will be aligned side by side. So here just add the class name property and provide these classes. Next we have to add the CSS properties for the hotel name. So in this p tag we will add the class name and provide these classes. We have updated the font, then text size and font weight, and provided the text color also. After that let's add the CSS properties for their parent div, that is this one. So here let's add the class name and provide these classes to align these things side by side. After that here we have this div. So in this one we have to add some space. So we will add the class name property and provide the padding and padding top. After adding it, here we have to add the CSS properties in this text also, that is bestseller. So in this one we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Let me add space here so that you can see properly. Now this bestseller tag will be displayed in the selected cards. For that, let me wrap it using curly braces like this, and here we will add the index. Let's add index %4 equal to 0. Then AND operator. If it is true, then only this p tag will be displayed. Now here we have the link tag also. So in this link tag also we will add the CSS properties. So we will add the class name property here, and here we will add these tailwind classes, where we have added the background, then we have added the text color and provided the shadow and border radius. After that, here we have the ratings in this div, and then we have closed this div. So after closing of this div, here we will add one more div. So let's add another div here. In this div, let's add a space, and here we have to add one icon. So we will use this image tag, copy and paste it here. So in this one, let's replace the icon. It will be location icon. So we will select this one, and here we will update the alt text. It will be location icon, and from here remove this text. After that, here we will add the text in a span tag, and in this one we will add the location text. So we will get it from the room data. So we will add room dot hotel dot address. Now after this div, we will add another div, and in this one we have to add the price. So we will add the p tag, and here let's add $sign, that will be the currency symbol. After that we will add room dot price per night. Now in this one we have to add the other text, that is per night, like this. So we will wrap this one inside a span tag. So here let's add span tag and close it here. Now after that we have to add a button. So we will add the button tag, and in this button we will add the text, that is book now. So now in this one we have to add the CSS properties. So here in this button tag we will add the class name and provide the CSS properties, and next we will add the CSS properties in this span tag. So here just add the class name and provide these classes. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name and provide these classes. Now we have to add the CSS properties in the previous div where we have added the location. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So now we have created our hotel card. After that we have to mount this hotel card in new component. So open this left sidebar, and here we have to create a new component with the name featured destination. So in this components folder, create a new file and write the file name featured destination.jsx. Now here we will add RAFC to create the component structure, and in this one let's add a div, and within this div we have to mount our card component, right? And in the card component we have to provide the hotel data. So first we'll get the dummy hotel data from our assets. So let's add curly braces, and here we'll add rooms dummy data, that we are getting from this assets. Now in this one we will add the slice. So from this array we will get only 4 data. So let's add 0, 4, because in the featured section we will display only 4 hotels. After that we will add the map, and here let's add the function. Now in this function we will return this bracket, and here in this parameter we will get the room, and with that we will get the index. Now in this bracket we can mount our component. So let's mount the hotel card component. Now here we have to add the props. So first we'll add key, and in this key we'll add the room._id. After that we'll add the room property. So in this one we will add this room that we are getting from the parameter. After that we'll add the index and provide this index. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and next we have to mount this component, that is featured destination, in our home page. So we will open our home.jsx file, and after this hero, let's mount this featured destination component. Save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. It is blank, so let me check it. Right click and inspect. Here it says cannot read properties of undefined in hotelcard.jsx file. So let me check that file. So in this hotelcard.jsx we have added room.hotel. So we have to correct this spelling, we have missed this L. Now it is correct, hotel.name. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see here we have the list of hotels. We have the hotel profile picture, then we have the hotel image, then name, address and price. And in the right side you can see this book now button and this rating. So now we have to align it. So let me just come back here. We will open this featured destination.jsx file, and here we have mounted it in this div. So let's add the CSS properties for this div. So we will add the class name, and in this one we will provide the flex box. So we have added flex, flex wrap, item center, justify center, gap and margin. Now here we have the first div. So in this one also we'll add the CSS properties. So in this one we have to add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now save the changes, and now you can see the alignment for these hotels are looking good. But from these cards the background color and shadow is missing. So let me correct it. We will come back here, and in this hotel card.jsx file you can see in this image tag we have added this class name property, right? So let me remove it. We have to add it in the link tag. So let's cut it from here and we will paste it in this link tag. So here let's add a space and paste it here. So we have provided these classes in the link tag. Now save the changes, and after that come back to the web page. Now you can see these cards are looking perfect. Here we have the bestseller in the first and third one, and here we have very light shadow. You can see the hover effect on these book now button. Next we have to add a title here, and below this card there will be one button. So first we have to create a component to write a title, so that we can use the same format title in other places also. So we will come back to the VS Code, and in the left sidebar here we will create a new component in the components folder. So in this components folder let's create a new file with the name title.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE to create the React component. After that, in this one, we have to add a text and one description. So first we'll add the title text in h1 tag, and after that we'll add the description in p tag. So in this one, we will get the title from the props. So here we will destructure the props. So first we need the title. After that we need the subtitle like this. After that, in the CSS properties, we will add different alignment so that we can align the text in the center or left side. So we will get the data from the props. So here we will get align property, and after that we will get the font also. So let's add font. So we will get these data from props. After that, here in this h1 tag we can place the title text, and in this p tag we can place the subtitle, that will be the small description. Now here in this h1 we will add the class name property, and in this class name property we have to add curly braces, then add backticks, and within this backticks we will add these classes like this. After that we will add $ curly braces so that we can insert the template literal, and here we will add the font. Suppose we have provided the font from here, then it will be added here, and if it is not available, in that case we will add the OR operator and we will provide the font play fair, this one. Now we will add the CSS properties in this p tag also. So here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide these classes. Next, in this parent div also we will add the class name property, and here again we will add curly braces and backticks so that we can insert the template literal. So first we will insert these tailwind classes, and after that let's add $ curly braces, and here we'll add align. So let's add if the align is left. So if it is true, then only we will add this CSS property. So we will add medium, items start, and text left. That's it. So we have created a title component. Now we can use this title component in the featured destination. So let's open the featured destination section, and in this one, here we have a div where we have mounted all the hotel card. So before this hotel card, here we will mount the title. So let's add title. So you can see the title component has been imported. Close this tag, and here we have to provide the props. So first we will add the title prop, and in this title we will add the text. So we will add the quote so that we can provide the text here. So the title text is featured destination, correct? And after that we will add the subtitle. So here let's add the subtitle equal to, and here also we will add the text. So here we will add a small text, this one. So we have added only 2 props in this title property. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see here we have the featured destination title and this subtitle. Then we have these cards, and after that we will create the buttons. So let's come back, and here after closing of this div where we have mounted all the hotels. So after closing of this div, here we will add the button tag. So let's create the button, and in this button we will add the button text, that is view all destinations. So this is the button text, and after that in this button we will add the classes. So let's add the class name property, and here we will add these tailwind classes, correct? Now in this button we have to add the on click also. So let's add space here. We will add the onClick, and in this onClick we have to add the arrow function, and in this arrow function let's provide navigate. So we have to get the navigate from React router DOM. So let's add import. We will get the use navigate from React router DOM. So we have imported use navigate. Now let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and now we can use this here. Let me correct this spelling, navigate, and copy this one and paste it in this onClick, and here in this onClick provide this navigate, and here let's add the path. So it will be /rooms. So it will open the rooms page. After that we will add a scroll to property, and in this scroll to let's add 0, 0, so it will scroll the web page to the top. That's it. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this button, all destinations, and if I click here, it is opening this /rooms route or rooms page, and if I click on logo, it will open the home page. And now you can see the effect in this navigation bar also. If I scroll this web page, you can see the background becomes white so that we can see all the menu items clearly, right? And if I scroll to the top, it becomes transparent. So this navigation bar is looking good, and we have created the hero section and this featured destination section. After that, let's see our Figma design. So here you can see in this Figma we have this featured hotels, and after that here we have this exclusive offers, right? So we have to create this exclusive offers section where we will add the title and description in the left side. In the right side we have to add a button, and then we will display 3 thumbnails like this. So let's create this one. So for that we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this sidebar, and in this sidebar we will create a new component, that is exclusive offers. So let's create a new file in this components folder and write the file name exclusiveoffers.jsx. Here we will add RAFC to create the component structure, and in this one here we have one div, and in this one we have to add one title, and in the right side we have to add a link. So within this div we will create another div, and here in the div we have to create 2 items, that will be title and a button. So let's add the title component, import the title component. After this title, let's add the button also. So in this button we will add the text called view all offers like this. Let's move it like this, and here in this button, after this text we have to add one icon also. So we have to use the image tag, and in this image src we have to provide the assets dot arrow icon, and here in the alt property we will add the arrow icon, correct? And after that in this image we will add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Now here we have added the title. So for this title we have to provide the alignment property, right? So let's add the align, and here we will add the left. So when we provide left, then the title will be aligned in the left side. We have to provide it in single quote. After that we will provide the title, and here we will add the title text. So the title text is exclusive offers. After that we have to provide the subtitle, and in this subtitle we will provide this a small description like this. So now we have mounted the title and this button. Save the changes, and next we have to provide this exclusive offers component in the home page. So open home.jsx. Here it is. Let's mount this exclusive offers. Select it. So exclusive offers component has been imported. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here at the bottom you can see here we have this text, then description, then this link, view all offers and arrow icon. So we have to align it side by side. So we will come back to the VS Code. Open our exclusive offers.jsx file, and here we have this div. So in this div we have to add the flex box. So just add class name property and provide these classes so that it will be aligned side by side. And here we have the parent div also. So in this one we'll add the class name property and we will provide these element classes. You can check this one here. That's it. After that, here we have the button, then we have this closing div tag, right? So this will be the first div where we have added 2 items. So after that we will add the space, and here we will add another div, and in this div we have to display the cards, right? So before that we will come back to the web page and let's see the changes. So here you can see in the left side we have this exclusive offers and this text, and here in the right side we have this view all offers button, but this alignment is not good for this text and arrow icon. To fix it we will come back here, and in this button tag also we will add the class name. So here we will add the class name and provide these classes. So we have provided this one. Save the changes. Now you can see this link is looking good, and here we have this hover effect on view all offers button. Now it is looking good. After that we will display the cards like this. You can see here we have this card, and in this one we have different images and different text. So we have added all these text data in the assets. So we will take the data from the assets and we will display it here. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here we have created a div. So in this one let's add curly braces and we will get the data. So let's add exclusive offers from the assets file. This will be one array, so we can use the map method, and in this one we will add the arrow function, and here we will get the individual item, and after that we will return one small bracket, and in this one we will return a div, right? Now in this div we have to add the key property, and in this key let's add the item dot underscore id. After that we will add the class name property, and here we will provide these classes like this. Next we have to add the background image. So here we'll add the style property, and in this style property let's add curly braces, background image. In the background image we will add backticks URL, and in this URL we will add $sign curly braces and provide item dot image. That's it. So we have provided the background image for this div. Now in this one we have to add the text in p tag. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add curly braces, and the text will be item dot price offer or price off, and after that we will add percentage off like this. And after that here we have to add the CSS properties also. So in this p tag we will add the class name property and provide these Kelvin classes. After closing of this p tag, here we will add a div so that we can group some elements in this div. So in this one we have to add a p tag where we will add the item title. So let's add this item title. Now duplicate this one. The second one will be item description. Now duplicate it, and in the next one we will add expires. After that we will add the item dot expiry date. So we have added these data. After that we have to add a button also. So after closing of this div we will add the button tag like this, and in this one we have to add the button text, that is view offers, and with that we will add the icon also. So add the img tag, and in this image we will add the assets dot arrow icon, and after that we will add the alt property, and the alt property will be arrow icon. And here also we will add the classes in this image. So here let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Right, now let's add the CSS properties in this button tag. So in this button tag we will provide these classes. Next we have to add the CSS properties for these items, that is title, description and expiry date. So in the title we will add the class name and provide these classes. After adding it, let's come to the third p tag, and here we will add the class name property. In this one let's provide text extra small and this text color and margin top. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web page. So here you can see we have these cards, right, but the alignment is not good. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have this div where we have mounted all the cards. So in this one we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the grid classes. So just add this classes in this div. Now save the changes and come back here. So you can see the alignment for this exclusive offers is looking good. So we have completed this exclusive offers section. You can see the hover effect when we move cursor on any of card, and this arrow icon is moving towards right. So it is good. Now let's see the Figma design. So in this one you can see after this exclusive offers, here we have our users testimonial section. To create this one we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and in this components folder we will create a new file with the name testimonial.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create this testimonial component, and here we have to add the title. So we will add the title component. Let's import the title component, and in this title component we have to provide the props, right? So first we will add the title prop. So the title is what our guests say. After that we will add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we will add this description. So we have added the title and subtitle for the testimonial section. After that we have to add the class name in this div. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes like this. Correct? Now save the changes and come back to the web page. But before that we have to mount this testimonial component on our home page. So we will open home.jsx file. Here it is, and here let's mount this. So the testimonial component has been imported. Close this tag, and now you can see this text here, what our guests say, and here we have this description. After that we have to display 3 testimonial data, and we have the data available in the assets file, but we will use the design available on this pre-built UI. So again come to this prebuiltui.com website, and in this one we will come to this left sidebar and open testimonial. Let me scroll down. So here we have this testimonial section. So we are going to use this one. So let's click on this code, and here we have this. code. So let me just copy this entire div from here. Let's copy this one and come back here. We will open testimonial.jsx file, and after this title we will paste this div. So in this div we have added the flex wrap, item center and justify center. So let me remove this justify center from here. We will add gap, margin top and margin bottom will be removed from here. That's it. After that, here we have to provide this testimonials data, and we'll get this testimonials data from the assets. So here we'll add the import statement and we will import the testimonials from our asset, right? And using this testimonials we will map the testimonial data on the web page. So here we'll get the testimonial ID, then testimonial image, then we will get the testimonial name. After that we will get the address. So instead of address we have the location data. So let's add location like this. If I open our asset file, here we have the asset.js. So in this one we will scroll down. Here you can see we have the testimonials array where we have the ID, name, address, then we have the image, rating, review, and we have the address only, right? So we will use the address here in this testimonials. We will use this testimonial dot address property. It is correct. And after that, here we have this star rating. So instead of adding the star rating like this, we will create a separate component for it and we will mount it here. So let me remove it from here. So here we have this flex, item center, gap 1 and margin top, right? So after that, in this components folder, let's create a new component. So let's create a new file with the name star rating .jsx, and here we will use the RAFC snippet, and in this one here we have the div. So let's make it a fragment, and in this fragment we will paste this code, that is array5 fill, and in this fill we will add this empty string, then we will add the map underscore index. Let me move it towards left. Then we have the stars. So instead of this star we have to add the image. So let's add the img tag, and in this image tag let's add curly braces, and here we will use the rating, and we will get the rating from this props. So here let's add curly braces and provide the rating equal to 4. Suppose we have the rating equal to 4, right? So here we will use this rating greater than this index. So in that case we will add the assets dot a star icon field, and we will add the colon, and here we will use assets dot a star icon outlined, this one, and here in this alt property we will add the star icon. So we have added a star icon. After that we have to add the height and width. So we will add the class name property, and in this one we will provide the height and width 4.5 like this. Now we have to mount this star rating component here in this testimonial. Let's add opening arrow a star rating. Let's click here, so it will get imported, and mount this component here. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. So after this, what our guests say. Title, here we have 3 testimonial data where you can see the name, location, then we have the star rating, and then we have the testimonial text. After that we have to increase the width of these testimonial cards. So we will come back to the VS Code, and in this testimonial you can see here we have this div. So this div is representing individual testimonial card. So in this one we have this maximum width. So just remove this one. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So now this testimonial is looking perfect. So we have completed our testimonial section also. After that we will come back to the Figma design, and here you can see after this testimonial here we have this newsletter subscription section where we have to create this title, description, and we have to add the input fields. So to create this section, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar, and in this sidebar we have to create a new component. So the component name will be newsletter. So let's create a new file in this components folder with the name newsletter.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this one, first we have to add the title. So before adding the title, let me just come back to the web browser, and we will get this design from the pre-built UI. So let's go to the prebuiltui.com, and here in this left sidebar we will search for newsletter. Let's open this newsletter from here on this prebuiltui.com, and here we have different design for creating these newsletter section. So we are going to use this one, dark newsletter. So just click on this code and we will copy this code from here. Let's copy the entire div and come back here. So here we will replace this div. That's it. So in this one, let's see, we have the first div where we have the flex, column, item center. So here we have the width full. So let me remove this. We have this width full for larger screen already there. Then we have the maximum width, then rounded, then we have the text white. It is good. After that, here we have the title and text. So we can remove this one. We can use our own title component. Correct? So we have removed it, and after that we have a div where we have the input field and a button. So in this button tag, let me remove this SVG, and here we will add our image. So add the img tag, and in this image tag let's add the assets, and from this assets we will find the arrow icon, and after that we will add the alt property, that is arrow icon, and then we'll add the classes also. So here we have added alt property and the class name. So we have added the width, invert, group hover, and transition all. So we have added the input field, button, and after that we have a small text in p tag. So after adding it, save the changes, and here we will open home page. So we will open home.jsx, and after this testimonial we will mount this. So let's mount newsletter. So mount this newsletter component, save the changes, and come back to the web browser. And here if I scroll down, it should be displayed here, but it is not available. Let me refresh it. So it is not working. So let me right click and inspect. Then console. Newsletter does not provide the export name, so we have to correct it. Let me come back here and open the newsletter.jsx. So in this sidebar, by mistake I have created two files. Here we have the newsletter, and this is the newsletter.jsx. So let me delete the first one, right click and delete. So now we have only newsletter.jsx. Save the changes. Let me refresh the web page. It should work now. So let me just come back and open our home.jsx file. So in this home.jsx, let me import newsletter. It is already imported here, so it is working now. So now here you can see after this testimonial we have the newsletter where we have the input field and subscribe button, and we have the hover effect on this subscribe button, and it is looking same as we have this in the Figma design. So here we have to add the title only. So we can add the title here. Let's open newsletter.jsx file, and before this div we will mount the title component. So simply add title component, and in this one we have to add the props. So first we'll add the title property. So let's add title stay inspired. After that we'll add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we'll add the description. So let's add one small description here. So this is the description text. After that just come back to web browser. So here we have the text and description, and then we have the input fields. So we have completed our newsletter section as you can see in this Figma design. So after that we have to create the footer, and in this footer you can see we have 4 columns. In the left one we have the logo and some text, then we have 2 other columns, and in the 4th column we have the text and input field. Then we have this bottom area, and in this bottom area we have the copyright message, and in the right side we have some links. So we have to create this footer. For that we will come back to the VS Code and open the left sidebar, and in this one we will open a new component. So create a new file with the name footer.jsx, and here we will add the RAFCE snippet. That's it. Now to create this footer we will take the design from the prebuiltui.com. So let's come back to the web browser and open prebuiltui.com. So on this prebuiltui.com we will come to left sidebar, and here we will search for footer. So here we have this footer. Let me open it, and you can see the URL prebuiltui.com/component/footer. So in this one let's scroll down, and here you can see we have this footer component where you can see 4 columns, right? First, second, third and fourth, and in the first one we have the text and icons, then in the last one we have the input field, and at the bottom we have the copyright message and this links. So we have to use this footer design. So just click on this code and copy the code from here. So we will copy the entire div from here. Let's copy the entire div and come back to the VS Code and replace this div. So we have provided the footer code. Now in this one we will add our own text, and we will add the icons. So let's see the top. So here we have this text color, then we have the padding, and after that we have the padding for different screen size. So in this one we have to add the background color also. So here let's add a space, and in this one we'll add BG and this color code. So we have added our own background color for this footer. After that here we have this div that contains all the column. Then we have this first column. In the first column we have this image, right? So let me remove the image link from here, and here we will add our own logo. So let's add curly braces and provide assets.logo. So we have added the logo, and after that we have a small text, and this is the text. So here we will replace our own text. So let's add our own text here in this p tag. After that here we have a div that contains all the social media icon. So let me remove the first icon. So remove the svg tag, and here we will add the image tag. In this image let's add the src and use the assets.instagram icon, and here in the alt property we will add the Instagram icon. Then we have to add the class name also. So let's add the class name property, and here we will add the width, that is 6. That's it. So we have added the Instagram icon. Let me remove the comment from here. Remove the other icons. Remove the comment. So now we have only one icon here. Let me duplicate it. In the second one we'll add Facebook icon. In the next one we'll add Twitter icon. Duplicate this one, and then we'll add the LinkedIn icon. And in the alt text also we'll update the text. So the last one is LinkedIn icon, and the third one is Twitter, and the second one is Facebook, and the width will be same. So this was the first column. After that, let's see the second column, which is this one. So here we have this text, and in this one we have the text gray, and then we have the text large, and here we'll add our own font family. So let's add the font Playfair. After that we have the link text. So this is about career, press, blog and partners. It is correct. And after that scroll down, and here we have another div, that is the third one. So here also we'll add the font family. That's it. And in this one we have this link text. Correct. After that scroll down, and let's see the next column. So in the next column we have the title, and in this title let's add the font family, font Playfair. After that we have the small description. Then we have a div, and in this div we have a input field. After this input field we have a button, and in this button we have a very large SVG code. So remove it, and here we will add our image. So let's add the image tag and provide curly braces assets dot arrow icon. And after that we will add the alt property, and we will add some CSS properties also. So we will add alt and class name and provided the width and invert. That's it. Save the changes. Now let's scroll down, and here we have a horizontal line, right, using this HR tag. And after that we have this bottom content. So in the bottom we have the copyright message and some links. So these are the link, privacy, terms and sitemap. And in the left side we have a copyright message. So in the copyright message we'll add the symbol, then year, and after that we'll add the text called quick stay, all right reserved, or I can write GreatStack, all right reserved. Now save the changes and come back to the app.jsx file. So let's open our app.jsx, and we will mount it here so that this footer will be displayed on all the pages, right? So here you can see we have a routes tag, and this routes tag is enclosed in this div. So after closing of this div, here we will mount our footer. Let's import this, close this tag. So we have mounted this footer outside of this routes so that this footer will be displayed on all pages. Now save the changes and come back here on our web browser. So scroll down, and here you can see we have this footer where you can see the logo, then some text and social media icons, then we have the company links, then support links, and then we have the input field for email subscription. Next we have to replace this logo. You can see it is in the white color, so we will replace this logo from here. So let's come back in the footer.jsx file. So here it is, footer.jsx, and in this one we have added this logo, right? So in this logo we have added the class name, that is margin bottom, then height and this medium screen height. After that we will add the invert. So when we invert it, the white color will be converted into black. So after adding it, we have to add the opacity also. So here we'll add opacity. So let's make it 80. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have the logo in black color and this footer is looking nice. So we have completed our home page. So in this home page we have created this navigation bar, then hero section, then featured destination, then exclusive offers, then testimonial, then email subscription section, and then we have created the footer. After that we will create the other pages like you can see in this Figma design. Here we have other page like this hotel detail page, then hotel list page and my bookings page. Correct? So to create that we will come back to the VS Code. Here we will close these files that is not required. So let's close this footer, star rating, newsletter, testimonial, exclusive offer, featured destination, title, then hotel card, navbar, then hero and home. Let's close this environment also. And after that, in this left sidebar, here you can see we have this pages folder. So in this pages folder we will create a new page and the page name is all rooms. So here right click and create a new file in this pages folder and write the file name allrooms.jsx. We will add RAFCE to create the component. Now here we have to create the component that will display all the rooms list. So let me come back to the Figma design, and in this design you can see this is the all room page where we will display the room or hotel image, then details like this, and in the right side we will display the filter. Using that we can filter the rooms or hotels. So if I come back to the home page and click on this hotels, you can see it is opening this path, that is localhost port 5173/rooms. So we will mount this one on this path, and here we already have the navigation bar and footer. So let's add the content on this page. So here we'll come back to VS Code, and here we have this all rooms, right? So we have to mount it. So let me add the text here, all rooms. After that we will open app.jsx, and here we have already added one path, right? So after that let me duplicate this path, that is route tag, and here we will add the path name, that is /rooms, and at this path we will provide the all rooms component. So here we'll add all rooms. It has been imported. Close this tag. So we have mounted this all rooms component at this URL /rooms. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here it should display the all rooms text, but it is not visible here because it is hidden behind this navigation bar, right? You can see it gets hidden. So we have to change the position. So let me add the actual content here. We will come back to the VS Code and open allrooms.jsx file. So in this one, first we will add the CSS properties. In this first div we will add the class name, and here we will provide these classes. Now save the changes. So after that you can see all rooms text here. You can clearly see this. Correct? After that we have to divide the content in two parts, that is left side and right side. And in the left side we will add these title and description and then list of hotels, and in the right side we will display this filter. So let's come back, and here we will remove this h1, and here we will add a div. So this div is for the left side. After that we will create another div, and in that one we will add the filters. So here let's add comment filters, and we will add a div. So in this div we have to add the filter. So let's start with the left side only, and in this left side div first we have to add the title and description, and we will wrap the title and description in a div. So let's add a div, and in this one we will add the title in h1 tag, and the title is hotel rooms. Then we'll add the text in p tag, and in this one we will add this a small description. Correct? After that, for this title we have to add the CSS properties. So in this h1 we will add these tailwind classes, and after that we'll add the CSS for this p tag. So here also we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes in this p tag. Correct? Now we will add the CSS properties for the div that wraps this title and description. So here let's add the class name and provide this tailwind classes. After that, come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this title and description in the left side. After that, let's come back here, and after closing of this div we will add the space, and here we have to display the rooms. So we already have the dummy data in our asset, so let's add curly braces and get that dummy data. So just add rooms dummy data from the asset. It has been imported. Now in this one we will add the map, and here we will add the arrow function, and it will return this small bracket, and in this one let's add the individual room data as a parameter. Now here we will return a div. So here in this div first we have to provide the image, and here let's add the image src, and in this image src we will add the room that we are getting from the parameter, and from this one we will find the images, and in this one we have multiple images, so we will get the first image using this index 0. After that, here we have the alt property. So here in this alt property we will add the hotel img. Correct? Now here we will add the title also. So in this image we will add the title property, that is view room details. After that, here we have to add the class name, so just add the class name property, and for this image we will provide these tailwind classes. Next we have to add the onClick property on this image, so that if I click on this image it will open another page where we can see the details about this particular hotel. So here in this image let's add a space and add the onClick property, and in this onClick we will add the arrow function, and here we will add the code that will open a new page. So for that we have to use the use navigate. So we will get it from the React router DOM. So before this return a statement, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Let's click here, so it will get imported. Correct? Now let's copy this navigate and paste it here in this arrow function, and here we have to provide the path, so that when we click on this one it will open this path. So here we have to add the template literals, so just add backticks / rooms / then $ curly braces, and here we'll add the room ._id. So it will open this path when we click on this image. After that, here we have to display some other data for this room. So to display that we will use a div tag, and in this div first we have to add the location. So let's add the p tag, and to get the location we will use room.hotel.city. After that we will add another p tag, and in this p tag we will display the name. So here we will get the name using room.hotel.name. Correct. And after that we have to display the rating. So let's add a div, and in this div we will add the class name properties. So let's add the class name, and within this div we can mount our component. So let's add the component, a star rating. Click here. So a star rating component has been imported, so it will display the ratings. After this rating we will add the text also. So let's add the text 200 plus reviews, and then we'll add the class name properties also, and here we'll add margin from left side like this. Next, come to this div. So in this div we have to add some CSS properties. So let's add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, and after that we will provide the classes in this city. So just add class name and provide this text gray. Next we have to add the CSS properties in the text where we have added the hotel name, this one. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes in the p tag where we are displaying the hotel name. And when we click here, it should open the hotel detail page. So we can copy the on click from here. Let me just copy this, and let me add one more thing in this one. So here we have added this ID. So in this image tag we have added this navigate. So let me wrap it in a curly braces like this. After that here we'll add the comma, and here we'll add one more data, that is a scroll to, so that we redirect it to new page and it will scroll the web page to the top. So here just add a scroll to and provide 0, 0. Now let me just copy the entire on click from here, and we can paste it in this p tag. So let's add the space here and paste this one, so that when we click on the hotel name it will open the hotel detail page. After that here we have added the review text, then closing div. After this closing div, let's add another div, and in this one we have to display the location icon and location name. So let's add the image tag, and in this image src let's add assets dot location icon, and after that we will add the alt property. So the alt property is location icon. Then we'll add the text in a span tag. So in this span tag we will add curly braces and provide the hotel address. So just add room.hotel.address, right? Next we have to add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So this page is blank. Let me just check it. We will come back to the VS Code. Here you can see in this arrow function we have missed this arrow. So let's add it here. We have corrected it. Now save the changes, and after that you can see here we have the list of hotels, and with that we have the click feature. If I click here, you can see it is opening another path like this. Let's come back, and if I click on the hotel name, it is also opening this path, that is the hotel detail page. Let's come here, and after that you can see we have the thumbnail, then we have the city name, then we have this title, review, and then address. Correct. Next we have to display the amenities. If I come back to the Figma design, you can see here we have the details in the right side, and after this address we have the amenities and price, right? So we have to add these data. So let's come here in VS Code and let's see the div. So here we have this div where we have provided the image. So first we'll add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name property, and in this one we will add these tailwind classes. so that it will align the content side by side. The thumbnail will be displayed in the left side. Next, in this one, we have to add the key property. So let's add key, and in this key just add room._id. Now come here, you can see the thumbnail in the left side, and in the right side we have the city, name, then rating and address. So let's add the amenities and pricing. For that, let's come here, scroll down, and here we have this closing div that contains the address. So after that, let's add another div. Let me add the comment here so that we can identify the div. Here we have added room amenities, correct? So in this one, we have to display the room amenities, and we have the room data, right, from the arrow function parameter. So let's add curly braces, and we will add room dot amenities, and in this one we'll add the map method. So here we'll get the arrow function and then return this small bracket, and here we'll get the item and index. Now in this one we have to return a div, and in this div we will add the image. So let's add the image and src. So here just add the facility icons. So in this facility icon we have to provide the item that we are getting from the parameter. After that, in this alt property also we'll add curly braces item. Then we have to add the CSS properties. So just add the class name and provide the width and height. After that, we'll add the text in p tag. So in this text we will add item, and then we'll add the CSS properties here. So just add class name property and provide this tailwind class. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name, and here we'll add the flex box. So we have provided these tailwind classes, correct? Now here we have this div, that is the individual amenity. So here first we'll add the key property, and in this key property we will add index. After that we'll add the class name property, and here we will provide these tailwind classes like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the amenities image and text like this. It is looking nice. After that we have to display the price. So let's come back, and here you can see we have this closing div here. So after this closing div we will add the text. So before that we will add the comment. So let me add the comment room price per night, and in this one let's add the p tag, and here we have to display the pricing. So first we'll add the currency symbol, that is $, and then we'll add curly braces room dot price per night. After that we'll add the text /night. So here we'll get the price, and after that in this one we have to add the class name property. So let's add the class name and provide these tailwind classes, that is text XL font medium gray 700, that is the text color. After adding it, save the changes and let's open our web page. So here you can see we have the price also. It looks nice. Next we have to create the right sidebar. In the right side we have to display the filters. Using that we can filter the hotels. So let's come back. So here we have already created a div for this filter. So before creating it, let me see our Figma design. So in this design file, you can see in the right side, we have this container and that contains a title like filters and this clear option. So we have to create this first, and we have to create this container also with this border. So let's come back, and here first in this div we will add the CSS properties to create the border box. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes, right? After that we will create the first div that contains our title, and the title is filter. So let's add this filter here. And after that we will add a div, and in this div we will add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the text called clear. After adding it, let's save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see here we have the filters and clear, right? So now we have to align the content. So let's come back here, and here we will add the CSS properties. So this clear text will be displayed on large screen, and on a smaller screen we will display another text. Using that we can hide and display the filter. So here we will add class name property and provide hidden. So by default it will be hidden on a smaller screen, and for large and above screen it will be visible. And before this span, let me add another span tag, and in this span we can add the text either hide or show. So let's add hide like this, and it will be hidden on larger screen. It will be displayed on a smaller screen only. So here we have to add the class name property and provide LG hidden. That's it. Now to align this one, here we have to add CSS properties in this div. So in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes, and let's provide the CSS properties for this filter text also. So here just add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? Now let's see this. Here you can see we have the updated size for this text and this clear text, correct? And if I open it in a small screen, so in a small screen you can see here we have the text called hide, and in the larger screen here we have the text called clear. Now we have to hide or display this filter on a smaller screen. For that we will create a state variable. So just come back to the VS Code, scroll up, and here before this return we will create a state variable. So just add const and write the variable name, that is open filters, and the setter function name is set open filters, and it will be user state, and initialize it with false. So by default it will be false. Now let's copy it and scroll down, and here we will use the ternary operator. So in this one, instead of adding this hide, here we will use the ternary operator. So let's add curly braces and use this open filters. If it is true, then we will add the text called hide. It means the filter is already open, so we can hide it, and if it is hidden then we will display it. So here we will add the another text called show that will show the filter like this, and here we have to add the onClick property also so that we can hide and display this. So here let's add onClick and create the arrow function, and here we will use the setter function set open filters, and here we will provide not of open filters. So if it is true it will make it false, and if it is false it will make it true like this. And after that we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name, and here we will add the curly braces backticks. So in this backticks we will add these tailwind classes, and here we have used this template literal. So it is checking when the open filters is true, then only we will display this border bottom, correct? So this is the first div that contains the filter text and clear text. Correct? After that, here we'll create another div. And in this div, we will display the filter options. So first, let's add the class name. And here we will add curly braces. And we will add backticks. Then use the $, curly braces. And in this one, let's add open filters. So whenever it is true, then we will add the height auto so that it will be visible, and when it is false, we have to hide it. So here we will add the height 0. And with that, we will add LG height auto. That's it. Now we'll add the overflow hidden, and after that we will add the transition and transition duration. So just added this transition all duration 700. Now within this div, we will display the different option for filter. So let's add the first div, and here let's add the class name property, where we'll add the padding X and padding top. Correct? And in this one, we will add the text in p tag, and in this text we'll add the text called popular filters. And then we'll add the class name property also, and here we'll add these classes like this. Next, we have to add the filter using room type, price range, and we have to add the sort options. So for that, we will create some arrays, and we will also create the checkbox component so that we can directly use the component instead of writing every time. So you can see in this design file, here we have the input field, like checkbox input field component, right? So we'll create this component and we can directly use it multiple times using the map. And here we have to create the radio buttons also. So for that, let's come here, scroll up, and here we have to create some data. So let's add const, and we'll add the array called room types, where we will define all the room types available. So here in this one, let's add the different room types, that is single bed, double bed, luxury room, family suite. After that, let's create another array. So here we will create another array with price range. So we have added const price range. It will be 0 to 500, 500 to 1000, and so on. After that, we will add another array. So here we have created another array, sort options, where we can sort using price, low to high, high to low, and newest first. So we have created these array, and now we'll create the component also. So before this all rooms function, we'll create const, and here we'll use the checkbox. So write the component name or function name checkbox, and in this checkbox we'll add the arrow function, right? And here in this component we'll get the data using props. So here we'll add the curly braces to destructure the props. So here we will get label. After that we'll get the selected, and the default value will be false. So just add selected false. After that we'll add one onChange function. So let's add this onChange function. Now in this one we will return a div. So let's return and add this small bracket. So instead of returning a div, we will return a label tag. And in this label tag, let's add the classes. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes. Now in this label tag, we have to add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox, right? And here we have to add the checked property. So let's add checked, and it will be this one. Let's copy this selected, paste it here. After that, we'll add the onChange, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function. Here we will get the event, and here let's add onChange that we are getting from here. And in this one, let's provide e.target.checked property. After that, here we have to add the label. So let's add the comma label. Next, we have to add the span tag. So in this span tag, let's add this label. And here we'll add the CSS properties. So provide the class name and provide these tailwind classes. So we have created the checkbox component. Now we can simply use this component to display multiple checkbox with the label text. After that, we have to add another component. So let me duplicate this one. And here we'll add the component name radio button. And in this radio button, we will get the label, then selected false, and onChange this arrow function. After that, here we will return the label tag, and here also we have the same classes. And in the input type, we will add radio. So the type is radio. Then we will add the name. So let's add the name, that is sort option. After that, we have the checked property, it will be selected, and then we have the onChange. Here in this onChange, let's remove this event, and we can simply provide this label. That's it. Now save the changes, and next scroll down. Here we have added popular filters, right? So after that, let's add curly braces, and we will use room types dot map method, and here we will add the arrow function. It will return this small bracket, and in this one we will mount the checkbox component. So let's add this checkbox. Correct. Now in this checkbox, we will add the key property, and in this key, let's add the index. So we will get the index from this room type. So let's add this parameter room and index, and here we'll use this index, right? And in the label, let's add room. So we have provided this checkbox here. After that, let's duplicate this entire div. So let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the text called price range. So let's add it here, price range. Then we have this room types. So instead of this room types, we will add price range, and here we'll add the range like this, and here also we'll add the range, but instead of adding this range like this, we will add backticks, and here we'll add currency symbol. After that, we will add $, curly braces, and provide this range here. So we have added another filter option, that is price range. Now let me duplicate it, and in this one we have to add sort by. So let's add the text sort by, and here we will use this sort option. So we have added sort options array, and in this one we will mount the radio button component. So let me remove it, and here we'll add the option in this parameter, and here we will mount the radio button component, right? And in this one we'll add the key property, it will be index, and after that we have to add the label, and in this label we will add the option like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So in the right side, you can see all the filter option like popular filters using room type, then price range and sort by. But here you can see we don't have a space at the bottom. So let me add the space here. So we will come back to the VS Code, and here in the last one we will add padding bottom 7. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have the space here. Now let me open it in a smaller screen. So you can see that filter is hidden from here. And if I click on this show option, it will display this filter. And if I click on hide, it will hide this filter. So like this, we can hide and display this filter on mobile screen. Correct? And if I open it in desktop view, so this filter will be always visible. So we have completed this hotel rooms page also, where we are displaying all the hotel room. Correct. Next we will display the individual hotel detail or room detail page. Like if I click here, it will open this page where you can see the rooms and room ID or hotel ID. So we have to create this page. So let's see the design first. So in this Figma design, you can see this is the hotel detail page where we have to display the hotel's name, review, then address. Then we will display the images. We will display all images, and after that we will display the price and amenities. Then we will display the check availability option. Then we will display these text, right? So we will create this hotel detail page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code. From here, we will close this file, and after that, let's come to sidebar, and in this pages folder, we will create a new file. So the file name will be room details. So here in this pages folder, let's create a new file, that is roomdetails.jsx. So this is the room details page. Here we'll create the component using RAFCE, and we have to mount this component. So let's open app.jsx, and in this app.jsx, after this route, let's create another route, and here we will add the path, that is /rooms/:id, and in this element we will mount the room details component. So room details component has been imported, and here we have mounted it on this path /rooms/:id. Now let's come here, and here let's add the text room details, and here let's add some padding. So let's add class name, padding top, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this room details. If I come here, go to hotels and click on any image, so now you can see here we are getting room details, and in the URL we are getting this room ID. Now we have to take this room ID, and using that we will find the particular hotel, and we will find all the details about that hotel or room. So let's come back here. We will remove this text, and here before this return statement, let's add const curly braces ID, and we will get this ID from the use params. Let's click here. So use params has been imported from React Router DOM. So from the parameter, URL parameter, will get the ID, right? And using this ID we can find the room, and we have the room dummy data in our asset. So after finding the room, we will store it in a state variable. So let's create the state variable also. So write the const, and the state variable name is room, and the setter function name is set room, and here we will add use state. Use state has been imported, and by default we will add null, so it will initialize it using null. Now let's duplicate it, and here we will add another state variable, that is main image, and the setter function name is set main image. So this will be for particular room. We have multiple images, right? So we will add only one main image. That's it. After that, we will create a use effect. So here, let's add use effect, and in this one we'll add the arrow function, correct? And after that, here we'll add comma dependency array. Now in this function we have to find the rooms, so let's add rooms dummy data. We will get this rooms dummy data from the asset file. You can see it has been imported from the assets. After that, here we'll add the find method, and in this find method we have to add one arrow function with parameter room, and here let's provide room dot underscore id equal to id that we are getting here in this use params. So if the id is matching, then we will get that particular room from the list. So we will store it in a variable. So here we will add const and write room equal to this one. So we will get the room. After that, we have to use the setter function to set this room in this state. So here let's add room. So when the room is available, then we will add the setter function set room and provide this room. After that, again add this statement room and AND operator. So when it is available, then we will set the main image. So set main image, and here we have to provide the first image of the images array. So let's add room dot images, and in this one we will get the first image using index 0. So we have provided the first image, right? So now we have the room data and we have the main image. After that, let's come to this return statement, and here we are returning a div. So we will return this div when the room is available. So let's copy this, and here we'll add the room and operator. So when the room data is available, then only this div will be mounted. So here in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will add these tailwind classes, right? Now in this one, first we have to display the room details like name, then room type, and we'll add the offer message also. So let's add one comment. So here we'll add the comment room details. So in this one, let's add a div, and in this div we'll add the text in h1 tag. So here first we have to display the room name. So let's add room dot hotel dot name property. So we will get the hotel name here. After that, here we have to add the span tag. So let's add a span, and in this span tag we will add the room type. So let's add curly braces, and here we'll add room dot room type, and let's wrap everything in this a small bracket like this. After that, here we will add one text in p tag, and in this text we will add 20% off like this. If I come back to the web page, so here you can see the room name or hotel name, and then we have the room type and this text 20% off. If I come to Figma design, here also you can see we have this hotel name, then type, and 20% off. So next we have to add the CSS properties for this line. After that, we will display the rating and address. So let's come here in this VS Code, and here let's start with this div. So in this first div, we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Next, in this h1 tag, let's add the class name property and provide these classes in this h1, correct? After that, here we have this span tag. So here in this span also we will add the class name, and here in this span we will add the font inner and text small like this. Next we have this text called 20% off. So here we have to add the CSS properties. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see this hotel name, room type and 20% off text is looking nice. After that we have to display the rating. So let's come back, and here after closing of this div, let's add one comment. So we will add the comment room rating, right? And after that here we'll create a div where we have to display the ratings. So we will use the rating component. So just add a star rating. It has been imported. And after that we'll add the text in p tag, and in this text we'll add 200 plus reviews. And with that we'll add the class name. So let's add the class name property and provide this tailwind classes. And after that we have to add the class name in this div also. So here we'll add the class name property and provided these tailwind classes. Next we'll add one comment here, and here we'll add room address. So here let's add a div where we'll add the address. Let me add the space here so that you can see clearly. So here we are adding this room address, and in this one we have to add the icon also. So let's add the img tag and provide the src, and in this src let's add assets dot location icon, right? And after that we have the alt property. So in the alt property we will add the text location icon, and then we will add the class name also. So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. And after that we have to add the address. So let's add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add curly braces and provide the room.hotel.address property. So it will give the address. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have the hotel name, room type, and then we have the rating, and then we have the address. After that we have to display the room images, and we'll display all the images here. So let's come back, and here let's add the comment. So here we will add the comment room images like this. So we have added the comment, and after that let's create a div. Now in this div we have to add a main image, and then we'll add the other images in other div. So let's add the first div where we will add the main image. So here we'll add the img tag. In this image src, let's add curly braces and provide the main image state, right? And here we will add the alt property. So the alt property is room image, correct? Now here we'll add the class name also. So write the class name property, and in this one let's add these tailwind classes, which is here. Let me move it in the next line so that you can see clearly. So we have added the main image. Now for this div we have to add a class name. So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Now for this parent div also we will add the class name property, and here we will add the flex box with margin and gap also. So we have added these classes. Next, after closing of this div, here we have to add the other images, right? So let's add the div, and in this one we have to provide all the images. So let's add curly braces, and here we will use the room question mark. So when the room is available, then we'll check the images array dot length, and if it is greater than 1, so when the length is greater than 1, then only we will add this room dot images dot map method. So when we have multiple images, then we will use the map method, and in this map method we will add the arrow function, and here we will return this small bracket. Now here in this parameter we will get individual image, and we will also get the index number, right? And here in this bracket we will return the image tag, and in this image src let's add this image that we are getting from the parameter, and here we'll get the alt tag, that is room image, correct? After that here we have to add the key property. So let's add the key also, and in the key we will add index. right? After that, here we have to add the CSS properties also, and before that we will add the click feature in this image, so that when we click on this image it will update the main image. So here let's add the space, we will add on click, and in this on click we will add the arrow function, and inside this one we will call the set main image setter function, and here we will provide this image. That's it. Now in this one we have to add the classes, so here let's add the space class name property, and in this one we have to add curly braces and backticks so that we can use the template literal. Now in this one we will add these tailwind classes, correct? After that we will add the template literal using $ curly braces. Here we will check the main image, so let's add main image equal to image. So if it is same, then we will add the other properties. So let's add outline and outline color, that is orange 500, like this. So we have added the other images, and this div will contain all the other images. So we will add the CSS properties for this div also. So in this one we will add the grid layout. So we have provided these tailwind classes to make the content in grid layout. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the main image, and in the right side we have 4 other images. If I click on second one, you can see this second image is displayed as the main image, and you can see the orange color of outline. If I click on third one, it becomes the main image. If I click on fourth one, it becomes the main image, and the outline color is changing from one to another when we click here. So like this we can display all the images of the hotels. After that we have to display the room details, like here. If I come to Figma design, you can see here we have some highlights like features, price, and then we have this form to check the availability, and then we have to display the common message, then a small description, and at the bottom we will add this owner's details, who has posted this hotel. We will skip this map. So let's come back here, and after this room image, here we will add the comment. So let's add the comment room highlights, right? And here we will add a div, and in this div we will add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So we have added the tailwind classes here for this div. Now in this one, first we have to add the title in h1, so we will add it inside a div. So here let's add a div, and in this one we will add a text in h1 tag. So the text is experience luxury like never before. After that, for this text we have to add some classes. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. And after this title, let's add another div, and in this div we will display the amenities. So let's add curly braces. We will get the room, and from this room we will get the amenities, and this amenities is a array, so we can use the map method, and in this map we will add the arrow function, and here we will get the item, and we will get the index. Now in this one we will return a div, and in this div we will add the key property. So let's add key, and in this key we will add the index, correct? And here we have to add the amenities image and text. So let's add the image tag, and in this src let's add curly braces, and here we will add the facility icon. So let's add facility icons. It will be imported from the assets, and here we have to add the item, correct? And after that we'll add the alt property, and in this alt property let's add curly braces and provide the item. And here we have to add the classes also, so let's add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the width and height. So we have provided width and height for this image. After that we have to add the amenities title or text, so just add p tag and curly braces and provide the item. After that here also we have to add the class, so just add the class name property and provide the text extra small. Now in this div we will add the class name property, and in this div we will provide these tailwind classes like this. So it will convert this div in a flexbox. And then we have added the background color also and border radius also, correct? And here we have this div that contains all the amenities, right? So here we'll add the class name, and in this one we will add the classes. So here we have provided these tailwind classes, right? And before this h1 tag we have added a div, right? So in this div also we will add class name property and provide the flex and flex column. That's it. After adding it, here we have the closing div, correct? So after that we will add one text in p tag. Before this text let me add the comment. So in the comment we will add room price. So here we have to display the room price. So for the price we will add the currency symbol, that is $, then we'll add curly braces, and here we'll get the price. So let's add room dot price per night. After that we have to move it in the curly braces like this, and after that here we'll add slash night. That's it. Now in this one we'll add the class name property, and here we will add these classes, that is text to Excel and font medium. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have the text, then amenities icon and text, then the pricing in the right side. After that we have to create the check-in checkout form. So let's come here, and after closing of this div, so you can see this is for room highlights. So after closing of this div, let's add a comment. So here we'll add the comment, that is check-in checkout form. After that let's add a form tag. Now let me remove this action from this form, and in this form we will add some tailwind classes. So here we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this form we have to add two columns. In the left one we will add the input fields, which is in this div, and in the right side we have to add a button. So here we will add the button tag, right? And here we will add the text book now like this. Now here we'll add the button type. So the type will be submit, and here we will add the class name property for this button. So we will add these tailwind classes. So we have added this button. After that let's come to this first div, right? In this div we have to add all the input fields. So in this one let's add the class name property, and here we will add these tailwind classes to align all the input fields side by side, right? And here let's add the first column in this div. So in the first one we'll add one label. So add the label tag, and after this label tag we will add one input field. So let's add the input, and in this input we will add the type date, right? And after that we will add the ID. In the ID we will add check-in date, and here we'll add HTML for check-in date in the label. Now in this label we'll add the label text also. So the label text is check-in, and after that here we'll add the class name property where we'll add the font medium like this. Now in this input field we have to add the classes, but before that we will add the placeholder, and in this placeholder let's add check-in. After that we will add these tailwind classes, and then we'll add required property true. So to submit this form, this input field is required. So we have added one div that contains label and input, right? And here let's add the class name for this div. So here we'll add the class name property and provide flex and flex column. That's it. Now let me add a space here. So this is the first column that contains one label tag and one input field, and the input type is date. This is for the check-in date. Now let me duplicate it, and here we will make it checkout, right? So here we will add ID, checkout date, and here we will add checkout date in the HTML for. And here also we will update this. It will be checkout. The label text is checkout, and after that we will update this one. In the placeholder we will add checkout. Correct, it is also required. After that let's duplicate this, and here we will add the third input field. So in the third one we will add the ID guests, and here we'll add HTML for guests. That's it. After that here we will add the label text, and in this one we have the placeholder. So in the placeholder we will add 0, and here we will update the classes also. So here we will update these tailwind classes. Let me remove all this, and here we will add this tailwind classes, and it is also required. So we have added required property, and after that let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this check-in and date input field, then checkout date input field, and then we have the guests. Here also we have the date. So let me correct it. Here we will add type number. So the input type is number. Now it is good, right? And after that let's come here. We have to add the vertical lines. So before this div, here we will add a div, and in this div we have to add the class name property, and let's provide these tailwind classes. Now just copy this and come to this div, and before this div we will provide this vertical line. Now save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have the vertical line here that divides these area, and we have this book now button. So we have created this form. Using that we can check the availability and book the hotel. Let me replace this button text. I'll come here, and here in this button we will add the button text check availability. Save the changes. Now this button is looking good. After that we will add some other details of this hotel. So that will be the common specifications for all rooms of this hotel. So let's come back, and here after closing of this form tag, let's add a space, and here we will add a comment. So let's add the comment common specifications, right? And here we will add a div. In this div we will add curly braces, and here we will get the common data from the assets files. So let's add room common data, and here we will use the map method. In this one let's add the arrow function and return this small bracket. So here we will get the specification and index number in the parameter, and after that here we will return a div. Now in this div first we have to add the key property, and in the key we will provide the index number. And after that we will add the class name property also. So we will add the flexbox, so just add this tailwind classes. Now here we have to add the images, so let's add the image, and in this image tag we have to add the src, and in this src we will add individual specification, that is spec, and dot icon. After that here we have to add the alt property, so just add the curly braces. We will use backticks, then $ curly braces, provide this specification dot title and dash icon. And in this one we have to add the class name also, so just add the class name property and provide the width for this image, so it is 6.5. Now after this image we have to add a div where we will add the text in p tag. So here we will add the specification title, then we will add a specification description, so just duplicate it and add a specification description, and here we will add the classes, so just add the class name property and provide this text base, and in the second one we will add the class name property and provide text gray 500, right? After that here we have a div where we have added all the specifications, right? So here in this div we will add the class name property and provide these classes. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have these details of the hotel. Next we will add a description. So let's come here, and after closing of this div we will add another div, and in this div we will add a text in p tag. So here we will add this description text, right? And here in this div we will add these tailwind classes, right? After adding it, if I come back to the web page, here we have this description, and before this description and after this description we have this horizontal line, because here we have used this border y and border gray 300, right? After this description we have to display the hotel owner details or hotel posted by name. So let's add one div, and before that we will add a comment. So let's add the comment posted by, like who has posted this hotel. So in this div we will add the class name property where we will add the flexbox. So just add these tailwind classes. Now in this one let's add another div where we will add the image property, and in this image src we will get room dot hotel dot owner dot image, like this. And after that we will add the alt property, and in this alt property we will add host, and here in this image we will add the class name property also where we will add these tailwind classes. So we have provided these classes, right? After this image we have to add a div where we will add the owner name, and then we will add the star rating. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text called hosted by, right? And after that we'll add the curly braces to provide the owner name. So just add room dot hotel dot name, and after that let's add a div, and in this div we will add the star rating. So add this star rating component, and after that we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the 200 plus reviews and these tailwind classes, correct? Now in this p tag we have to add the classes. So here let's add class name and provide these tailwind classes, and in this div also we will add the class name property and provide the flex, then item sender and margin top. That's it. After that, here we have a div where we have added the image tag. So just add the class name, and in this one we will add flex and we will provide the gap 4. Save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So now if I reload the web page, here you can see we have this owner image, correct? After that, let's come back here. Here, after closing of this div, we have to add a button. So here, let's add a button tag. And in this button, we'll add the text contact now. And here we'll add the classes also. So add the class name property, and in this one, we'll add these tailwind classes for this button. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here you can see we have a button contact now. So finally we have completed our room details page also. If I come back to the home page, and from here if I click on thumbnail, it will open this particular room, and here we have these details and this form. So we have completed our home page, then hotel list page, then we have completed the hotel detail page. After that, we'll create the next page. Let's see this Figma design. We will create this My Bookings page where we will add this title, description, and then we will display the booking details where we will display the hotel or room image, room details, and check-in date, checkout date, and with that we will display the payment status. So to create it, let's come back to the VS Code. And here we will create a new file. So open this left sidebar, and in this one we will come to pages folder, and in this pages folder we will create a new page. So let's create a new file with the name mybookings.jsx, and here we will use RAFCE to create this component, right? In this file, we have to mount our title component. So let's add title. Let me open this file so that we can easily import it. Here we have this title.jsx, and now we can write here. So we are getting this suggestion, just click here. So the title component has been imported. Now in this title component, we have to provide the props. So first we will provide the title property. So in the title, we will write My Bookings. After that, we will add the subtitles. So let's add the subtitle property, and in this one we will add this text. And after adding this text, we have to add the alignment also. So here we will add the align property, and we will add the alignment left. So we will add the text left. So we have added the title component and provided these props. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this first div. So here in this one, we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. So let me add this space here. Now it looks good. After that, we have to mount this My Bookings component in our app file so that we can create the routing. So here in this app.jsx, let me copy this statement, paste it here, and here we will add the path, that is My Bookings. And after that, here we will add the element, that is My Bookings. It has been imported here. So we have added the path My Bookings and provided this element. So we have created this route, and now if I visit this route, it will display that title that we have provided here. So to check it, let's come back to the web page, and here we will log in on this web page. I'll log in with my Google account, and after login, let's click here, and here we have the option to open My Bookings page. Let's click here. So you can see the path, we are at the URL /My Bookings, and here we are getting the title and subtitle, and it is aligned in the left side. After that, we have to create the data in a table format. So let's add the data for the table head. So let's come back here, And after this title component, let's add a div. And in this div, we have to add the title for the table data. So here we will add another div where we will add different text. So let's add one div, and here we will add the text called hotels. Now duplicate it, or before that we will add the CSS properties also. So in this one we will add the class name property and provide the width. Now duplicate this one, and here we will add date and timings, and in the third one we will add payment. Now let's add the CSS properties for the div. So in this one we will add the class name and provide these element classes. So this will be hidden on phone screen and it will be visible on medium and above screen size. After that, here in this div also we will add the classes. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So here we have added this div that contains the data for this table head. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the 3 columns with hotels, date and timing, and payment, and then we have this horizontal line. After that, we have to display the data of the booking. So let's see the Figma design. In this one you can see we have to display the hotel detail like thumbnail image, name, then room type, then we will display the address, number of guests, and total amount. In the second column we will display the check-in date and checkout date, and in the third column we will display the payment status. To display that, let's come here and we will open the VS Code, and in our assets file we have already added the dummy data. So we have to get the dummy data from our asset. So let's add the import. We will import the user bookings dummy data from /assets/assets file. So now we have this user bookings dummy data. Now we can use the data to display on our web page. So we have to store this data in a state variable. So before this return statement, we will create a state variable. So let's add const, and the variable name is bookings and the setter function name is set bookings equal to use state. And in this one we will initialize it using user bookings dummy data that we have imported from the asset. That's it. After that, after closing of this div, we can display all our booking data. So we will get it in a array. So let's use this bookings state.map, and here we will add the arrow function. Then we will return this small bracket, and here let's add the individual booking. So let's add this individual booking in the parameter. After that, here we will return a div where we have to add the key property. So let's add the key, and in this key we will add this individual booking dot underscore ID, right? So for each booking we will get the booking ID. After that, in this one we have to display the data in 3 columns. So in the first one we will add the hotel detail like name, image, pricing, etc. So here we will add the comment hotel details and create a div where we will display the hotel details. After that, in the second column we will display the date and timings. So we'll add the comment, and here we'll add a div where we'll add the date and time, that is check-in and checkout date. After that, we'll add the payment status in the third one. So here we'll add the comment payment status, and here also we'll add a div like this where we will display the payment status. Now let's start with the first div. So in this first div where we will display all the data, we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now let's come to the first div that contains the hotel details. So in this first div we have to display the hotel image using image tag, and in this image src we will add the curly braces. We will get the booking dot room dot images, and from this images array we will find the first image using index 0. After that we'll add the alt property. It will be hotel img. Correct. Next we have to add the css properties for this image. So just add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. So we have added the image. After this image we have to add the hotel name, then address, and we'll add the number of guests and booking price or booking amount. So here let's add a div. So in this one, first we have to add the name. So just add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add curly braces booking dot hotel dot name. Right. After that we have to add the room type also. So we will add it in the span tag, and in this span tag let's add small bracket, and in this one we'll add curly braces, then booking dot room type. So we have the hotel name and room type. After this span tag we have to close this p tag here like this. So this span will be inside this p tag. After closing of this p tag, let's add a div, and in this div we have to add the location icon and address. So here let's add one image tag. So I'll copy it from here, paste it here, and in this one we will add the location icon. So let's add assets dot location icon, and here we will add the alt property. It will be location icon, and after that here we will add the text. So let me remove these classes from here, and we'll add the text in the span tag. So in this span tag we will just provide the address. So just add curly braces booking dot hotel dot address. Right. Let's move it to the right, and for this one also. After that we will add the css properties also. So in this div where we are displaying the location, we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Right. And here we have added the room type in the span tag. So here we'll add the class name and provide the text small and font inner. After that we'll add the css properties for the text where we have added the hotel name. So in this one we'll add the class name property and provide the font and text size, that is 2XL. After that let's add the css properties for this div that contains all the information about the hotel. So here let's add the class name property and provide the flexbox classes. Now here we have this first div that contains the hotel details. So here also we'll add the css properties. So just add the class name and provide these classes: flex column, and for medium and above screen flex row. So we have added the room image. Then we have added the div that contains hotel name, room type, then address, and after this address we have to display the number of guests. Right. So to display that, let me just copy this complete div from here, copy and paste it, and here we will update the icon. So it will be guest icon, and here in this span tag we will add guests, and it will be booking dot guests. And let's add the alt text also. So the alt property will be guests icon. Now here this div is closing for the number of guests, And after that we have to display the price. So after this div we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the total and currency symbol, that is dollar. Then we'll add the curly braces where we'll display the price. So just add booking dot total price. So here we'll get the booking amount, and in this p tag let's add the text size. So we will add the class name text base. That's it. Save the changes and let's come back to the web page. It should display the hotel data here, but it is blank. Let me check it. Right click and click inspect, then console. So here we have some error in this bookings.jsx file. This user bookings dummy data is not available. Let me correct the spelling. So just come back here, scroll up, and you can see here we have added DAT. So let's correct it, DATA data, and here also we'll add data. Now save the changes, come back to the web page. Let me refresh it. So now you can see here in the first column we are getting the hotel detail like hotel name, room type, then we have the address, number of guests, and total amount, right? And in this design you can see we have the space between the hotel name and room type, so we will add that a space also. So just come back here and let's see where we have added the hotel name. It is here. So here let's add the space, come back to the web page. Now we have the space here. Next we will add the data in the second column, right? So let's come back. Let's come to this div. Inside this, date and timings. So here we have to display the check-in date and checkout date. So we have already added a div here. So let's add the CSS properties for this div. We'll add the class name and provide these classes. Now in this one we'll add the first div that contains the check-in date. So we'll add the p tag and provide the text check-in, right? And after that we'll add another p tag where we'll display the date, and with that we'll add the CSS properties also. So just add the class name and provide these classes, and in this p tag let's add curly braces and we'll provide new date, and in this one let's add the booking dot check-in date. After that here we'll add the dot to date string. That's it. So we have added the check-in date. Now similarly we'll add the checkout date. So let's duplicate this div, and here we will update the text. It will be checkout, and here we will update the property name. It will be booking dot checkout date. After adding it, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the check-in date and checkout date. It is same as you can see in this Figma design. Let's come back, and now we have to add the data in the third column, that is payment. So let's come here. Here we will come to this last div where we have added the payment status. So in this div we will add the CSS properties. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes, right? Now in this one we will add the div. So in this div let's add some tailwind classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide flex item center gap 2. Then we have to display a red or green color of dot. So here let's add a div that will display a dot. So in this div simply add the class name property, and here we will add the curly braces and backticks. So here we have to add the height, width and rounded full. So it will be a small dot, and next we have to add the background color. It will be either red or green. So it depends on the paid status. So here we will check that. So just add $ curly braces and we will get the booking dot is paid property, right? And if it is true, then we will add the green color. So just add background green 500 and here we'll add the colon and provide the red color. So here we'll add BG red 500. That's it. So it will add a small dot. After that we will add the text also. So here we'll use the p tag and in this p tag let's add the same class name from here. So let me just copy it and paste it in this class name property. Here we will update some data. So here let me remove this quote and in this one we will simply add the text a small like this. After that we will check the booking is paid or not. So if it is paid, we will display the text in green color. So here let's add text green 500 and if it is false then we will display the text in the red color. So let's add text red 500. After that here we will update the text also. So just add the curly braces and here also we will check the booking dot paid and we will use the ternary operator here. So let's add question mark and if it is paid then we will display the text called paid and then we'll add the colon and here we'll add unpaid when it is false. That's it. So we have added this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the payment status either paid and unpaid and if it is paid it is displaying a green dot and if it is unpaid it is displaying a red dot and the text is also green and red. After that we have to add a button also for the unpaid bookings. So for the unpaid bookings we will add the pay now button. So let's come here and after closing of this div let's add curly braces and here we will check not of booking dot is paid. So when the is paid property is false then only we will display the button. So let's add this small bracket and in this one we will add the button tag, right? Now in this button tag we will add the text that is pay now. Now for this button we will add the CSS properties also. So here we will add the class name and provide these tailwind classes. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So you can see for this unpaid payment we have the pay now button. So we have completed our my bookings page also. Now we have completed all pages for user like my bookings page and hotel list page, then hotel detail page and home page. Next we will create the component and pages for the hotel owner or admin. So let's start with the first component, that is registration of any hotel. So let's come back to the VS Code and here let's open this sidebar and in this components folder we will create a new component. So let's create a new file with the name hotelreg.jsx, that is hotel registration.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE to create the component of hotel registration. Now in this div we will add some CSS properties. So let's add the class name and provide these classes. And here we have to add a form tag. So let's add a form tag and in this form tag first we will add one image. So we will add the image tag. Now in this image we will add the assets from our assets folder. So let's add the assets dot registration image. After that we will add the alt property, that is registration image. Then we will add the class name and here we will provide the width and rounded and we will add the hidden and block. After that, we have to add a div, and within this div we will add the close icon so that we can close this component when we open it using the close icon. So in this one we will add the image tag, and here we will add the assets dot close icon. After that, here we will add the alt property, that is close icon. Next we will add the CSS properties in this image. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will be absolute and it will be aligned in the top right side, right? And after that we have to add one text also in p tag, and the text is register your hotel. So for this p we have to add the font size and font weight. So let's add the class name property and provide the tailwind class. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this div that contains this image and text. So just add the class name property and provide this position relative and these tailwind classes. After adding it, we have to mount this component, and before that let me add the CSS for this form tag also. So let's add the class name property, and in this one let me add the flexbox properties. So we have added these tailwind classes where we have added background white, right? So after that, let's mount this hotel registration component in our app.jsx file. So in this app.jsx, after this navbar, let's mount this component, that is hotel registration, and close this tag. It has been mounted here. Now let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this pop-up, and in the left side we have an image, and in the right side we have this register your hotel text and this cross icon, correct? After that, let's come here, and in this one we will open this hotel registration.jsx component. So in this one we have this div, that is the second column where we have added the cross icon and this text. So after this p tag, let's add a div, and within this div we will add the input field for getting the hotel name. So let me add the comment here, that is hotel name. So here we'll add the input field. So here for this div, let's add the classes. So we have added width and margin top. After that we'll add the label property. So here let's add the label, and in this label we'll add the for name. Then we'll add the CSS properties also. So just add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. Now in this label we'll add the text called hotel name. After that we have to add the input field so that we can get the hotel name. So let's add the input type will be text, and then we'll add the placeholder, that is type here. Then we'll add the CSS properties in this input field. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and then we'll add the required property true, so that this field will be required to submit this form. After that, here we'll add the another div. So let me just duplicate it, and in this one we will add the label tag, and it will be for contact. And before that, let me add the comment also. So here we'll add the comment phone. So this input field is for getting the phone number. After that, here we have to add the label text. So the label text will be phone, and after this we have to add the ID in this input field. So let's add the ID, it will be contact, and let's add the ID in this input field also. Here we'll add the ID, it will be name. Now in this one we will add the type, it will be text, then required true, and then all the same classes, and the placeholder is type here, so let it be. After that, let me duplicate this, and here we'll add the comment address where we'll get the hotel address, right? And in this label text we will provide address, and after that here we'll add the HTML4 address and ID address, correct? And here also placeholder is type here, and the type is text. Now we'll add a drop down menu, so let's add the space here, and here we'll add the comment. So let's add the comment, select city drop down, and here we'll add a div. In this div, first we'll add the label property, and in this label property we'll add the HTML for city, right? And after that we'll add the classes also. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and in this label text let's add city. Now here in this div we'll add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that here we'll add a select tag. So let's add the select tag, and in this select tag we'll add the ID, city, and let me remove this name. Now in this one we have to add the CSS properties. So here we will add the class name and provide this tailwind classes, and after that we have to add the required property. So the required will be true, so that this field will be required to submit this form. After that here in this select tag we have to add the options. So let's add the option tag, and in this option tag we will add the first option, that is select city, right? And after that we will display the city list. So here we'll add the curly braces and we'll get the cities from the assets. So let's add cities, let's click here, so we will get it from the assets. Then we'll add the map method, and in this map method we'll get individual city in the parameter and create this arrow function. Now in this arrow function we will return the option tag, and in this option tag value we will add this city. So let's add curly braces city, and the option text will be city. So here also we'll add curly braces city, and in this key let's add city, like this. After adding it we have to add a button also. So after closing of this div tag, here we will add a button, and in this button we will add the classes. So add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we will add the button text, that is register. That's it. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the hotel name input field, then we have the phone number, then address, and then city, and here we can select the city from this drop down, and here we have this register button, and from here we can close this pop-up, right? So after creating this component we have to hide it. It will be displayed when we click on the registered button, right? So for now I'm going to hide this one. So let's come back here. We will open app.jsx file, and here we have mounted this hotel registration component. So let's add it in curly braces, and here we'll add the false, then and operator. So it will be hidden. When we make it true it will be visible. So you can see if I come back to the web page that registration form is hidden, and if I make it true this form is visible. So now let's make it false again, and here we'll update the logic when we'll create the backend and we'll create the functionality to register a hotel. So for now let's make it false. After that we'll create the dashboard for the hotel owner and admin. So let's come here in this left sidebar, and here we have the components folder. So in this components folder we will create a new folder with the name hotel owner. So in this one we will create all the components for the hotel owner, and here we have the pages folder. So in this one also we'll create a new folder with the name hotel owner. So here we'll create the pages for hotel owner, right? Now in this pages folder we will create different pages. So let's add the first page, that is layout. So here right click and create a new file, layout.jsx. After that, in this hotel owner folder we will create another file, that is dashboard.jsx. Next we will create another file, that is addroom.jsx. So right click and add a new file, addroom.jsx. Next we will add the new page. So here in this hotel owner folder add a new file, that is listroom.jsx. So in this pages folder we have the hotel owner where we have created add room, then dashboard, then layout.jsx, and then list room, correct? And here in this components, here we have the components folder, then we have the hotel owner. So in this one we will create two components, that will be navigation bar and sidebar. So here in this components folder go to hotel owner and here we'll create a new file, that is navbar.jsx, and in this one we'll create a new file, that is sidebar.jsx. So this will be for the hotel owner or admin. Now let's create the navigation bar first. So in this nav bar let's add RAFCE, and here we will return a div. So in this div let's add the CSS properties. So here we'll add this class name property and provide these tailwind classes, and in this one we have to add a logo only. So just add the link tag. We will get this link tag from the React router DOM, so it has been imported, right? Now let's close this tag. Here we'll add the image. So we'll add the image tag, and in this image src we have to add the logo. So let's add curly braces assets dot logo, correct? And here in the alt property we will add logo. After that we have to add the classes also. So add the class name, and here we'll add the height and opacity and invert. That's it. Now in this link we have to add the to property, and here just add the path slash, so that when we click on the logo it will open the home page, right? And after that here we will mount the user button component that we will get from the Clerk. So after this link tag let's add user button. Let's click here. So user button component has been imported from @Clerk/Clerk React. That's it. Now close this tag. So we have created the navigation bar for the hotel owner. After that let's open our layout.jsx file. Here it is. Here we will add RAFCE, and in this one we have a div. So in this div let's add the class name property and provide these classes, and here we will mount the navbar. Let's select this navbar from hotel owner. You can see navbar has been imported from components folder hotel owner/navbar. That's it. Save the changes, and after that we will come to our app.jsx file. So let's open it, and here we have created this my bookings, and after that we have to create a new route tag. So let's add route, and here we will use the closing route tag like this, opening and closing tag, right? Now in this one we have to add the path, and here we'll add /owner. So this will be the path. After that, here we have to add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces and provide the layout. So let's import the layout here. So layout has been mounted on this /owner path. Correct. After that, let's come back to the web page, and in this URL if I type /owner, so here you can see this navigation bar, and in the right side we have this user profile icon that we are getting from the Clerk, right? And from here we can manage the account. That's it. After that, let's come here, and next we have to create the sidebar for the dashboard. So let's open this, and from here we will open this components, then go to sidebar.jsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create this component, and in this one we have a div, right? So in this div, let's add the classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. After that, we have to add the sidebar links. So here, before this return statement, let's add one array. We'll add const, and the array name is sidebar links. Now in this array, we'll add different object that represents individual menu items. So the first menu name will be dashboard, and then we'll add the path. So let's add the path property, and the path will be /owner, like this. After that, we'll add the icon. So let's add the icon property, and in this icon property we will add the assets dot dashboard icon. Now duplicate it. Here we have to add the comma also, and duplicate this line. So the next menu link will be, or menu text will be, add room, and here we'll add the path /owner/add room, and here we'll add the icon that will be assets.add icon. After that, we'll add the third menu text, that is list room, and here we'll add the path that is /owner/list room, and here we'll update the icon. It will be list icon. So now we have this array, and using this array we will display the menu items on the left sidebar. So here within this div we will add curly braces and use this sidebar link, and here let's add the map method, and in this one we will add the arrow function where we'll return this small bracket, and here in this parameter we will get individual item and index, and here we will return a navlink tag. So let's use this navlink. We will get this navlink tag from React Router DOM. So it has been imported from React Router DOM. Let me open this tag and use this self-closing. Or instead of this self-closing, we will use the closing nav tag also. So let's add this navlink closing and opening tag, like this. After that, we have to add the to property here. So we will add the to property, and in this to we will add the item dot path that we are getting from here. Correct? So when we click here, it will open these path. After that, we have to add the key property, and in this key we will add index. Right? Here we'll add the end, and in this end let's add /owner. After that, we'll add the class name property, and here we have to add the classes based on is active. We will get this is active from the React Router DOM because we are using this nav links. Suppose this path is active, then the is active will be true. So here let's add the arrow function, and in this parameter we'll get is active property, right? And here we will return this backticks, and in this backticks let's add these classes, correct? And after that we will check the is active property. So let's add $, curly braces, and we will use this is active, and if it is true then we will add the border and other CSS properties like this, and if it is false then we'll add the colon, and here we will add this another Tailwind classes. So we have provided these classes when it is false, right? Now before this closing nav link tag, here we'll add the image, because in this nav link we have to add the icon also and text also. So we are using the image tag, then we'll add curly braces, and here we will use the item.icon, and after that we will add the alt property, and in this alt property we will use the item.name, and then we'll add the classes also. So let's add the class name property, and here we will add the minimum width and minimum height. After this image we will add the text in p tag. So in this text we will add the item's name, so just copy and paste it here, this item name, and here we will add the class name property, and here we will add these Tailwind classes. So we have created the left sidebar for our dashboard. After that we have to mount this sidebar also, so we will mount it in the layout. So let's open layout.jsx file, and after this navbar we will add a div, and in this div let's add this sidebar component. So you can see this sidebar component has been imported from this components folder /hotel owner /sidebar. After that, here in this div we will add the class name property. So let's add flex and height full. After that, here we will add a div, and within this div we will add all the children component. For that we have to just add the outlet. Just import this outlet from the React router DOM. So all the children component will be displayed here within this div. So here let's add the class name property, and in this one we'll add flex1 so that it will use the entire space available and it will be displayed in the right side. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this navigation bar, and here we have this left sidebar for this owner path, correct? Now we have to create different pages like dashboard, add room, and this list room, right? So let's come here and let's open this app.jsx, and in this app.jsx we have to mount all our pages for the hotel owner. So in this one we will add the route tag. It will be self-closing like this, and in this first one we will add the index. Then we will add the element, and in this element let's add curly braces and provide the dashboard. So let's add dashboard here. So it is not coming in the recommendation because we have not added the RAFC here. So let's add RAFC in dashboard.jsx, then add room.jsx, and then list room.jsx RAFC. Now let's come to app.jsx, and here we can add this dashboard. So now we are getting the suggestion, just click here, so dashboard will be imported here. Now let's duplicate this line, and here in the second one we will add the path, and in the path we will add room, and in this element we will provide the add room page. So let's add this add room page. It has been imported. Now duplicate it, and in the third one we will add list room. So here we will add list room, and here we will update the page. It will be list room from the pages folder. After adding these routes, let's come back to the web page, and now if I click on this add room, it will open this add room page. If I click on list room, it will open this list room page. You can see the URL, it is updating. You can see the URL is /owner/list room. If I click here, now the URL is /owner/add room. Then if I click on dashboard, here we have the /owner. That's it. So now we'll design this dashboard page where we'll display the total booking and total earning, and we will also display the recent bookings. So let's come here and we will open dashboard.jsx file. So in this one, first we have to add a title. For that we will use the title component. So let's import the title component here, and in this title component we have to provide some props. So first let's add the alignment, and the alignment will be left. So we have to add the left in quote. After that we have to add the font also. So in this font, let's add the font name, that is outfit. After that we have to add the title props. So in this title we have to add the text, that is dashboard. After that we have to add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we'll add a small description. So let me provide this description here in this subtitle. Now save the changes. So here you can see we have this dashboard and this description. Correct? After that we have to create a container where we will display two cards to display the total booking and total revenue. So let's create a container div, and in this div we have to add the two columns. So we will add the flex box. So just add the class name and provide flex, and then provide the gap and margin from y-axis. Now in this one, first we have to add the card for total number of bookings. So here we'll add total booking comment, and in this one let's add the div, and here after this div we will display the total revenue. So let's add another comment, total revenue, and here also we'll add a div. Now let's start with the first one. So in this first div we have to add some classes. So let's add this class name here, and after that in this div we will add the image. So we'll use the image tag, then we'll add curly braces in the src and provide the assets dot total booking icon, right? And after that in this image also we have to add the classes. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, right? After that we have to display the text called total booking, then we will display the total booking data. So we will group it in a div. So let's add a div, and in this div we will add the p tag where we will display the text total bookings, and after that we will add one more p tag where we will display the total booking data. So we'll get it from the asset file. In the assets we have already added the dummy data, right? So first we'll store that in a state variable. So before this return statement, let's add a state variable const, and the state variable name is dashboard data, and the setter function name is set dashboard data equal to, we will use the use state, and in this use state we will add dashboard dummy data from the assets. You can see dashboard dummy data from the assets has been imported, right? Now we can use this data here. So here let's add curly braces dashboard data dot total bookings. So we will get the total number of bookings. Now for this one we have to add the CSS properties. So in this p tag we'll add these classes, and for this first p where we have added total booking we will add these classes. Now for this div also we have to add the class name. So just add the class name property, and here we will add the flexbox classes. So let's provide these classes here, right? Now come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the icon, then text total booking and booking count, that is 3. Similarly we will add one more card. So let's come here and duplicate this div. So let's copy and paste it here. Instead of this div we will paste this div, right? and here the background will be same. Then we have this image, so let's update this image. It will be assets dot total revenue icon, right? And after that, let's update this text, that is total revenue, and then we will update this data. So here we have to add the $sign for the currency, and then we will add the total revenue property like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we can see we have the total bookings and total revenue, right? After that, we have to display the recent bookings. So let's come here, and after closing of this div and this container div, here we'll add the comment. So let me add the comment text, recent bookings, and here we will display a text in h2 tag. So the text is recent bookings like this. And to design this text, we'll add the CSS properties. So here let's add the class name and provide these classes. So you can see here we have the recent bookings text, correct? Next we have to display a table, and we'll display this table in a div. So let's add a div. So in this div, we will add the class name, and here let's add these classes. So first we have to display the table head. So let's add the table tag. Now in this table tag, we'll add t head like this. Now in this table, we have to provide the width full. So here we'll add class name width full for this table. Now in this table head, we'll add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the background color like this. Next, in this table head, we'll add the data. So we'll use the table row tr, and in this one we'll add table head data, that is th, right? And in this one, first we have to add the username, like who has booked the hotel. Then we have to add the room name, then total amount and payment status. So let me add the CSS properties also for the first one. So here we'll add the class name and provide these classes. So let me move it in the left side so that you can see it in single line. Now let's duplicate it, and in the second one we'll add the text, that is room name. So here we'll update this room name. In the third one we'll add total amount. So let's add total amount here. And in the fourth one we'll add payment status. So let's add payment status here like this. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here we have this table head. Now here we'll update the CSS. So in this second one, we will add max sm hidden. Now in the third one, we will add text center like this, and in the fourth one also we'll add text center. We have corrected the classes. Now come here. Now it is looking good. You can see these are in the center of this column, right? Now after this table head, we have to add the table body. So here let's add a space, and here we'll add t body tag, and in this t body we'll add the text small. So just add class name and provide this text small. After that, here we have to get the table data from our dashboard data state. So let's add curly braces, and we will add dashboard data dot bookings dot map, and in this one we'll add the item, comma, index. And here we'll create the arrow function with this small bracket, and here we will return the tr tag. And in this tr we'll add the key property where we'll add the index. Right? Now in this tr, first we have to add the user's name, then we'll add the room type, then total price, and then we'll add the button. So here let's add the td for table data, and in this one we will add curly braces, item dot user dot, we will add the username. Right? After that, here we'll add the class name also. So let's add the class name property and provide these Tailwind classes like this. Now let me duplicate this table data. So let's duplicate it, and in this one we have to display the room type. So let's add item dot room type, and here we'll update the classes. So in this one we'll add one more class, that is max sm hidden. Right? After that, let me just copy this and paste it here. So in this one we have to display the total price, and with that we'll display the currency symbol. So just add $, and here we'll add item dot total price like this. And in this one we have to add the class name. So here just add a space and provide text center. That's it. Now let's add one more td tag, that is the last one. So in this one let's add the classes. So just add the class name and provide these classes. After that, here we have to add the button tag. So let's add the button tag, and in this button tag we'll add curly braces, and we will check the item dot is paid property. If it is true, then we will display the text called completed, and if it is false, then we will display text called pending like this. So we have added the button. Now for this button we have to add the classes also. So here we will add the class name property, and in this one let's add curly braces and backticks and provide these classes. After that we have to add the classes based on the payment status. So here let's add $, curly braces, and we will check the item dot is paid. So if this is paid is true, then we will add the background green and text green like this, and if it is false, then we will use background amber and text yellow. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the button with green color and yellow color. So we have the username, then room type, then total amount, then payment status. So we have completed this dashboard section also, where we are displaying total booking, total revenue, and recent booking data. Right? Next we will create this add room page. Right? So let's come back to the VS Code and open our addroom.jsx file. In this add room page, we have to create a form where user can enter the room type, then price and amenities, and user can choose the images of the hotel room and submit the form so that the rooms will be added in the hotel. So for that we will create the state variable where we will store the form data. So here let's add const, and we will add the state variable name, that is images, where we will store the image that user will upload as room image. So let's add the state variable name images, and the setter function name is set images, and here we will initialize it with one object, because we have to add the 4 images. So let's add use state. Use state has been imported, and in this one let's add one object. So in this object we'll add the property like 1, and in this one we'll add null. So by default there is no image selected. Now let's add 2, that is for the second image. Here also we'll add null. Now let's duplicate it. It will be 3 and 4, right? After that we will create another state variable with the name inputs, where we will store the input data. So let's add a state variable with name input, and the setter function name is setInputs, and here we will use the user state. And in this one again we will add one object, and in this object first we have to add the room type. So let's add the room type, and by default it will be empty string. After that we have to add the pricing. So let's add the price per night property, and it will be 0 by default. And then we'll add the amenities property, and in this amenities we will add another object, and in this object let's add the properties like free Wi-Fi, and here by default we'll add false, correct? Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the second amenities, that is free breakfast. Then we'll add the room service. Then the next amenity is mountain view, and let's duplicate it and add one more amenity, that is pool access. So these are the amenities that user can upload from the form. Now here in this div we will create our form. So instead of this div we will use the form tag only, like this, form opening and closing tag. And in this one first we have to add the title. So we will import the title component, and in this title component we have to provide the properties. So let's add the alignment property, and the alignment will be left. So here we'll add left. After that we have to add the font. So we will add the font outfit. So we have added the props font outfit. After that we have to add the title. So the title will be add room. After that we will add the subtitle, and in the subtitle we will add this description, like this. Now save the changes, and if I come back here, so in this add room you can see we have the title and subtitle, correct? After that we have to add a text called images, and after that we will display the option to choose the images from the desktop. So let's come here, and here let's add the comment. So we'll add the comment upload area for images, like this. And here we'll add the text in p tag, where we'll add the text images, and here we'll add the class name property also. And in this class name we have to add the text color and margin from the top, right? After that let's add a div, and in this div we will add curly braces, and we'll add the object. Then we'll add the keys, and here we'll add the images state, right? So in this images state we have the keys 1 2 3 4. So here let's add dot map method, and in this map we will get individual key, and here we will return one small bracket, and in this one we will add the label tag, like this. Now let's add the CSS properties in this div, where we will display all the upload area icon or uploaded images. So here we will add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will be displayed as a grid. Now in this label tag first we have to add the HTML4. So in this HTML4 let's add curly braces, backticks, and here we will add room image. Then we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the key. So it will be like room image 1 2 3 4, right? After that here we have to add the key property, and in this key let's add curly braces and provide the key. Let me move this closing bracket here. Now it is correct. After that, in this label tag, we have to add the image. So let's add the img tag, and in this image src, let's add curly braces. So here we have to add this images state, and in this one let's use this key, right? And here we will add the question mark. Suppose in this one we have the image available, then we will create the URL. So let's add URL dot create object URL, and here we will provide this images and key like this. And if it is not available, in that case let's add colon, and here we will add the assets dot upload area. So this upload area image will be added here, and when we select any image from the desktop or laptop, then that selected image will be displayed here in this image tag. Now in this image tag we have to add the classes also. So here let's add the space and provide the class name property, and in this one we will add the maximum height, cursor pointer and opacity. After this image we will add the input field. Using that we can upload the image, right? So here we'll add the input, and the type will be file, and in this one we will add the accepted file type. So let's add accept property, and here in this accept property we will add image/star. So it will upload any of the image file, right? After that we'll add the ID property, and in this ID we have to add the same thing that is here. So let's copy this HTML4 from here and paste it in this ID, correct? After that here we'll add the hidden property. So by default it will be hidden, and it is inside this label tag. So when we click on the label, it will open a window to choose the image, correct? Now in this input field we will add the onChange property also. So let's add onChange, and in this onChange let's add the arrow function with event in the parameter, and here we will use the setter function set images, and in this set images let's add the object, and we will use the spread operator and use the images state, and here we will add the key, and after that we will add e.target.files, and then we will add the index 0 like this. So when we will upload any image, it will be stored in this images state. After adding it, let's save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see we have total 4 upload area icon, and if I click here it will open a window to upload the image. So let's click here. So you can see it is opening this window to upload the image, and let's choose this image. So this image is displayed here. Let's click on the second one. Now we can choose another image like this. Let's click here, choose the next image, and maximum we can upload 4 images like this. After that let's come here, and here we'll add the input field to get the room type data and pricing. So after this label tag, here we have this closing div. So here let's add a space, and here we will add a div, and in this div we have to add the 2 columns. In the left one we will add the select box to choose the room type, and in the right side we will add the input field to get the price. So here in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will add the width, and we will add the flexbox classes. So just added this tailwind classes, correct? Now let's add the first div in this one. So in the first div let's add the class name property, and here let's add this class. After that here we have to add the text in p tag. So the text is room type. Now for this text we will add the classes. So we will add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes. After that we will add the select tag, and in this select tag let me remove this name property, and we will remove this ID also, and here we will add the class name. So in this select tag, we will add these tailwind classes like this, and after that here we have to add the options in this select. So we will add the option tag. In this option tag, let's add the value, it will be empty string, and here we will add the option text, that is select room type. Now duplicate it. Here we will add the room type, that is single bed, and here we will add the value, it will be single bed. Now duplicate it, and here we will add another room type, that is value double bed, and the text is also double bed. Then we will add luxury room in the third one, and here also we will add luxury room. Then we will add the family suite. So let's add the value and option text family suite. Now here in this select tag, we have to add the onChange property and value property. So let's add onChange. In this onChange, we will add the arrow function with the event in the parameter. After that, we will use the setter function set inputs, and in this one let's add curly braces, and we will use the spread operator and provide the inputs state. Then we will add room type, and in this room type we will add e.target.value. After that, here we have to add the value property also. So in this select tag, we will add the value property, and in this value property let's add inputs dot room type. That's it. After that, this div is closing here. So here we'll create another div, and in this one we have to add the text, that is price per night, and then we'll get the price using the input field. So here let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the price, and then we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag let's add per night, and in this span tag we'll add the text extra small, so just add the class name and provide this class name. And here in this p tag, let's add the class name property and provide the margin and text color. Right? After this p, we will add the input field to get the price data. So here we will add the type number. Right? And after that, we will add the placeholder. So in this placeholder, we will add 0. Then we will add the classes. So just add the class name property and provide these classes for this input field. Correct. After that, we have to add the value property, and in this value property we will get the inputs, and in this inputs we have the price per night. Right. After that, we will add the onChange property, and in this onChange let's add the event in the parameter and create the arrow function, and here we will use the setter function, that is set inputs, and in this set inputs let's add curly braces, spread operator, and provide the inputs, and here we will add price per night property, and here we will add e.target.value. That's it. So we have added 2 input fields. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the room type and price per night. If I click here, we can choose the room type and we can set the price for that. After that, we have to add the amenities. So let's come here, and after closing of these div and before this form tag, let's add a p tag. So in this p tag, we will add the text called amenities, and in this p we will add the classes. So just add the class name property, and here we will provide these tailwind classes. So after that, we will add a div. So let's add a div tag. In this div tag, we have to display all the amenities. So to display that, let's add a flex box here. So in this div, we will add the class name and provide these classes: flex, flex column, flex wrap, and these tailwind classes. After that, we'll display the amenities from our inputs state. So here let's add curly braces, object dot keys, and in this keys let's add inputs state dot amenities. After that, we'll add the map method, and in this map method let's add one arrow function where we will return this small bracket, and here we'll add amenities and index number in this parameter, and here we will return a div. So in this div we have to add the key property, so let's add the key property and provide the index that we are getting from the parameter. After that, we'll add the input field. So in this input field we'll add the type, and the type will be checkbox. And after that, we have to add the ID, and in this ID let's add curly braces, and we will provide the backticks, and here we will use amenities, and then we'll add $, curly braces, and we will use index plus 1. So the index starts from 0, so we will get amenities 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. After that, we'll add the checked property. So let's add checked, and in this checked we will add curly braces, and let's provide inputs state dot amenities, and here let's add this individual amenity that we are getting from this parameter, right? And after that, here we have to add the onChange property also. So let's add onChange. In this onChange property, we will add one arrow function, and here we will use the setter function, that is set inputs, and here we will add one object where we will add a spread operator and inputs state, and in this one we have to update the amenities property. So let's add amenities, and in this amenities again add curly braces and provide a spread operator, inputs state dot amenities, and then let's add comma, and here we will add this amenity that we are getting from the parameter, and here let's add colon not of inputs dot amenities and provide this amenity. So if this amenity is true, it will store false, and if it is false, it will store true. You can see in this state we have added false for all the amenities, right? So when we check or uncheck, it will make it true to false or false to true. After that, here we have to add the label tag. So here let's add the label. In this label we will add HTML for. So let's add this ID. Let's copy this one, paste it here, that is amenities and index plus 1. After that, here we will add the text. So let's add curly braces, and we will add this individual amenity. That's it. Now we have to add a button also. So before this closing form tag, we will add a button tag, and the button text is add room, correct? And here we will add the class name property for this button and provide these element classes to design this button. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So on this web page, you can see here we have these amenities, and here we have the checkbox, right? We can check and check this one. So we can select the image, choose the room type, price and amenities, and click on add room. So this room will be added in the hotel. After that, here we have to add the space also. So you can see here we have the input field and then we have the label. So let's add a space here. So now you can see the space between this input field and this label text. If I click on this label text, still we can check and uncheck this one. So we have created our add room page. After that, we will create this list room page where we will display the list of rooms for our hotel. So let's come here and we will open this page, that is listroom.jsx file. And in this one, here we have to get the room data from our asset. So before this return statement, we will create a state variable. So just add const, and the state variable name is rooms, and the setter function is set rooms. And here we will add the user state, and user state has been imported, and here we will get the dummy data from the assets. So just add rooms dummy data, right? After that, let's come to this div, and first we will add the title component. So let's add the title component has been imported, and here we have to provide the props. So here we'll add the alignment and font property. So let's add align left and font outfit. After that, we'll add the title property, and in this title we have to add room listings. After that, we'll add the subtitle, and in this subtitle we'll add the small description. So we have added this description in this subtitle. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see room listings. After this title component, we will add a text. So let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add the text all rooms, and here we will add the classes. So just add the class name property, and in this one we have to add the text color and margin top. Now you can see this text here, all rooms. After that, we have to create a table. So we have already created it in this dashboard. You can see here we have created this table with 4 columns. So we are going to use the same format. So let's come here and let's copy it from this dashboard. Here in this dashboard, you can see we have this div. So in this div, we have this table, and then we have this table head. So let's copy this first div and paste it here in this list room. We will paste this div here like this, right? Now in this div, we have to add this table. Let's copy and paste it here within this div. So paste this table tag and close this tag. Now in this table tag, we have to add this table head. Let's copy this and paste it here. So you can see here we have added one div, and in this one we have to add some margin from the top. So we'll add margin top, right? And after that, we have this table tag, then we have this table head tag, then we have this tr, and in this tr we have th, table headings. So first we have the name. Let's add the name here in the first one. Then in the second one, we will add the facility. So let's add the facility here in the second one. In the third one, we will add the price per night like this. And after that, from this one, we will remove this text center. Correct. And after that, in the last one, we will add the action. So let's add the action in this last th. And here we have the text center, let it be. So after creating this table head, we will create the table body also. So after closing of this th or t head, we will add t body like this. And in this t body, we have to add the text size small. So just add the class name and provide text small. Now in this one, we'll add curly braces, and here we will use the rooms. we have the rooms state, right? And in this one we'll add the map method, and in this map let's add the arrow function so that we can get the individual room. And here we'll add the small bracket and it will return the tr, that is table row. And in this parameter we will get the individual item and index number. And in this tr we can add the key property where we will add the index number like this. So let's add the first table data here. So in this one we will add the td property, and in this td property first we have to add the room name. So let's add item dot room type like this. After that we'll add next td tag. So before that we'll add the css properties for this td. So we'll add these classes. So let me move it in the left side so that you can see it in the same line. Now you can see these classes in one line. After that let's add the another td tag. So let's duplicate it, and here we have to add the amenities. So in this one we will add item dot amenities dot join, and here we'll add this quote, and in this one we'll add comma space. So it will join all the amenities separated by comma. And here we have to add some extra classes. So let's add this class name here, that is max sm hidden. So it will be displayed in the facility column. After that we have to display the price, right? So here let's add one more td tag. So in this td, let me remove this small hidden, correct? And after that in this one we have to display the price. So just add item dot price per night. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the room type in the first column, then we have the facilities or amenities, then we have the price, and in the last column we have to add the action button. So let's come here, and here let's add one more td tag. So we will duplicate this one, and in this one we will add text small, then text red 500. So here we have the text gray 700. So we will remove this one, right? So we have added border top, then border color, then text small, then text color red 500. And after that we'll add the text center like this, correct? Next we'll add the label tag. So let me remove this, and here we'll add the label tag, and in this label tag let's add the css properties. So here let's add the class name and provide these css properties in this label tag. Now from this label tag we can remove this html4, and within this label tag let's add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox. So let's add checkbox. After that we'll add the class name property, and in this class name property we'll add these tailwind classes. Then we have to add the checked property. So in this checked property let's add curly braces and provide the item dot is available. So we have added the input field. After that we'll add the div to design this checkbox. So here we'll add a div, and in this div let's add the class name properties. So let's add the class name property and provide these tailwind classes in this div, right? And after this div we'll add a span tag. So let's add the span tag here, and in this span tag we will add the class name property and provide these classes that you can see here. So we have created this action button. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have this action button. We can click here, So we have created our room list page also, where we are displaying the room type, facility, price and action button. So let's see all the pages. We have created this dashboard with list room, then we have created add room, from where we can add a new room, and here we have a dashboard, right? Let's click on this logo, so it will open the home page, and if I scroll down, here we have these hotels. If I click here, it will open this hotel detail page, and after that, if I go to hotels from this menu, it will display the hotel list page, where we have the filtered option in the right side, correct? And after that, we have created the my bookings page also. So this is the my bookings page, and after that, we have also created a form to add a new hotel. So finally, we have completed the front end of our hotel booking website. Next, we will create the backend using Node.js and Express, and after that, we will connect the backend with our front end to create a fully functional full stack hotel booking website. To create the backend of this hotel booking website, let's come back to the VS Code, and here let's close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now in this left sidebar, we have this client folder. So let me collapse this. Now here we will create one more folder in this hotel booking repository. So here we'll create a new folder and write the folder name server. So in this server folder, we will create the backend. Now in this server folder, we will create our first file. So let's create a new file in this server folder, and the file name is server.js. So this will be the main file of our backend. After that, we have to initialize the node package manager. So here in this server folder, right click and select open in integrated terminal. So it will open this integrated terminal, and in this terminal you can see we are in the hotel booking directory, then server directory, right? So make sure you are in the server directory, and here let's add npm init, and after that we'll add -y. So it will select yes for all the default questions. So after adding this npm init y, let's press enter. So now our project has been created with the name server, and here we have the main file, that is server.js. You can see in this server folder we have a package.json file. Let's open it. So in this package.json, you can see here we have the project name server, then we have the version description and the main file server.js, right? After that, let's expand this terminal, and here we have to add some packages. Using that, we will create our backend server. So first we will use the Express package. Using Express, we will create the backend. So here we will add npm install, or you can write npm I and write the package name Express. After that, we need another package, that is .env. So let's add .env. Using this .env, we can use the environment variables in our backend project. After that, we will add chords package. So write this chords. Using this, we can allow our backend to connect with any other front-end URL. After that, we will add the mongoose package, and using the mongoose, we will connect the project using mongoDB database. So we will add mongoose. After that, we need the cloudnuddy package, and using cloudnuddy, we will upload the hotel image on the cloud storage. After that, we will add the multer package. This multer package will help us to upload the image. After that, we need another package, that is svix. So we'll add svix. Using this svix, we will make our API call. So this package will help us with the HTTP request. So here you can see we have added npm i express.env, cors, mongoose, cloudnuddy, multer and svix. Now press enter, so it will install these packages. So now these packages has been installed, and in the server folder we have a new folder called node_modules, where we have all the packages that we have just installed. Correct? After that, here let's minimize this, and in this one you can see we have this name, version, description and main file. So after this, let's add one more script here. So here let me add the type. We will add this type, and by default the type is common.js, but here we will use the module. Using this type module, we can use the import statement in our backend project. So we have added type module, and in this one you can see we have the dependencies, and in this dependencies all these dependencies are listed that we have just installed. Right? After that, let's come to this server.js file, where we will create our basic server using Express. So first let's import the Express from Express package. So we have imported the Express. After that, let's import .env/config. Using this, we can use the environment variables in our project. After that, we will import the cors from cors package. That's it. Now here let's create an app using Express. So we'll add const app equal to Express. So we have created one app. Now in this app we will add use, and in this one we will provide cors that will allow the backend to connect with any front end. So let me add the comment also. So here we'll add enable cross origin resource sharing. Right? After that, here we will add app.get. So we will create the first route, that is get, and here we will add the endpoint slash. So this is the main route, and here we will add a function where we will get the request and response. So let's add request and response in the parameter and create the arrow function. Now this arrow function will return a response. So let's add response dot send, and in this one we will send a message. So the message is API is working. So whenever we will hit this API endpoint using get method, then we will get the message API is working. Right? And after that, we need a port number also to run this application or app. So here let's add const, and we will add port, and in this port we will add process.env.port. So if this port is available in the environment variable, then that port number will be used, and else we will use the 3000 port number. After that, here we will add the app.listen that will start this backend server. So we will add app.listen, and in this listen, first we have to provide the port where this backend should start. So we will add this port here. After that, we will add the function, and in this function let's add console log, where we will add the message. So let's add the message here, server running on port, and provide this port number using template literal because we have used the backticks. So we have created a basic express server that will run on this 3000 port number, and when we will run it, we will get the response that is API is working, and in the terminal we will see this message. So to run this backend server, let's come back to the terminal again. You can see we are in the server directory, and here we will run it using this script. So in this package.json, you can see here we have this a start script, right? So we will use it here. npm run start, press enter. So now you can see the message in this terminal, server running on port 3000. And now let's open the web browser. Here we will open new tab, and in this new tab we will open localhost colon 3000. So now you can see the message here, API is working. So this is how we have created a basic express application. Now let's come here, and you can see if I make changes here, if I make API is working fine, save the changes and come back here, you can see still we have the same message. The updated message is not reflecting because when we make changes in the backend, then we have to restart the backend, and to restart the backend we have to stop this project and start again using npm run start. So to solve this, we will install one more package. So let's stop this project using Ctrl C, Y for yes. And here we will add a new package that is node-mon, and we will install this package in the development dependency or dev dependency. For that we will use npm install -save -dev, then node-mon. Let's press enter. Let me expand it so that you can see this node-mon has been installed. And now let's open the package.json file. So if I open this package.json, in this one here we have this dev dependencies. In this dev dependencies we have this node-mon and this one, because we will use this package in the development environment only, not on the production. After adding it here, let me remove this test script, and here instead of this test, let's write server, and here let's copy this node server.js and update it as node-mon, like this. Now what will happen when we will use this script server, then it will execute this line, that is node-mon and server.js file. So after adding it, save the changes, and let's come here in this terminal. Here we will write npm run server, press enter. So now you can see it will start the project using node-mon, and you can see the message server running on port 3000. And if I come back to the web page, refresh it, so here you have the message API is working fine. And now let's come here in this server.js file, that is our main file, and here if I make any changes, like if I add the text server is working, I mean API is working. So we have made the changes, save the changes, and let's come here, refresh it. You can see the changes is reflecting automatically because the node-mon will automatically restart the server when we make changes in the project. So this basic express app is successfully running. Now we will connect our project with the mongoDB database. So let's open a new tab and search for mongoDB Atlas. Open this website, Atlas database. Here you need to sign in. So let's click here. And if you don't have an account, you can click on this sign up link and sign up on this website using your Google account, GitHub account, or you can also use the email ID. And I already have the account, so I'll click here on Google. So I'll sign in using my Google account. After login, you will see some questions. Just fill that, and after that you will see this screen to create a cluster. So let's click on this button, create, and here you need to choose this free option. Let's click on this free button. So it will ask you to provide the cluster name. So here we have the cluster 0, so let it be, I'll not change it. And then you need to choose the cloud provider. So let me choose the Google Cloud. And from this drop down, you need to select the nearest region. You can choose any of the region, it works. So I'll choose my nearest region here, and then click on this button, create deployment. After that, here we have to create a database user. So let's add the database user name, that is GreatStack, which is our channel name, and here we will add the password for this GreatStack database user, right? So make sure to remember this password, and in this password you need to use the simple password. Do not use the @ symbol or hashtag in this password. So I'll keep my password simple. I'll write GreatStack 123. You can see we have added a simple password, GreatStack 123, and the username is GreatStack. After that, let's click on create database user button. So this database user has been created. Then click on proceed to connect. Now here we have the different options to connect the database. So here we will choose this first one, drivers, and in this one we will choose this drop down and use this mongoose. Let's click here on this mongoose. So here we have the step, that is npm install mongoose. So we have already installed the mongoose. After that, here we have a string that we can use to connect with our database, right? So in this one, let's copy the selected part only. Here we'll copy this string till here, that is mongoDB.net. You can see, let's copy this from a start and copy till here where we have the mongoDB.net. That's it. Copy this part, and let's come here in our VS Code, and in this one let's open the sidebar, and in this server folder we will create a new file and write the file name .env. In this .env file we have to create a environment variable. So write the environment variable name mongoDB URI. And in this mongoDB URI, just paste the connection string. So let's see the connection string again. It is starting from mongoDB plus srv, right? And it will end like this, mongoDB.net. Do not add anything after this point. Don't add the / also, right? So it should end like this, mongoDB.net. After that, here you can see we have the database username, right? So we have provided the database username GreatStack, and the database password we have to provide here. So we have to provide it before this @ and after this colon. So let me remove this bracket, and here we'll add the database password. So the database user's password is GreatStack 123. Write your own password here and your own username. Now save the changes. That's it. So we have added the mongoDB connection string here, and let's come back to the mongoDB website again, and let's click on this button close at the bottom. So we have created a cluster and obtained the connection string. After that, we have to update the connection IP address. So in the left side, scroll down, and here in this security you will find this network access. Let's click here on this network access, and in this network access we have the IP address listed, right? So this is the current IP address. So let's click on this edit button. And here let's click on this button, allow access from anywhere. So it will add this 0.0 like this. So just click on this button, allow access from anywhere, and click on confirm. So now you can see the status, it is pending. So just wait for the status to be updated. Now you can see the status, it is active. So now we can connect with the database from any IP address. So let's come back to the VS Code. And here in this left sidebar, let's open this server folder. And in this server folder, we will create a new folder called config. In this configs folder, we will add all the configurations files that will help us to connect with other services like mongoDB and CloudNetDB, etc. And let's create the complete folder structure here only. So in this server folder, we'll create another folder with the name controllers. In this controllers folder, we'll add all the controllers file. Using that, we'll create the APIs. After that, in this server folder, let's create another folder called middleware. In this middleware folder, we will store the middleware that are used before executing the controller files on the API call. After that, here we'll create another folder with the name models, where we will store the models that are used to store the data in the mongoDB database. After that, in this one, we'll create another folder called routes, where we will declare all the routes for the API. So we have created the folder structure, and in this one we have this configs folder also. So let's open this configs folder, and in this configs folder we will create a new file, that is database file. So right click on this configs and create the file db.js, that is database.js. In this one, we have to connect our project with the mongoDB database, and for that we will use the mongoose package. So we will import the mongoose. So let's add import mongoose from mongoose package. Correct. After that, we will create a function that will connect the project with the mongoDB database. So just add const connect db, and let's create the arrow function, and this will be asynchronous arrow function. So here we will add the async keyword, right? After that, in this one we will add the try catch statement. So let's add try catch, and in this try block we will add await. Then we will add this mongoose dot connect, and in this one we have to provide the mongoDB connection string that is stored in our environment variable. So to get it, here we will add the backticks, $, curly braces, and in this one we have to provide the environment variable. To access the environment variable, let's add process.env dot and the name. So let's copy the name mongoDB URI. Let's copy and paste it here, right? After that, we have to add the project name. So here we will add the /, and here you can add the project name. So I'm going to add the project name, that is hotel booking. So let's add it, hotel booking. So we have added the mongoDB connection string, then / and project name. It could be anything you want. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we will add console log, and in this console log we will get this error, and from this error we will find the message property. So we will get the message in the terminal. Now suppose when we are connected with the database, then we need a message also when we are connected. For that we will register an event here. So here, before this line, let's add mongoose dot connection dot on, and here we will add the event name. So the event name is connected. So whenever we will be connected with the database, then we will execute a function. So let's create the arrow function, and in this arrow function, let's add the message in console. So in the console, we will print the message called database connected. So let's add the message here, database connected. Here we have to move this semicolon. So now you can see here we have created one event that is connected, and when we are connected with the database, it will print this message in console or terminal. Then we have added this await mongoose.connect and provided this connection URI and project name. So we have created this function. Next we have to export this function. So just add export default, and here we will add the function that is connectDB. So we have exported this function. Now we can use this function in any other file also. So let's open our server.js file, and in this server.js file we have to call this function. So here, before this app express, let's call this connectDB function. So you can see connectDB function has been imported from configs file /db. So let's provide the complete file name, that is db.js. Make sure to add the complete file name for all the imports, and here we will call this function using this parenthesis. So we have added this connectDB that will connect the project in mongoDB database. So let's open the terminal now. So in this terminal you can see we have the message server running on port 3000, and with that we have the message database connected. So now we are connected with the database. Now let's hide this terminal, and after that we need the user data in our database. Suppose a new user has been created on our front end, then we need that data, and we will store the user data in the database. And to store any data in the mongoDB database, we have to create the models. So let's open this sidebar, and in this models folder we will create a new file called user.js. Now in this user.js we will create the model using mongoose. So let's import the mongoose. We will add import mongoose from mongoose package. Now to create the model we need to create the schema. So let's add const, and the schema name is user schema. We can write our own name, so let's add user schema equal to, then we will use the mongoose dot schema constructor, and in this one we will provide the object where we have to define different properties for the user data. So let's add the first property, that is _id, and in this one we will add the type. So the type will be string. So the user ID type is a string and it is required. So here we will add the required property, and the required will be true. Right? To save any user data, we need the user ID and it is mandatory. So we have added required true. After that, duplicate this line, and here we will add the next property. Here we have to provide the comma. So the next property will be username, and it is also type a string required true. Now let's duplicate it. Then the third property will be email, and here also required true and type a string. Now let's add one more line, and here we'll add image, and in this image we will add type a string required true. So we will get this image URL from the Clerk. After that, let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the role. So let's add the role, and here we will add type a string, and after that let me remove this required, and instead of required we will add the enum. So these are the values that can be used as the role. So here we have to add user, so the role could be either user or hotel owner. So here we'll add user and hotel owner like this. After that we'll add the comma, and here we'll add the default value for this role. So let's add the default property, and by default when a new user will be created, the role will be user. After that let me just copy this line, paste it here. Here we'll add recent search cities like this, and in this one we'll add the array. So let's add this array, and in this array we have added object type a string required true. After that here let's add the comma, and in this one we'll add one more object where we'll add the timestamps, and in the timestamps we will write true. So it will automatically store the timestamp when this user was created. So here we have created one user schema, right? Using this user schema we will create the user model. So let's add const user equal to mongoose.model, and in this one we will add the user and we will add the user schema. So the model name is user, and we have used this user schema to create this user model, right? After that we have to export this user model from here. So just add export default and provide this user, so that we can use this user model in any other file. So we have created the user model. After that, using this user model we can save the user data in the database. But from where we will get the user data? We are getting the user from Clerk. So from the Clerk we will get the user data, right? So in our backend project also we have to set up the Clerk. For that let's come back to the Clerk website, or you can use the link given in the description that will directly take you to the Clerk website. So after opening this clerk.com, we will click on this docs. Here we will open clerk.com/docs, and here in the left side you can see select your SDK. So from here we will select Express. So scroll down and choose this Express. And after that here we have the Express Quick Start. So you can see the steps. So first we have to install this Clerk Express package, right? So let's copy this command to install it. So let's come back to the VS Code and open the terminal. So our project is running. So here we'll add Ctrl+C to stop this project. Then paste this command npm install Clerk Express. So it will install this Clerk dependency. After that let's see the next step. So the next step is to use this environment variables, right? So let me just copy this, and we have to add it in the .env file. So let's come back, and you can see this installation has been completed. Let me open the .env file, and in this one we will paste this key. So here let's paste this environment variable name and key. Here we'll add the comment #Clerk. So we have added Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key, correct? After that let's come back here and let's see the next step. So the next step to use this .env, we have already created it. And after that we can use this Clerk middleware, and we have to import this Clerk middleware in our main file, and then we can use it in the app.use, right? So let's open our main file, that is server.js. So first just copy this import statement from here, come back, and in this one let's import this Clerk middleware from @clerk/express, right? After that, here we have this express app, then we have the course, right? And then here let's add a space, and here we will add one comment, that is middleware. So let's add the comment here, middleware, and here we'll add app.use, and in this one we will use this Clerk middleware. Let's call it using this parenthesis. After that we'll add one more middleware, so here let's add app.use, and in this one we will provide the express.json. So all the requests will be passed using the JSON method. So we have added the Clerk middleware here. After that, let's come here and see the next step. So next step, you can see we can use this require auth to protect any route using this Clerk. So we will do it later. So we have added the Clerk here. After that, let's come back. And now we can create the function that will provide us the user data, right? So let's open this sidebar, and in this one you can see we have this controller folder. So in this one we have to create a new file. So the file name is clerkwebhooks.jsx. So we have created this file, and let me open this terminal and start our project using npm run server. So our server is running. Let me hide it. Now let's complete this clerkwebhooks.js file. Let me correct the name here. It will be js. So let's write clerkwebhooks.js, and here first we will import the user model. So let's add import user from models folder. So user model has been imported, and here we have to add the file name extension .js, right? After that, here we will use the sfix package. So let's add import webhook from sfix. We have to create this Clerk webhook function where we will get the user data, right? So to create this function, let me just come back to the Clerk website again, and here let me come to home page and log in this Clerk dashboard. Now let's click on this configure. When we create the user authentication using Clerk, it automatically adds a security layer in our profile by adding re-verification. Let me explain you this re-verification. So if I come to this profile and go to manage account, so here you can see we have the email address, and we can update this primary email address, but this is a sensitive information or sensitive action. Here we have this security, and here we have the option to change the password, or we can also delete this account. So these actions are very sensitive. For that, we have to verify the account before performing these actions. So if you have logged in or signed up into your account within 10 minutes, then you can easily delete it without authentication. But if you have logged in or signed up more than 10 minutes ago, then you need to re-verify your account before performing any sensitive action. If I open the Clerk documentation, here you can see these are the sensitive actions that requires the re-verification of the account, like update username, password, email ID, phone number, and all these actions, and at the end you can see this delete account, and here we have the timeline, right? So we need to sign in or sign up within 10 minutes to perform these actions, else we need to re-verify the account. We can also add the re-verification on custom actions on user profile. So let me try to delete this account. I'll click on this delete account, and here we'll add this text, and after that I'll click on this delete account button. So now you can see here it is asking for one OTP, because this is the sensitive action to delete this account, and to delete this account first we have to verify the authenticity. So let me check my email ID and get the OTP. So here we have received one OTP, and if I paste this OTP here, then we are successfully re-verified and we can perform the sensitive task. So this re-verification makes the user's profile secure. Now let's come back to the Clerk configuration and complete our webhook setup. And after that scroll down, and here we have this webhooks. Let's click here. After coming to this webhooks, let's click on add endpoint, and here we will use this with SFix play. Let's click here, and after that you can see here we have to subscribe the events. So in this one we will subscribe the events like user created, user updated, and user deleted. So let's scroll down, and let's see, here we have the user events. Let's select this one, user created, deleted, and updated, because we need the user data. Now just click on this create. After that, here you can see we have this sign in secret, correct? So let's click here to copy this sign in secret. Let's copy this one, and we have to add it in our environment variable. So let's come back, open our environment variable, and here we will add a new environment variable. So write the environment variable name here, that is Clerk underscore webhook secret equal to, and paste this secret key. So we have added Clerk webhook secret here. After that, let's complete this Clerk webhooks.js file. So in this one, let's create a function. We will add const, and the function name is Clerk webhooks equal to create the asynchronous function. Now in this function parameter we will get the request and response, and here we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we need the Clerk webhook secret to create a new webhook. So let's add const whook for Clerk webhook equal to new, and we will use this webhook. And in this one, let's add process.env and we will add the environment variable name, that is Clerk webhook secret, that we have just added, right? So we have created this webhook. Now in this one we have to add the headers. So first we'll create the header here. So let's add const headers equal to, and create the object. Let me add the comments also. So here we'll add first comment, that is create a SFix instance with Clerk webhook secret. After that, here we'll add the comment, that is getting headers. Now in this headers we have to add the SFix ID, right? And in this SFix ID we will add request dot headers, and from this headers let's find the SFix ID. Let's add the comma, duplicate this line. In the second one we will add SFix timestamp, and here also we will add SFix timestamp from request.headers. Now duplicate this line, and in the third one we'll add sfix signature. So let me add sfix signature here, and here also we'll add sfix signature. So we have created the headers. After that we will verify the headers. So let's add the comment verifying headers. So let's add await whook dot verify, and in this one we will add the JSON dot stringify, and in this one we will add the request dot body, and now add the second parameter, that is headers. So it will verify the webhook. After that let's add the comment getting data from request body. So now from the request body we can find the data, right? So we'll add const curly braces, we will add the data, and we will add the type. So we will get the data and we will get the event type. So let's add request dot body, and after that we have to create a object. So just add const user data. We will create this user data that we can store in our database. So we will use this data from the request body, and we will store the data here in this user data in a structure that we have created in the user model file. So we'll add underscore id, and in this id we'll add data.id. After that we need the email. In this email we will add the data dot email addresses. So it is an array, so we will use the index 0, and in this one we will find the email address like this. So you can see here we have used email addresses, and this is the email address. Now after that we need the username. So for this username we'll add the data dot first name that we will get from the Clerk event. After that we'll add concatenate, and here we'll add the space, and after that we'll add data dot last name. So we have created the user's name, that is username. After that we'll add the image. So let's add the image property, and in this image property let's add the data dot, we will add the image URL. So now we have all the data to create a user in the database, right? After that here we will add the switch case statement that will execute the code based on the different events that we are receiving here. Here we are receiving the event type that we have subscribed. So let's add the comment here, and in this comment we have added switch case for different events. So let's add this switch case statement. So here we have to add the key. So the key will be type that we are receiving from the request body. After that here we'll add the first case. So the case will be user.created. So we are getting this event from the Clerk. So when the user was created, then we'll add this curly braces, and we'll add the await, and we will use this user model. And in this user model we will add the create method that will create a new user in the database. So just add user.create and provide the user data. So using this user data, it will store the user in the database. After that we'll add this break statement. So let's move it here like this. Now we have to create the next case. So simply duplicate this case, and here we'll add the event that is user dot updated. So whenever the user gets updated, here we'll add await user dot find by ID and update. And in this one, we have to provide the user's ID first. So let's add data dot ID, and after that we will update the new data using this user data object. So next we'll create the third case. So just duplicate this, and here we'll add the next case, that is user dot deleted. So let's add this user dot deleted case, and here we'll add find by ID and delete method, and just provide this ID. So the user data will be deleted from the database, right? After that we have this default case. Now after this cases, here we'll return a response. So just add the response dot JSON, and in this one we will add the object where we'll add the success property true. With that we'll add the message also. So let's add the message, that is webhook received. That's it. Now if any error occurs, that will be cached in this catch block. So here we'll get that error. So let's add console log, and in this console log we will print the message. So just add error.message. After that let's add the response also. So just add response.json, and in this one we will add success false, and with that we will add the message property. So the message is error.message, like this. Next we have to export this function that we have created here. For that, at the end we will add export default and provide this function Clerk webhooks. So we have created this Clerk webhooks function and exported it. Now using this function we will create an API endpoint. So let's open our server.js file, and in this one, here before this first API endpoint and after this Clerk middleware, let's add one API for Clerk webhooks. So let's add the comment API to listen Clerk webhook, and here we'll add app.use, and in this one we have to provide the API endpoint. It will be /API/Clerk. Then we'll add the comma and provide Clerk webhooks. Let's click here. So it will get imported. You can see Clerk webhooks has been imported from controllers folder and Clerk webhooks.js file, right? And here we have created this API endpoint using this function. That's it. Now we can access the Clerk webhooks at URL/API/Clerk, and we have to provide the URL in the Clerk dashboard. For that, first we have to deploy this project. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have the client and server. Let's collab this server also. So here in this root directory, that is hotel booking, we will create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. Let me correct the name. It will be .gitignore. Now in this .gitignore, we have to add the folder name, that is node_modules. So it will ignore these folders. Correct? Then we have to deploy this project on GitHub. So before deploying this project on GitHub, first we have to add the Vercel JSON config file also, because we will deploy it using Vercel. So to get the Vercel JSON config, we will open the web browser and open github.com/greatstackdev. So we have this profile github.com greatstackdev, and here you will find this notes. Let's open this notes, and in this one you need to open this Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let's open this. So here you can see we have the Vercel JSON for the backend, and then we have the Vercel JSON config for frontend, right? So let's copy this file name first. Let's copy the file name and come back to the VS Code. And in this server folder, let's create a new file with the name vercel.json. And in this one, just paste this code. So just copy this code, paste it here. Save the changes. After that, let's come back and we have to create this file in the front end also, right? So let's copy the file name vercel.json and open this client folder. In this client folder, we will create a new file with the name vercel.json, and in this one, we will paste this code. So let's copy and paste it here for the Vercel.json in the client. Now let's close this, collapse this folder and collapse this one also. So we have added the Vercel.json in both front-end and back-end, correct? After that, we have to deploy this project on GitHub. So let's open this source control and click on initialize repository. You can see we have total 85 files, right? Now here we'll add the commit message. First commit and click on commit button. Then click on publish branch. And here we need to choose the repository name and type. So we will use this hotel booking repository and this private repository. Let's use this GitHub private repository hotel booking. Click here. So it is uploading the files on GitHub. Now you can see our files are uploaded. So let's come back to the web browser and let me open my GitHub profile. So here you can see we have this hotel booking repository, and in this one we have the client and server, right? Next we have to deploy this project on Vercel. So let's open vercel.com and log in or sign up. After login on Vercel, you will come to this dashboard and just click on this add new button and select new project. And here you will find your GitHub repository. Just click on import. And here we have to add the project name. So let's add the project name, that is hotel booking backend. First we are deploying the backend. After that, let's come here in this root directory and click on this edit. And from here we will select this server. Click on continue. And after that, here we have the environment variables. Let's expand it. And in this one, we have to provide all the environment variables. So let me just copy it from here. We will come to the server folder and open .env file and copy the environment variables from here. Let's copy and paste it here. After that, let's click on deploy. Now you can see the message, congratulations, our project has been deployed, and you can see the message API is working. Now let's click here on continue to dashboard. And here you will find this domain. Let me open this link in new tab so you can see this is the live link of our backend server. So let me just copy this live link, and after that let's come back to the Clerk dashboard. And in this Clerk dashboard, we are in the webhooks, and here we have the endpoints. So let's click on this edit. Here we will provide this backend URL that is deployed on Vercel, and at the end of this URL we have to add /API/Clerk, because in this VS Code you can see in the server.js file we have used this /API/Clerk. So we have to add it here. Domain, that is the backend server URL /API/Clerk, and click on save. That's it. After that, whenever a new user will be created or deleted, we will get the events, and according to that we will store the data in the database. So let's come here. we will open our front end that is running on localhost 5173. And here we already have this user account. Let's click here, then go to manage account and let's go to security and click on delete. After that, let's select this one, drag here and click delete account. Now it is asking for the OTP to delete the account. So let me provide the OTP here. So our account has been deleted, right? Now let's create a new account. So I'll click on login button, continue with Google, choose the Google account, continue. So now we have created a new account on our hotel booking website using our front end. And you can see the profile image here. After that, let's open the mongoDB database. And from here, let's open this database and clusters. Then go to browse collections. And in this one, you can see we have this hotel booking. And then we have this users. And in this users, you can see a new user has been created. This is the username, that is first name, last name. Then we have the email ID. Then we have the image URL. And then the role is user. And here we have the created at and updated at. Because we have added the timestamp true. So it will automatically add the time when this user was created. And here we have the recent search cities, that is an array, and right now it is empty. Correct? And the default role is user. So this is how we can get the user data in the database using Clerk webhooks. After that, let's come back to the VS Code. Let me hide it. So we have the user data. After that, we'll create the API. Using that, we'll get the user data from the database. For that, we have to create the controller function. So in this controllers folder, we will create a new file called usercontroller.js. So let's create the file usercontroller.js, and in this one we will create a function that will get the user data. So let's add one comment here, get/API/user. So we will use this API to get the user data using get method. So here let's add the function and export the function. So just add export const user data and create the asynchronous arrow function. Now in this one, we will add try catch statement and create this try catch statement. Now from this function parameter, we will get the request and response. So let's add the request and response. Now before executing this controller function, we have to create one more function that will be executed first. So that will be a middleware function, and using that middleware we will get the user data in the every request. So we will insert the user ID in the request. So first let's come to this middleware folder, and here we will create a new file. So let's create a new file in this middleware folder, and the file name is auth middleware. .js. So we have created auth middleware.js file. Now in this one, let's add import. We will import the user model from the models folder /model.user.js. After that, let's add a comment. So we'll add the comment middleware to check if the user is authenticated. So here just add export const, and let's add the function name protect, and it will be asynchronous arrow function. So create the async arrow function. Now in this one, we will get the request response and the next callback function. Now here let's add const, and we'll add the curly braces user ID. So we will find the user ID from the request.auth, right? Now here we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add not of user ID. So when the user ID is not available in the request, then we will add a response. So just add response.json, and in this one we will add this success false, and with that we will add the message not authorized. We have to add it in curly braces like this. So success false, and the message is not authorized when the user ID is not available in the request. Now suppose the user ID is available, so here we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add the const user equal to await, and we'll find the user. So let's add the user model dot find by ID, and in this one we have to add the user ID that we are getting from the request auth. Correct? So now we have the user. After that, in this request we will insert this user. So just add request.user equal to user. After that we will call the next function. That's it. So this function will be added as a middleware that will be executed before executing the controller function, and this function will check whether the user is authenticated or not. If it is authenticated, then it will execute the controller function, and if the user is not authenticated, it will simply return this response with message not authenticated. After that we will come to this user controller file, and in this user controller file we can add this code to get the user data. So let's add const role equal to request dot user, because we have added the user data, dot role. So we can get the role. After that we can get the searched city data also. So let's add const recent searched cities equal to this request dot user, and provide this recent searched cities. So we will get this recent search data. After that we will add response.json, and in this one we will add curly braces, and we will provide the success true. With that we will provide the role, and after that we will add the recent searched cities. That's it. And if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we will return a response. So just add response.json, and in this one we will add the success false, and with that we will add the message, that is error.message. So we have created a function. Using that we can get the user details like user's role and searched cities. After that, using this controller function we have to create a route. So let's come to this routes folder. In this one we will create a new file called userroutes.js. In this one let's add import. We will import the express from the express package, and using this express we will create the router. So here let's add const. We will add user router equal to express dot router. So we have created a router. Now in this router we will create the endpoint. So just add user router, and here we will add the get method. And in this get method we have to add the path. So let's add the path slash, and after that we will add the middleware function, that is protect. So let's add this protect middleware. It has been imported here. So let's add the file name extension .js. After this middleware we will add the controller function, that is get user data. So the get user data has been imported. Just add the .js file extension. That's it. So we have created the first route and we have to export this router from here. So just add export default and user router function. Now let's add this user router in our server.js file, that is our main file. So in this one, here we have this first route. So after that, let's add a space. We'll add app dot use, and in this one, let's add the path slash API slash user, and after that we'll add the comma and provide this user router. So let's click here. So the user router has been imported here. It's correct. Now save the changes. So we have created the first route. So when we'll hit this API endpoint, we'll get the user data like user role and search cities. Now we will create the another endpoint or API for the users so that we can get the users search data. So we will come back to this user controller.js file, and here we'll create another controller function. So let me add the comment first. So here we'll add the comment, a store users searched cities or recent search cities. So here let's create one function. So just add export const, and the function name is a store recent searched cities equal to, here we will use the asynchronous function, and in this function parameter we'll get request and response. Now here we will add the try catch statement, and before this function we will add the middleware. So it will add the user data in the request body. So let's add const, and we will extract the recent search city from the request dot body. So now we have the recent search city. After that we will get the user. So let's add const user equal to, we will add the await request dot user. So from the request we will get the user also. After that, here let's add the if statement, and we will check the search history length. So here let's add if statement, and here we'll add this user dot recent searched cities. Right, we will find the length, and if it is less than 3, then we will add this user dot recent searched cities dot push, and in this one we will push this one. We will push this city that we are getting from the body. So let me replace it here. So why we are checking the length? Because maximum we will store 3 city name in that array. So if the length is less than 3, then we can simply use it. Else we will add the else statement, and here we will use the shift. So we will add user dot recent searched cities dot shift, right? And after that we will insert this city. So here we'll add this statement again. So it will push this search data. After that, here we'll add the await, and we will update this data in the database. So let's add this user dot save. So it will save the user. Correct. After that we'll send the response. So just add the response dot JSON, and in this one we'll send the success property true, and with that we will add the message city added, right? And after that here we'll add the statement for the catch block. So here we will add this response. Let me just copy and paste it here, and here we'll make it false. So the success will be false, and in the message we'll add error.message. That's it. So we have created this controller function. Using that we will store the recent searched cities data in the database. So after creating this controller function, we have to add this controller function in the routes. So let's open user route.js file, and in this one let me duplicate this line, and here we will add the post. We will add the type post, and here we will add the API endpoint, that is a store recent search, like this. Then we'll add this middleware protect, and after that we'll add the controller function, that is a store recent searched cities. So this function has been imported. Now save the changes. So we have created two routes that will get the user data, and this will update the user search history in the database. After that we will create the API for the hotels so that we can add the hotel detail in the database. So to add the hotel data in the database, first we have to create the model. So for that we'll create the hotel model. So in this models folder, let's create a new file, that is hotel.js, like this. After that here we will get the import mongoose from mongoose package. After that here let's add const, and we will use the name hotel schema, and after that we will add new, then we'll add mongoose.schema constructor. Now in this one we have to add the properties for this hotel, right? So here let's add the first property, that will be name. So we will store the hotel's name, and in this one we will add the type string, and required will be true, right? After that let me duplicate it, and then let's add the next property, that is address. Here we have to add the comma also. So we have added the name and address. After that we'll add the contact, where we'll store the contact details of the hotel. After that we'll add the owner details. So here we'll add this owner. The type will be a string and required true, and with that we will add the reference. So in this owner we'll add ref, and in this ref we will provide the model, that is user. So here we will use the user model. After that we'll add one more line. So let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the city, and here let's add the type a string and required true. Let me remove this ref. That's it. Now in this one also we have to add the timestamp. So just add curly braces and provide the timestamps true. So it will store the time also when this data was created in the database. So after that we have to create the model using this schema. So just add const hotel equal to mongoose.model, and in this one let's add the model name, that is hotel. After that we have to add the schema. So let's add the hotel schema. So we have created the hotel model and we have to export it. So just add export default and provide this hotel model. Correct? So we have created the hotel model, and using that we can store the hotel data in the database. So to store that we will create the controller function. So let's create a new controller function in this controller file. So let's create a new file in this controllers folder, and the file name is hotelcontroller.js. Now in this one, let's import the hotel model. We'll add import hotel from models folder hotel.js like this. And after that we'll import the user model also. So just import user from the models folder and the file name user.js. After that, let's create the API controller function. So just add export. We'll add const and the function name is register hotel. And it will be one asynchronous addo function. So add async, create the addo function with the parameter request and response. And in this one, we'll add the try catch statement. So just add the try catch block. And in this one, we have to extract the name, address, contact, and city from the body. So we'll add const and let's extract the data from the request body. Correct? And after that, we have to add the const owner equal to, then we'll add request dot user dot underscore id. So in the owner property, we will store this user ID. After that, we have to check if the user is already registered. So let me add the comment, check if the user is already registered. And here let's add const hotel equal to await, and we will use the hotel model dot find one, and in this one let's add the owner. So in this owner we have the user's ID, right? So from this ID we will find the hotel, and if it is available, so here let's add the if statement and write hotel. In that case we will return a response. So just add the return statement and response dot json, and in this one we will add success false, and after that we will add hotel already registered in the message. Correct? And after that, let's add the await. Suppose this hotel is not available. So in that case, let's add the hotel model dot create method. So it will create a new hotel data. And here in this one, we will add the name. Then we will add the address. Then we will add contact. Then we will add city. And we will provide the owner. So we have created a new hotel data, and after that we have to update the role also. So here just add the await, then we will add user dot find by ID and update. And in this one let's add the owner. And here we have to update the role. So just add curly braces role and provide the role name, that is hotel owner. So we have updated the user's role. After that we will return a response. So just add the response dot json, and in this one we will add the success property true, and with that we will add the message hotel registered successfully, like this. And if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we will add this response, and in this one we will add success false, and after that we will add the message property, and in the message we will add error dot message. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can register a new hotel. After that we have to create a route. So let's come to sidebar, and in this routes folder we will create a new file called hotelroute.js. So we have created hotelroutes.js file, and in this one let's import express from the express package. After that we have to create the router. So just add const, and let's write the name hotel router equal to express dot router. So we have created this router. After that, in this router we have to create the endpoint. So just add this hotel router and we will use the method post. And in this one, let's add the path slash, and after that we will add the middleware, that is protect, to protect this route. So this middleware has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension.js. After that we'll import the controller function. So just add register hotel controller function. So it has been imported. Just add the .js file name extension. After that we have to export this route. So just add export default and provide this hotel router. That's it. Next we have to add this hotel router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js, and here we have added one router. So let me duplicate this line, and here we will add the path. It will be /API/hotels, and after that here we will add hotel router. Let's click here. So the hotel router.js has been imported. So we have created another endpoint. Using that we can register a new hotel. After that we'll create the API. Using that we can add the rooms in hotel, and we will get the list of rooms, and we can also update the room availability. For that, first we have to create a model. So in this models folder, let's create a new file, that is room.js. And in this one we will create the model. So let me just copy the model from here. Here we have the hotel model. Let me just copy entire code and paste it here in this room.js. Now let me update the name. So here we will add the room schema, and in this room schema we will add different properties. So let me remove it. And after that here we'll add room. This is the model name room, and after that here we'll add the model name room, and here we'll add room schema, and after that we will export this room model. Correct. Now let's add the properties here. So first we'll add the hotel name. So let's add the hotel, and in this one we'll add curly braces and provide the type a string. And after that we have to add the reference. So in the reference we will add the hotel model. Right, we have already created the hotel model. After that we have to add the required property. So the required will be true. To add the room we need the hotel, that's why it is required. Correct. After that let's duplicate this line. Here we'll add the room type. So the room type will be a string, and after that we'll add the required property. So the required property is true. Next we have to add the pricing. So let me duplicate this line. So in this one let's add the price per night property, and here we'll add the type number and required true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the amenities. So there will be multiple amenities. So we will store the amenities in array. So just add the type array and required true. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the next property, that is images. So in this images we'll add type string, and we have to add it in a array. So let's add one empty array, and in this one we'll add the type a string like this. After that we'll add the is available property, and in this is available property we will add type boolean default true. So it can be either true or false, and by default it will be true. It means the room will be available. After that here we have created the model using this room schema and exported this room model from here. Correct. After that we can create the controller function. So let's open this sidebar, and in this controllers folder we'll create a new file, that is roomcontroller.js. And here we will create different controller functions. So first we'll create the function that will create a room, right? So here let's add export, and before that we will add a comment also. So let's add the comment API to create a new room for hotel. After that, here we'll add the export const, and the function name is create room, right, equal to async and create the arrow function. So we have created the arrow function for creating a new room in a hotel. Here we'll add the request and response in the parameter. After that, we have to create one more function. So let me just duplicate it. And here we'll add the comment, that is API to get all rooms. And here we'll add the function name, that is get rooms, like this. Now let's add one more function. Here we will add the comment, that is API to get all rooms for a specific hotel, correct? And here we'll add the function name, that is get owner rooms. Now we have to add one more function. So let's duplicate it. And here we'll add the comment, that is API to toggle availability of a room. And here we'll add the function name toggle room availability. So we have created 4 functions, correct? Now let's complete these functions one by one. So let's come to first one and add the try catch statement. And in this one, first we have to get the room type, price and amenities from the body. So let's add const. We will add curly braces and we will get the room type, price and amenities, and we will get it from the request.body, like this. After that, here we need the hotel detail. So just add const hotel equal to await, and here we will use the hotel model dot find one, and in this one we have to provide curly braces and provide the owner, and in this one we will add request dot auth dot user ID, right? So we will find the hotel using this owner property, and after finding the hotel, let's add the if statement, and here we'll check if the hotel is available or not. So just add not of hotel. Suppose the hotel is not available for this owner, then we will add the return statement, and here we will return a response. So just add response.json success false, and the message is no hotel found. Now suppose the hotel is available, so in that case first we have to upload the hotel's image, right? And to upload the hotel image we have to use the Cloudnary, where we will store all our images. So to set up the Cloudnary, let's open the web browser and open cloudnary.com. So sign up or log in on this cloudnary.com. I'll continue with my Google account. After login, here you will find this button, go to API keys. Let's click here, and here I have all the API keys that I have used in the previous project, and here we have a button that is generate new API key. Using that we can generate a new key. So let's click on this button, generate new API key, and here we have to provide the confirmation code sent over email to generate a new key. So let me paste my confirmation code here. Click on approve. So now a new key has been generated. Here let me add the key name. I'll add hotel booking. Now here we have this API key, then API secret, and here at the top here we have the cloud name. So we have to store these data in our environment variable. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here in this server folder we have .env file. So in this one let's add the comment, that is Cloudnary, And here we have to add the environment variables, that is CloudNuddy cloud name. After that we will add the CloudNuddy API key. Then we will add the CloudNuddy API secret. So we have created 3 environment variables, and let's paste these key one by one. So just come back, and from here we will copy the cloud name. Let's copy and paste it here. After that, let's copy the API key and paste it here. After that, we'll copy this API secret. Let's click on this icon and click on copy. So we will paste the secret key. So we have added the CloudNuddy keys. After that, we have to create a setup file. So in this configs folder, we'll create a new file and write the file name cloudnuddy.js. In this one, first we have to import the CloudNuddy. So here we will use the import curly braces v2 as CloudNuddy from CloudNuddy. After that, we have to create one asynchronous function. So just add const connect CloudNuddy and equal to asynchronous add function. Now in this one, we will add this CloudNuddy dot configs. So let's add this config, and in this parenthesis we will add this object where we have to add the cloud name. Then we have to add the cloud name that is stored in our environment variable. For that, let's add the process dot env dot and the environment variable name. So let's copy it from here. This is the cloud name, copy and paste it here. Add the comma. So we have added the cloud name. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the API key. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add the API secret. This is correct. Next we have to update the values also. So in the second one we'll add CloudNuddy API key. After that, in the third one we'll add CloudNuddy API secret. So we have added cloud name, API key and API secret. So we have created this function that will connect with CloudNuddy, and let's export this function from here. So just add export default and provide this function name. Correct. After that, we'll come to the server.js file, that is our main file. So let's open server.js, and after this connect db, let's add connect CloudNuddy. You can see connect CloudNuddy has been imported from this configs folder cloudnuddy.js file, and add this parenthesis. So now it will connect our project with CloudNuddy where we can store the images. After that, we have to create a middleware function. Using that, we can upload the data on CloudNuddy. So for that, we have to create a multer. So in this middleware folder, we will create a new file, that is upload middleware.js. In this upload middleware.js, we will import the multer from multer package. We have already installed the multer while creating the project. So here we'll add const upload equal to multer, provide this parenthesis, and here we'll add the curly braces where we'll add the storage. And in this storage property, we have to add the multer dot disk storage, and here we'll add the object. After that, we have to export this upload. So let's add export default and provide this upload. That's it. Next, let's come back to this room controller.js file. So here we have this room controller, and in this one, let me add the comment, that is upload images to CloudNuddy. And here let's add const upload images equal to, we will add request, and from this request we will get the files, right? And here we'll add the map, and here in this one let's add one asynchronous function. So just add async add function, and in this one we will get the individual file like this. After that, in this function we will add await, then we will use the cloud_nuddy. So we have to import the cloud_nuddy first. So here let's add the import statement. We will add import v2 as cloud_nuddy from cloud_nuddy package. Now here we can use this cloud_nuddy. So let's add await cloud_nuddy, and in this one we will add .uploader, and here we will add this upload, and in this upload we have to add file.path. That's it. After that we will get the response. So here just add const response equal to await, like this. So we will get the response, and in this response we will get a secure URL. So we will return that URL. So just add return response.secure URL. That's it. So after uploading the image, we have to get all images. So let's add await promise.all, and in this one we'll add upload images, right? And we will get it in this images variable. So just add const images. Here let me add the comment first, that is wait for all uploads to complete, right? So it will upload all the images, and here we'll get this images variable. After that we can store the data in the database using the room model. So just add await. We will use this room model. So this room has been imported. So here we have to add the file name extension .js, and here also we'll add .js for hotel.js, correct? So let's come here, and after that here we'll add the room.create, and in this one we'll add the object where we'll add the hotel. So in this hotel property we'll add the hotel._id. We will store the id only. After that we'll add the room type. After that we will add the price per night. So let's add price per night, and here we'll add plus price per night. Next we'll add the amenities, and in this amenities let's add json.parse, and here we will add the amenities. After that we will add the images also. So let's add the images. So we will create the room data in the database. After that we will send the response. So let's add the response.json, and in this one we will add the success property true, and with that we will add the message, that is room created successfully. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we'll add response.json, and the success will be false, and in the message we'll add error.message. That's it. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can create a new room in the hotel. In this price per night property we have added plus price per night, because we will get this price per night in string format, and when we add this plus it will convert it in the number. So after creating this function we will create a route using this controller function. So let's come here, in this routes folder we will create a new file, that is room route. So let's add roomroutes.js file, and in this one, to create a route we will import the express from the express package, and after that let's create a router. So just add const room router equal to express dot router, like this. And after that, in this router we will add the endpoint. So here let's add this room router dot post. We will use this post method, and here we'll add the path slash, and after that we'll add the middleware. So let's add this upload middleware. So upload middleware has been imported. Here we'll add the file name extension .js. That's it. And in this upload middleware, we'll add the array. And in this array, we will add the field name, that is images. So when we will upload the image, we will add the field name images, and here we'll add the comma 4, so we can upload maximum 4 images. After that, we will add the controller function, but before controller function, we'll add one more middleware, that is protect, to protect this route. So let's import this protect. So this protect has been imported from the middleware, and after that, let's add the controller function. So write the controller function, that is create room. So the create room controller function has been imported. Just add .js. That's it. So we have created the first route. Correct. Now we will mount this router in our server.js file. So let's open server.js, and here we have this route, user and hotels. So let's duplicate it, and here we'll add /API/rooms, and here let's add this room router. So just add this room router. So we are not getting the suggestion here, so let me come here in the router file. So here we have this room routes, and here we have to export it. So just add export default and export this room router from here. Correct. And after that, again come here in the server.js, and now we can use this room router here. Save the changes. You can see room router has been imported. So we have created another route. So let's come back to the room controller.js file. Let's open it from here, room controller.js. So we have created this room controller function, and using that we have created the API endpoint also. Now let's complete this second controller function, that is get rooms. In this function, that is get rooms, we will add the try catch statement, and in this one let's add await, and we will find the rooms using this room model, and here we'll add the find, and in this one let's add this parenthesis curly braces and provide is available property true. So when the is available property is true, it will return all the rooms. So we will store it in a variable. So just add const rooms equal to await, like this. After that, here we'll add dot populate, and in this one let's add one object. So here let's add the path, and we will add hotel. After that, let's add the comma, and here we will add the populate property, and in this one let's add the curly braces again. Here we have to add the colon, and in this one let's add path and provide the path owner. After that, we will add the select, and in this select let's add image. So what is happening here, it will find the room where the is available property is true, and in that room data it will add the hotel also, right? So instead of the hotel ID, it will add the entire hotel data, and in that one we have the owner property, right? So in that owner it will add the owner's image, right? We have added the select image, that's why it will add the owner image data in that room data. Correct. After that, we have to sort this data. So here we'll add dot sort, and in this one we'll add curly braces and provide created at -1. So it will sort it based on the creation date. Correct. After that, we will send the response. So just add response dot JSON, and in this response dot JSON let's add success property true, and with that it will return the rooms so that we can display it on our Frontend. And if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we'll add this response statement, and in this one we'll add success false, and after that we'll add the message property. It will be error.message. That's it. So we have created this get rooms controller function. Using that we'll get all the rooms so that we can display it on our front end. After that, here we have the function get owner's room, right? So in this one we have to add the code. Using that we can get the rooms of the particular hotel owner. So just add the try catch statement here. Now in this try block, first we have to get the hotel data, right? So just add const hotel data equal to await, and we will use the hotel model. And in this hotel model we have the owner property. So let's add the owner, and from here we have to add the request.auth.user_id. So it will get the user ID from the request and add it here in this owner property, and using this owner and owner ID it will find the hotel data. Now we have to get the rooms of this particular hotel. So let's add the const rooms equal to await, and here we'll add the room model, and in this room model we will add the find method, where we will add curly braces and we will find the hotel property. So hotel property will be hotel data dot underscore id dot to a string. After that, here we have to add the populate. So just add dot populate, and in this populate property let's add the hotel like this. So it will add the hotel details also instead of the hotel ID. After that we will create the response. So here let's add response.json, or I can copy it from here. We'll copy this response.json and success true and rooms. After that let's come here in this catch block. So here in this catch block let's add this response, copy and paste it here, and here we'll add success false. And after that we'll add the message property, and in the message property we will add error.message. So we have created this function that will return the rooms detail for the particular hotel owner or room owner. After that we have to complete this function, that is toggle room availability, right? So here let's add the try catch block. Now in this try block, first we have to get the room ID that we will get from the body. So let's add const curly braces room ID from request.body. After that we have to find the room data. So just add const room data equal to await, and we will use the room model, and here in this room model we have to add dot find by ID, and here we will provide this ID. Let's copy and paste it here. So now we have the room data, and after that in this one we have to toggle the is available property. So let's add room data dot is available and equal to, and here we will add not of room data dot is available. So if it is true it will make it false, and if it is false it will make it true. After that we have to update the data. So just add await room data dot save. That's it. After that we can send the response. So just add response.json, and here we'll add success true, and with that we'll add the message room availability updated. After that, if any error occurs, then in the catch block we will send this response. So just add response.json success false, and the message is error.message. So we have created all the functions. Now using this controller function we will create different routes. So let's open the roomroute.js file, and in this one we have already created the first route. So let's duplicate it, and here we'll use the method get, right? And in this one we'll add the path slash, and here we will use the controller function, that is get rooms. So get rooms controller function has been imported, And here we have used this same endpoint because the method is different. Here we have the post and here we have the get. So we can use like this. After that, let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the get method, and here we'll add the path /owner, where we'll get the room data for the particular room owner. So this route will be protected. So here just add the protect controller function or middleware, and here we'll add the controller function, that is get owner rooms. So this function has been imported. After that, let's add one more route, and here we'll add the endpoint, that is toggle availability. And for this toggle availability also we have to add the middleware, that is protect, and after that we'll add the controller function toggle room availability. So we have created 4 API endpoint using the 4 different controller functions. So we have created the functionality to add the room, get the room data, and get the room data for hotel owner, and toggle the room availability. But in this route we have added get method, so let me correct it. It will be post, because in the body we will send the current status, like whether it is available or not. So we will send the data from the body. That's why here we will use the post method. Now save the changes. So after completing the features for adding room and getting the room data, next we will add the functionality for bookings. So first we have to store the booking data in the database. So to store the data in the database, we will create the models. So in this models folder, let's create a new file with the name bookings.js, or let's add booking.js. So we have created booking.js file in the models folder. Now let me copy any other model. So I'll open this room.js and copy this code. Let's copy and paste it here in this booking.js. And here we will update the name. So the schema name will be booking schema, and let me remove these properties. So this is the booking schema, and here we'll add the booking schema. And using this booking schema, we will create the booking model. So let's add the model name booking, and we'll store it here in this booking variable, and let's export it. So we have created a booking schema, and using this booking schema we have created the booking model using mongoose.model, and we have exported this booking model. Now let's add the properties in this schema. So for booking, let's add the first property. So first we will store the user's name. So let's add the user, and here we'll add the type. So the type will be a string, and in this user we will store all the information of the user. So we will get the complete information from the user model. So just add the reference, and in this reference provide the user model. So in this user property we will store the entire data of the user that we will get from the user model. After that, here we will add the required property. So it will be required, so just add required true, and here we will add the comma. Now let's duplicate it, and the next one will be room, and in this one let's add the reference of room model and required true. Now the third one will be hotel, so let's add the third property hotel, and here we will add the hotel model and required true. After that we will add the check-in date and checkout date. So let's add the check-in date, and in this check-in date we will add the type. So the type will be date, correct? And after that just add the required true, like this. So we have added check-in date. Now we will add the checkout date also. So here we will add the checkout date property, and here also the type will be date and required property true. After that let's add the next property, that is total price, like this. Let's add the next property. So the next property will be guests, So let's add the guest. After that, we will add the status of this booking. So just add the status. Next, we will add the payment method. So for this booking, we will store the payment method. After that, we'll add the isPaid property. So we will add isPaid. So we will store these data in the booking. Now let me complete these properties. So the total price will be in the number, right? So here we'll add the type number and required true, like this. After that, we have the guest. So the guest will be in the number. So number of guest. So just add the type number required true. Correct. Next, we have the status. So in the status, we will add different options like pending, confirmed, and cancelled. So let's add the space in this status, and let's add the first property, type a string, and after that we will add enum, where we'll add array and provide pending, confirmed, and cancelled. Next, we'll add the default value for this status. So whenever a new booking will be created, the default status will be pending. Correct. After that, we have this payment method. So here also we will add type a string, then we will add the required true, and then we will add the default value. So by default, whenever a new order will be created or new booking will be created, the payment method will be pay at hotel. Correct. After that, we will add the isPaid property. So by default, the isPaid will be false. So just add type boolean and default false. It could be either true or false. And here we have added timestamps true. So it will store the booking time automatically. So we have created the model. Correct. Now using this model, we can store the data in the mongoDB database. So to store the data in the database, we have to create the APIs, and to create the API, first we have to create the controller functions, right? So to create the controller function, let's come to this sidebar, and in this controllers folder, we will create a new file and write the file name bookingcontroller.js. So we have created bookingcontroller.js file, and in this one, before booking, first we have to check whether the room is available or not. So let's add the comment function to check availability of room, right? So here we will create one asynchronous function. So create one asynchronous function with the name check availability, and in this arrow function, we will add the parameter. So in the parameter, let's get check-in date, then checkout date, and room. So we will get this data in the parameter. After that, here we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we have to find the room. So let's add const bookings equal to await, and here we will add the booking model. Let's click here. So the booking model has been imported. Just add the file name extension .js. Now in this one, we will add the find method. Now let's add curly braces. So here we'll add the room. After that, we have to add the check-in date. So let's add the check-in date, and in this check-in date, we'll add curly braces $LTE, and it will be checkout date. After that, duplicate it, and here we'll add checkout date, and then we'll add $GTE, and here we'll add check-in date. So using this, we'll get the bookings data, and in this bookings variable, let's add .length equal to 0. Correct. So if it is true, then the hotel is available, and if it is false, then the hotel is not available, I mean room. So here we'll add const is available equal to bookings.length and equal to 0. After that it will return this is available variable. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we'll add the console log. So just add console.error, and the error message will be error.message. So we have created the room availability checking function. Now using this function, we can check the availability when we get these data from the API, that is check-in date, checkout date and room, right? So let's create the controller function that will be executed on API call. So let me add the comment first. We will add API to check availability of room, and the API endpoint will be using post method, and the path will be /API/bookings/check availability, like this. So here let's add export const and write the function name check availability API. It will be asynchronous arrow function, and in this parameter we will get request and response. Then we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block first we have to extract the room, then check-in and checkout date from the request body. So we will add const and provide room, check-in, checkout, and we will get it from request.body. After that we will provide these data in a function that we have created here. Using that we will get the is available value. So just add const is available equal to await, and here let's call this check availability function, and in this function we will add the curly braces and provide check-in date, checkout date and room. That's it. So we will get this is available property. After that we will return it in a response. So just add response.json, and in this response we will send the success true, and with that we will send this is available variable. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here also we will send the response, and in this response we will add success false, and after that we will add the message. So the message will be error.message. So we have created the API function to check the availability of any room. After that we have to create the booking function. So here we will add the comment first, API to create a new booking, and the type will be post, and the path will be /API/bookings/book, like this. So here let's add the arrow function. So just add export const create booking equal to asynchronous arrow function, and here we'll add request and response in the parameter. After that we'll create the try catch statement, and in this one to create a booking we will check the availability. So here let me add the comment before booking check availability, and to check this availability first we need the room, check-in date and checkout date and guest. So we will get it from the request body. So first let's get it. So just add const room, then check-in, checkout and guest, and we will get it from the request.body. And after that we will find the user. So just add const user equal to request.user._id. So we will get the user's ID. After that here let's check the availability. So we will add const is available equal to await, and here we'll add this check availability function, and in this function we have to provide 3 parameters, that is check-in, checkout and room, like this. So we will get this is available. After that, here let's add if statement. If not of is available, it means the room is not available. In that case we will return a response. So let's add return response.json, and here we will add curly braces where we'll add success false, and with that we will add the message also, that is room is not available. And suppose it is true, in that case it will execute the next line. So here let's add the comment first, get total price for room. So we will get the price, right? So we'll add const room data equal to, we will add await, let's add the room model, let's click here, room model has been imported, right? And in this room model we will add find by ID, and in this let's add the room, that's it. After that we'll add populate, and in this populate we'll add hotel. So here we will populate the hotel data, correct? After that let's add the variable using let total price, and the total price will be room data dot price per night. So we will get the total price. After that we have to calculate the final price using the number of days or night, right? So this is the price for per night. So let me add the comment first. Here we'll add calculate total price based on nights. So first we will get the check-in date. So let's add const check-in equal to new date, and here we will provide the check-in date. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add checkout, and here we'll add the checkout date, correct? Now we have to get the difference. So let's add const time difference equal to checkout dot get time minus check-in dot get time. So we will get the time difference. After that we have to get the number of nights. So just add const number of nights equal to math.sil, and in this one we will provide this time difference divide by 1000 multiply by 3600 multiplied by 24. So we will get total nights here. After that we will add this total price multiplied equal to nights. So now we have the final price that is calculated after calculating the number of days for a stay, right? After that we can create the booking, right? So let's create a variable const booking equal to await, and let's add the booking model. You can see the booking model is available here, right? It is already imported. Now in this booking model we will add the create method that will create a new booking in the database, and in this one let's add the data one by one. So first we'll add the user, after that we'll add the room, then we'll add the hotel, and in this hotel property let's add room data dot hotel dot underscore ID. So now we have the hotel also. Then we'll add the guests, and in this guests property let's add plus guests. So it will convert the string in number after adding this plus. After that we'll add the check-in, checkout and total price. So we have the check-in date, checkout date and total price. So we have these data, and these data will get stored in the database when we create a new booking. After that, we have to send a response. So here let's add response.json, and in this one we will send the success property true. So just add curly braces and provide success true, and after that we will add the message also. So in the message we will type booking created successfully. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we'll add this response, and in this one we'll add success false, and after that we'll add the message failed to create booking. And let me add the error message in console also. So just add console log and provide this error that is here. So we have created the API. Using that we can book a hotel. So after completing this create booking controller function, now we will create another function. So first we will add the comment, that is API to get all bookings for a user. So using this controller function we can get the booking details for a particular user, or we will add the comment here, type get, and the path will be /API/bookings/user. We will add this comment so that you can understand the API endpoint. After that we will create the asynchronous arrow function. So here we will add const get user bookings and create the arrow function, and in this parameter we will get request and response. And let's add the try catch statement, and in this one first we have to get the user from the request. So we will add const user equal to request.user._id. So now we have the user, and now we have to find the bookings for this particular user. To find the bookings, let's add one variable const bookings equal to await, and here we will use the booking model, right? And in this one we will find the booking. So just add dot find method, and in this one we have to add the user. So we will find the booking for this particular user. After that we will add populate. So in this booking data we have to populate the room and hotel model. So just add room property and hotel property. We don't need this comma here, let me remove it. After that we have to sort this data. So just add sort and provide curly braces, and in this one we will add created at. So it will be sorted using the time or date. After that we will send a response. So just add the response.json, and in this one we will add success true, and with that we will forward this bookings. So we have provided this bookings in this response, and if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here we will add response.json success false. With that we will add message failed to fetch bookings. That's it. Now we'll create one more API endpoint that is used to get the booking detail for a particular hotel owner, right? So here we'll create another arrow function and export this function. So just add export const get hotel bookings and create the asynchronous arrow function, and in the parameter we'll get request and response. Now we have to find the hotel. So let's add const hotel equal to await, and we will use the hotel model. So let's click here to import the hotel model here. You can see hotel model has been imported. Now in this hotel model we have to find the hotel for the particular hotel owner. So just add find one, and in this find one we will provide curly braces and provide the owner property, and in this owner property let's add request.auth.user id like this. So now we have the particular hotel, and we will check it. So just add if statement and we will check not of hotel. Suppose we don't get any hotel for this user. So in that case we will return a message. So just add return response, and in the response we will send success false and the message is no hotel found. Now suppose the hotel is available, so we have to find the bookings for this particular hotel. So let's add const bookings equal to await, and here we'll add the booking model, and in this booking model we will add the find method. Using that we can find the bookings. So in this one let's add hotel property, and in this hotel property we will provide the hotel ID. So let's add this hotel dot underscore ID. After that, in this one we will add the populate, and in this populate let's add the properties, that is room, hotel and user. So in this bookings data we will get the complete detail of the room and hotel and user. After that we have to sort this data, so we'll add dot sort, and here we'll add created at -1 that we have used here also, right? So now we have this bookings, right? After that we have to calculate the total number of bookings so that we can display the total number in the hotel owner dashboard. So just add the comment total bookings, and here let's add const total bookings equal to bookings.length. So now we have the total number of bookings, right? After that we will display the total revenue in the dashboard, so we have to add one variable. So just add comment total revenue, and in this one we'll add one variable total revenue equal to this bookings, that is here, right? So we'll add the bookings dot reduce. In this one let's add the arrow function. Here we'll add ACC and booking, right? And after that we will add the ACC, then plus we will add the individual booking dot total price, and here we'll add the value for this ACC 0. So now we'll get the total revenue here. After that we can send the response. So just add response dot JSON, and in this one we will send success true, and after that we will send the dashboard data property. So let's add the dashboard data like this, and in this one we will add the object where we will add the total number of bookings. So just add total bookings variable, then we will add the total revenue, and after that we will add the bookings data. So just add the bookings. So we have created this response, correct? After that we will add everything in the try block. So just cut it from here, we will add the try catch and paste it in the try block, correct? Now if any error occurs in the try block, catch block will be executed. So let's copy this, paste it here, and here we will add the success false, and after that we'll add the message property, and in the message we will add failed to fetch bookings. So let's add this message here like this. So now we have created the controller function. Using that we can get the booking detail for the hotel dashboard, we can get the booking details for user, and we can book a hotel using this controller function, and we can check the availability using this API controller function. Now using these controller function we will create different API endpoint, right? So we'll create different API routes. To create that we will create a route page. So here we have the routes folder. So in this one let's create a new file, that is bookingroutes.js. In this bookingroutes.js, first we will import Express from the Express package, and using this Express we will create a router with the name booking router. So just add const booking router equal to this express dot router. So we have created one router, and after that we have to add the different APIs endpoint in this router. So let's use this booking router and we will add the post method, right? And in this one, first we have to add the path, that is API endpoint path. So just add the first path, that is check availability. And after that we have to add the controller function. So just add check availability controller function. So here we have this check availability API and it has been imported from this file. Here we will add the file name extension .js. Correct? After that, let's add the another API endpoint. So let me duplicate it. Here we will use the post method, and in this one we will add the path. So the path will be /book. Using this API endpoint, we can book a new hotel or room. So in this one, first we have to add the middleware, that is protect. Let's click here. So this protect middleware has been imported from this auth middleware.js. After that, we will add the controller function, that is create booking. So just add this create booking controller function. You can see create booking has been imported. Let me add it in the new line like this. So we have imported this. After that, here let's add one more route. So let me duplicate it, and here we will add the path /user. So we will get the booking details for this particular user, and here we will use the get method. So just add booking router.get, and here also we will add this protect middleware, and after that let's add get user bookings. So the get user bookings has been imported here. After that, let's duplicate it, and here we will add another API endpoint and we will add the path, that is /hotel. So here we'll get the booking detail for the particular hotel owner, right? So here also we'll add this middleware, that is protect, and after that let's add the function get hotel bookings, right? So this function has been imported, get hotel bookings. That's it. So we have created one router, and in this router we have created different endpoint. Next we have to export this router. So here let's add export default and provide this router. Correct? Now we have to add this router in our main file, that is server.js. So let's open server.js, and here we have these routes, right? So let me duplicate it, and in this one we'll add app.use/api/ we will add the path bookings like this, and here we'll add the router name. So we'll add booking router. Let's click here. Booking router has been added here and it has been imported here. Booking router from routes folder and booking routes.js file. So we have created all the routes. Now we have created all the necessary APIs. Using that, we can display the hotel list and we can book the hotel on our website. So now we will integrate these APIs with our front end. To connect this backend with our front end of our hotel booking website, let me close these files. So right click and select close saved. Now from this left sidebar, we will collapse this server folder and we will open this client folder. Now in this client folder we have .env file. So in this one we have this environment variable. So let me add a new environment variable. So we will add the name wheat_backend URL. We are using wheat because we have created this project using wheat package. Now in this one we have to add the URL. So you can see our backend is running at port 3000. Let me open it here. You can see our backend is running at this localhost port 3000. So let's just copy this one and paste it here. So you can see the URL http://localhost port 3000. Remove this slash from the end. Do not add this slash at the end. So we have added the backend URL so that we can connect the project with backend. After that we will add one more environment variable, that is currency. So let's add wheat underscore currency and equal to $, so that we can easily replace the currency symbol on entire web page from this environment file. Now save the changes. After that, let's open the sidebar, and here we have the src folder. So in this src folder we will create a new folder. So let's create a new folder here and write the folder name context. Now in this context folder we will create a new file, that is appcontext.jsx. So in this context folder we will store all the central logic, we will store the state variables and functions that are used on entire web application. So we will store it here. So here we have to create the app context. For that we will use the create context hook. But before that, let me import the backend URL from the environment variable that we have just added, so that we can use this backend URL for API call. So here we will add Axios. We will use the Axios package for the API call. And if I come back to the sidebar and let's open this package.json, let me check it. So in this one, we don't have the Axios package. So first we have to install the Axios package in our front end. So let's open the terminal. And this is the backend terminal. Our backend is running. Let me switch the terminal from here. So this is the front end terminal where our front end project is running, right? So we'll stop this project using Ctrl+C. Yes. And here we will install some new dependencies, right? So here let's add npm I for install, and here we will install the Axios, right? After that, here we will add the another package. Using that we can display the toast notifications, right? So here we will add react hot toast. Let's add this package name here, and after that let's press enter. So it will install this Axios package and react hot toast package. So you can see it has been installed, and again start the project using npm run dev. So now our front end is again running on same URL, localhost port 5173. Now let's hide this. After that we will come back here in appcontext.jsx file. So in this one now we can use the Axios package. So first we have to import it. So let's add import Axios from Axios package, right? And after that we will use this Axios dot defaults dot base URL, and here we'll add import statement dot meta dot env, that is environment variable, dot, then we will add this environment variable name, that is wheat backend URL. Just copy and paste it here. So now we have the backend URL in our context file, and from this context file we can access the backend URL in any page, and we can make the API call. After that, here let's create the context. So we will use the create context hook. For that, let's add const app context equal to create context. So this create context has been imported from React. After that, we will create the app context provider function. Here we will add export, and then we will add const, and then write app provider. We have created the app provider function, and let's create the arrow function here like this. And in this function parameter we will get the children, right? And after that, in this function, we will return one tag. So just add the return statement, and here let's add this parenthesis, and within this we will add this app context dot provider tag, and let's close this tag. So we have the opening and closing tag, and within this we will provide this children like this. Now in this one we have to provide the props, and here we'll add the value, and in this value we have to add the object. So here let's add one object. So just add const and write value object, and we will pass this value object here. Now whatever we will provide in this value object, we can access it in any component. So we have created the context, but we have to export it. So here let's add export, then we'll add const, and here we'll add use app context equal to, let's create the function, and this function will return the use context, and in this use context let's provide this app context. Now you can see here the use context has been imported, and now we can import this use app context, and from this use app context we can access any variable or function that is declared inside this provider and passed through this value object. That's it. So now in this one let's create some variables and functions that are used for entire application. So here before this value object and within this app provider function, let's create some variable. So just add const, and here we'll add the currency because we need the currency in multiple pages. So we will import the currency. Just add import dot meta dot env, then we will add dot wheat underscore currency because we have provided it in the environment variable, and suppose this currency is not available there, then we'll add the or operator, and here we will add dollar symbol. That's it. After that here we'll create the navigate function. So just add const, write navigate because we have used the navigate multiple places, so we can use it from here. So just add use navigate hook. We are not getting the suggestion for this use navigate, so let me just come here. In this package you can see this React router DOM is already available, so let me write the import statement here. Here we'll add import, then we'll add use navigate and import it from React router DOM, and now we can use this use navigate. That's it. After that we will get the user from the Clerk. So first we have to import it. So here let's add import curly braces. We will get the use user, and let's get it from @Clerk / Clerk React. So we have the use user, right? Now we will import one more thing, that is use auth. So let's import the use auth from the Clerk like this. After that here let's add const, and we will find the user, and let's extract this user from this use user method, right? After that we will extract the token. So let's add const get token equal to, we will add this use auth. That's it. So now we have the currency, navigate, user and get token, correct? After that we'll create some state variables. So let's create the first state variable with the name is owner and the setter function name is set is owner. And here we will add this use a state to initialize this state variable, and in this one we will initialize it with false. So by default is owner will be false. After that we will add another state variable with the name so hotel registration and setter function set so hotel registration, right? And here let's add use a state and initialize it with false. So by default the hotel registration form will be hidden. So we have created two state variables and some variables. Right, now we have to pass it through this value object. So in this value object we will pass the currency. After that we will pass the navigate. After that we will pass this user. Then let's provide this get token, and then we will add this is owner and add the setter function set is owner, and after that let's provide this axios also so that we can access the axios from this context file. And let's add the comma, and then we'll add so hotel registration and the setter function set so hotel registration. Correct. Now we will create some functions. So using that function we will fetch the users and we will check the user role also. So here before this value object let's add const and write the function name fetch user, and let's add the asynchronous add function like this. Now in this function we will add the try catch block. Now in this try block let's add await and we will make the API call. So just add the axios dot get, and here we have to add the API endpoint. So just add the path name. The base URL is already defined, so here just add /API/user. That will give the user data, right? On this API endpoint we will get the user data, but in this one we have to pass the headers. So just add the headers property, and in this headers property let's add one object where we will add authorization property, and in this authorization property we will add backticks bearer, and after this bearer we will add $, curly braces to insert the template literal. So just add await, and here just add this get token. So in this headers we are providing the bearer and token. That's it. And after that we will get the response from this API call. So here just add const and we will get the data. So just add curly braces data equal to this await. Now we will check this data. So just add the if statement, and here let's add if the data dot success is true. So in that case we will use this setter function set is owner, and in this one we will check if the data dot role is equal to hotel owner. So what is happening here? It is checking the role, and if the role is equal to hotel owner, then it will set this set is owner true, and else it will be false. After that we have to add one more data, because in the user data we will get the recent search cities, right? So to get that we have to create one state variable. So here let's create one state variable with the name search cities, and the setter function name is set searched cities, and let's add the user state and initialize it with empty array. In this one we will store maximum 3 cities name, right? And now we can use this here. So just add set searched cities, and in this one we will add the data dot recent searched cities that we are getting from the API. Correct? Now suppose the data dot success is false. So in that case we will add the else statement, and here we will make the retry to fetch the user details after 5 seconds. So let's add the comment first, and here we will add set timeout. In this one we will add the arrow function, and after that here we will add the timeout, that is 5000 milliseconds. Now in this function we will simply call this fetch user function. So it will again execute this function. Right? Now if any error occurs in this try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this one we will display a toast notification. So to display the toast notification we can use the React hot toast that we have installed. To display the toast notification, let's come here in this app.jsx file, and in this one we have to import the toaster tag. So scroll up, and here let's import toaster, and we will import it from React hot toast like this. And after that scroll down and we will add this here. So we have this first div right here. So in this one let's add toaster tag and close it. So here we have added the toaster tag, right? And after that we will come back to app context, and in this one we will import the toaster. So let's add import, and we will import the toast from React hot toast. In this one we have imported the toaster tag, right? And in this one we have imported toast. Correct? After that let's come here in this catch block, and in this one simply use this toast dot type error, and in this one we will add this error dot message property. So it will display the error in the toast notification. So we have created this function fetch user. Next we have to execute this function. So here before this value object we will add the use effect. Use effect has been imported, and here let's create the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add the user. So whenever the user gets changed, then only this function will be executed. So here we will add the if statement, and we will check if we have the user, right? So when the user is available, so in that case we will call this fetch user function. So after calling this fetch user we will get all the details like this one. We will get is owner and search histories, correct? And it will get stored here in these state variables. Here we have created these search cities and set search cities. So let me export it using this object. So we will add this search cities and setter function set search cities. After adding it, save the changes, and now let's come here in our main.jsx file. So let's open our main.jsx, and in this one we have to add the app provider so that we can access the context data in entire application. So here first we will add import, and we will import the app provider. So just add curly braces app provider, and let's import it from /context folder /app context.jsx file, and let's wrap this one with the app provider. So here we have the app component. So let's add app provider tag, and within this we will provide this app. So you can see first we have the Clerk provider, then we have the browser router, after that we have this app provider, and in this one we have the app. So after adding it, we can access the state variables functions and variables declared in the context file. After that, let's close it, and now we will come here in this app.jsx file. In this one you can see we have added false by default, right? This is for the hotel registration. So right now it is false, but we will display it when the state is true, right? So we will get that state from the context. So here before this return we will add const, and in this one let's add curly braces, and we will get the so hotel registration. We have added it in the context file, right? So just add this use app context. Use app context has been imported, and now let's add this here. Instead of false we will add this so hotel registration. So if it is true, then it will display this hotel registration component, and if it is false it will hide this. Correct? After adding it, let's come here in our components folder and open the navvar component. Right? Now in this navvar you can see we have this user, right? We are getting this user from use user. So instead of getting it from the use user and this navigate from use navigate, we can directly get it from the context file. So here let's add const curly braces, and we will get this data from the use app context. So just add use app context. Click here. So use app context has been imported, correct? And from here we can get this user. So let's add this user here, and let's get this navigate also, and we can remove this from here. Let's remove this import, that is this use user, it is not required now, and let's remove this use navigate. Now we need the is owner state and setter function set so registration. So here from this context let's get the is owner state, and after that we'll get the setter function set so hotel registration. Now using this we will display the different buttons, and using this we will display the registration form. For that let's scroll down, and here you can see we have a button, that is dashboard, right? So we will display this dashboard button when the user is logged in, right? So let's add a space, and let's wrap it in curly braces like this. Now here we will add this user, then AND operator like this, then we'll add this parenthesis and close this parenthesis here after this button. So let's cut it from here and paste here after this button tag. So when the user is logged in, then only this button will be displayed, right? Now in this button we have added the button text dashboard, but instead of adding this button text directly, we will add curly braces, and here we will use the ternary operator, and we will check is owner property. So let's add is owner and question mark. So when it is true, then we will display the text dashboard, and if it is false, it means the user is not the owner. So in that case we will add the text list your hotel. So here we will add the text list your hotel. Now based on this is owner, we will add different event when we click on this button, right? So whenever the user is owner of the hotel, then they will be redirected to the owner dashboard, and if the user is not the owner, then it will display a hotel registration form, right? So in this onClick, we have added the arrow function, and after that here we'll add the is owner a state, then question mark. So if it is true, it will call this navigate, right? And after that we'll add the colon, and here we'll add the setter function set so hotel registration, and let's make it true like this, correct? And after that, let's come here in the component that is hotel registration. So let's open it from the sidebar. Hotel registration is here. Scroll up, and here you can see we have a cross button, and in that one we have to add set so hotel registration false. So first we have to get it from the context. So before this return statement, let's add const curly braces. We will add the setter function set so hotel registration, and let's get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, right? Now let's find the close icon. So here it is. So in this close icon we'll add the onClick. In this onClick property we'll add the arrow function, and in this one we will add this set so registration, and let's make it false. Now save the changes and we will come back to the web page. Let's open the home page and come to this home page, and here you can see we have the list your hotel. If I click here, it is displaying this hotel registration form, and if I click here, it will hide it. Let's click here. It is displaying this hotel registration form. Close it, it will hide it. Correct? Now let's open it in a smaller screen. So here we have this dashboard, right? So let me correct this one also, and we will come back here in the navbar.jsx file, and let's scroll. So here we have this dashboard button. So in this dashboard button, again we have to add the ternary operator. So here, let me add the same thing. We will copy from here. Here it is. We have the onClick. We will copy this and paste it here. Remove this onClick and let's paste the onClick that we have just copied. Correct? And after that, for this dashboard button, let's copy this statement and paste it here. So it will check is owner is true, then it will display dashboard, and if it is false, it will display list your hotel. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see the text list your hotel, right? And here also we have the list your hotel. If I click here, it is opening this form, right? And if I log out, you can see we don't have any button here, and in a smaller screen also we don't have that button, right? We have the login button only. Now let me log in again, and after login you will see this list your hotel button, and when we list the hotel, after that it will display the dashboard button so that we can see the hotel admin dashboard, right? Now let's create the functionality for this form using that anyone can register their hotel, right? For that, let's come here in this hotel registration.jsx file, and in this one we will make the API call using that we can register the hotel, right? But before that we have to store the form data, and to store the form data we will use the state variables. So let's create the state variables first. So first we'll add the state variable with the name, and the setter function name is setName, and here we'll add use state to initialize the value, and in this one we will add empty string. Now duplicate it, and here we'll add another state variable, that is address and set address. Now we'll add another state variable, that is contact and set contact. Then we'll add city and set city. So we have created 4 state variables to get the form data, right? After that, let's come here and we will insert these state variables in the input field. So let's come here in the first input field where you can see the ID name. So in this one, let's add space, and here we'll add on click, or we'll add the on change, not on click, we'll add on change, and here we'll add the add a function. In this one we'll get the event, and here we'll call the setter function, that is set name, and in this set name we will add e.target.value property. After that, here we'll add the value. So in this value we will add the name state like this. Now let me just copy it, and after that let's come to the second input field, that is for the contact, right? So here we will paste it. In this one we will use the setter function set contact, and in the value we will add contact like this. And after that, let's come to next input field. So let's copy this and come to the next input field, that is for the address. So here in this address input field we will paste this one, that is on change function, and in this on change we will add the setter function, that is set address, and here let's add the address state. After that, let's come to next input field, that is city, right? So in this one also we'll add on change in this select. So here let's add on change, and in this on change we will add the setter function, that is set city. It will be e.target.value, and in the value we will add city. Now whenever we will type anything in these input fields, then the input field data will get saved in these state variables, right? Now in the form tag we will add one on submit function. So here we have the form tag. So in this form tag we will add on submit. In this on submit we will simply call one function, that is on submit handler. So we will add the function name here, on submit handler, and next we have to create this function, and here we'll add one more thing, that is on click, and in this on click let's add the add a function, and here we'll get the event, and in this one let's add e.stop propagation, right? After that, let's create this handler function. So let's add const on submit handler, create the asynchronous add function. Now in this one we will get the event as a parameter. Instead of assets we will add async, create the asynchronous add function. Now in this one we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we will make the API call to register the hotel, right? And here we have this div, right? So in this first div we will add the on click, and in this on click let's add the add function, and here we will use the set so hotel registration, and let's make it false, so that if I click anywhere in this form except input field, then it will close it, right? Now in this try block let's make the API call, and for making the API call we need the axios, and we will get the axios from the app context. So here in this app context we will get axios, And after that we need the token, so just add get token. And after that we need set is owner setter function. Right, now let's come here in this try block. First let's get this event here, and here we'll add prevent default, so it will stop the web page from reloading when we submit this form. After that we'll make the API call, and from the API response we will get the data, so just add the curly braces data, and here we'll use the await, then we'll add axios, and let's add the post method. And in this one we have to add the API endpoint, so just add the backticks. We will add /API/hotels, right? Using that we can register a new hotel. After that let's add the comma, and here we will add curly braces where we have to send the data to register the hotel. So we will send the name property, then we will send the contact, then we'll send address. After that we will send city. After that we will send the headers property, so just add headers. And in the headers property again we have to add the object where we will add authorization property. And in this authorization we will add backticks, bearer, then we will add $ curly braces, and we will provide the token, so just add await, and let's provide get token. So this will call the API endpoint and we'll get the data here. After that we have to check this data, so just add if statement, and here we'll add data.success. So when the data.success is true, in that case we will display a toast notification, so just add toast. Toast has been imported, right? Now in this toast we'll add the type success, and here we'll add the message that we are getting from the API, so just add data.message. Now after that we will set the owner, so just add set owner. Set is owner will be true. After that we will hide the registration form, so just add set so hotel registration, and let's make it false, so it will hide it. Now here we'll add the else statement also. So in this else statement we will add the toast notification, so just add this toast.error. It will be data.message. Now in this catch block also we'll add the toast notification, so just add it here, and here we'll add this error.message. That's it. So we have added the functionality. Using that we can register a new hotel. After that save the changes, and let's come back here and click on this list your hotel button, and here we'll add the hotel name. So let me fill this form. So here we have added the hotel name, dummy phone number, dummy address, and city. Now let's click on this register button. Now you can see the notification hotel registered successfully, and after that here we are getting the dashboard button. Right, now let's click here on this dashboard button, so it will open this dashboard, and in this dashboard right now we are getting the dummy data, right? So these are the dummy data, so we will remove these data, and here we'll get these data from the API, correct? So this hotel registration is working fine, and to verify it let's come back to the mongoDB database, click on this refresh. So from here let's open this hotels, and in this hotels you can see we have a new entry. We have the hotel name, address, contact number, then we have the owner. So this is the user ID that is added here in this users collection. Then we have the city, then we have created at and updated at, because we have added the timestamps true. So this is how we can add a new hotel. And after that we can come to the dashboard, and in this dashboard we have to add the functionality. Using that we can add a new rooms in the hotel. We can list the room, we can change the availability, and we can see the dashboard. So we can see the total number of bookings and total revenue and recent bookings also. For that we will come back to the VS Code. From here we will open this sidebar, and in this one let's come to this client folder and then come to this pages folder, and here we have this hotel owner folder, right? Let's open it, and in this one we have add room, dashboard, layout and list, that is list room. So let's start with this layout.jsx file. So in this one we have added the code for navbar and sidebar. So using this code we are displaying the navbar and sidebar. So what will happen whenever we will open the path /owner, then it should be visible to user who is a hotel owner, else they will be redirected to home page. So here we have to add that logic. So we will add const. So here we will get the is owner property, that is owner state from use app context, right? After that we'll get the navigate function also. So let's add the navigate. Now before this return statement we will add the use effect. So just add use effect, and in this one we will add the arrow function. Now here let's add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add is owner. After that here we'll add if statement, and here we'll add not of is owner. It means the user is not owner. In that case we will redirect the users on home page. So just add this navigate and provide the path /home. So whenever the user is not a hotel owner and try to access the path that is /owner, then they will be redirected to home page. So we have protected this path. Only hotel owner can access the dashboard. After that let's close it, and now we will come to this sidebar, and from here we will open pages, hotel owner, and then come to this add rooms or add room.jsx, right? Now in this one also we have to get some data. So here let's add const, and we will get the axios to make the API call, and after that we will get the get token for the authorization token, and here we will get it from the use app context, correct? After that here we have the images state, then we have the inputs where we stored the room type, price, amenities, right? After that in this return statement we are returning a form tag. So here in this form tag we'll add the onSubmit handler function. So just add onSubmit and add the function name here, that is onSubmit handler. Now we will create this function. For that here let's add const and write the function name onSubmit handler and create the asynchronous arrow function so that we can make the API call in this function. Here we will get the event, and now here we'll add e.preventDefault like this. Now here we'll add the comment, that is check if all inputs are filled. So here let's add the if statement, and we'll write not of inputs dot room type. Then we'll add the or operator, then not of inputs dot price per night, then or operator. We will add not of inputs dot amenities. Then we'll add the or operator and write not of object dot values, and in this one just add images dot sum, and in this one let's add the image arrow function and write image. Then in that case we will add a toast notification. So just add toast, import this toast, then dot error. Here we will add the message that is please fill in all the details. Right, after that we will return. So just add return. So it will stop this function. Now suppose we have all the data available, right? So here we'll add the setter function, that is set loading, and we have to create the loading state. So let's come here and here let's create one state, that is const loading and set loading equal to user state, and by default it will be false, right? And here let's use this setter function set loading, and in this one we will add true, right? After that we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we have to create a form data. So just add const form data equal to, then we will use the new form data, add the parenthesis. After that in this form data we have to add the input field details. So just add this form data here, then dot append, and in this one we will add the property room type, and in this room type let's add the value that is inputs dot room type. Correct. Now duplicate it. Here we will append the price per night. So just add this price per night, and here we will add the inputs dot price per night. After that let me add one comment, and in this one let's add converting amenities to array and keeping only enabled amenities. So here just add const amenities equal to object dot keys, and here we'll add inputs dot amenities. After that we'll add filter, and in this one we'll add the key, and it will return the inputs dot amenities and index key. After that we have to append these amenities in the form data. So just add the form data dot append, and in this one let's add the property name, that is amenities, and then we'll add the value after this comma. So just add json dot stringify, and in this one we will add this amenities, that is here. After that we have to add the images in the form data. So let me add the comment adding images to form data. So just add object dot keys, and in this one we will add the images, and after that we will add for each, and here we will add the arrow function, and in this one we will get the key. After that let's add images key, then AND operator will add the form data dot append, and in this one we'll add the property, that is images, and in this images property we will add the images and key. So it will add the images in the form data. After that we can make the API call, right, because we have the form data. So after making the API call we will get the response data. So just add const data equal to await, and then we'll use the axios, and in this axios we will add the post method. After that here we have to add the API endpoint, it will be /API/rooms, and after that let's add the form data, and after that here we have to add the headers. So just add curly braces and headers property, And in this headers property, again add curly braces and provide the authorization, and in this authorization we'll add backticks, bearer, then $sign curly braces, and here we'll get await get token. So it will make the API call, and after that let's check the data response. So here we'll add if statement if the data.success is true. It means the rooms has been added. So here we'll add the notification. So just add toast.success, and in this one we'll add the data.message property that we are getting from the API response, right? And after that we have to clear the input fields. For that, let's use the setter function, set inputs. Here we'll add the object where we'll add room type empty string, then we'll add the price 0, that is price per night. Then here we'll add amenities. So we will add these amenities, right? So in all amenities we have added false. After that we have to reset the selected images. So here let's add set images. In this one we'll add the object where we'll add one null, then we'll add two null. Similarly we will add 3 and 4. So it will reset all the selected images after submitting the form. Now suppose we get any issue and the room is not added. So in that case we'll add the else statement here, and here let's add this notification. So here we'll add toast.error. It will be data.message. Now let's copy this and paste it here in this catch block also. So in this catch block let's add the error.message, right? And after this catch block we'll add finally, and in this finally we will add set loading, and let's make it false. So here we have made this set loading true, and after that we are making this set loading false. So we have created the functionality for adding the rooms in the hotel. So to test it, let's come back to the web browser, and here let's open this add room page in the dashboard, and from here let me choose the images. So let's choose these images here. So we have added these images. After that we'll add the room type. So here we'll add double room, then let's add the price. After that we'll add the amenities. So it will be room service, mountain view, then let's add pool access and free Wi-Fi. We have added this, and after that let's click on this button, add room. Here we are getting some error, failed to execute. So in this file you can see we have added this API call, and in this one we have added authorization, bearer and await token, that is get token. So here we have to call this get token function. So just add this parenthesis, that's it, just add this one and save the changes. And after that we will disable the button click here. When we submit the data, then we will disable the button. So instead of add room we will add adding. So here let's add curly braces, and we will use this loading state. So if the loading is true, in that case here we will add adding, and if it is false then let's add this add room like this. And in this button also we will add one property, that is disabled, and in this property we will add curly braces and provide this loading state. That's it. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. And now let's click on this button, add room. So you can see adding. Now we have some other issue. Room validation failed, price per night, cast to number failed, for value none. So let's come back to the VS Code. And in this one, add room.jsx, we have created the form data, right? So let's see where it is. Here we have the form data, and in this one we are adding this price per night, and in this one by mistake we have added this room price per night type. So let me correct it. It will be price per night. That's it. We have corrected this line. So save the changes and let's come back to the web page. Now let's click on this add room button. So you can see the notification, room created successfully, and after that all the input fields are reset, right? And now after that let's come back to the database, and here we'll click on this refresh. After this refresh, let's come to this rooms, and in this rooms we have a new room added, right? This room is available here. This is the room type, price, and this is the amenities. Then we have the images, and in this images we have 4 image URL, right? You can see the URL is for CloudNuddy. So all the images are uploaded on CloudNuddy, and here we have the image URL, right? And here we have the is available property true and creation date. So the adding room is working fine. After that, let's come here, and in this one we have this list room, right? So we have to create this feature for this list room. So let's come back here, and here we will open this sidebar, and from here we will open this listroom.jsx file. Now in this one, scroll up, and here we have this rooms and setter function set rooms, and after that here we will get the Axios, get token and user from the context. So here let's add const, then we will add curly braces, we will get the Axios. After that we will add get token, and after that we will add the user. So we will get these data from the use app context, right? And here we are initializing this use state with dummy data that is available in the asset. So let me remove this dummy data, and here we will add the empty array. Remove this dummy data import statement. So we have added the empty array, and after that we'll create a function that will fetch the rooms. So here let's add the comment that is fetch rooms for the hotel owner. So here we'll add const, then write the function name fetch rooms equal to async, and create the arrow function. Now in this arrow function we will add the try catch statement, and in this one we will make the API call. So just add const data equal to await, and here we'll use the Axios dot get method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint, that is /API/rooms/owner. After that here we have to add the headers property. So again we'll add the same thing in the headers. So let me copy from here, copy this headers object and paste it here in this list room. So we have added the headers. After that we'll check this response data. So here let's add if statement if the data dot success is true. So in that case we will add the setter function that is set rooms, and in this one we will provide the data dot rooms, right? And after that we'll add the else statement, and in this one we will display the toast notification. So just add toast dot error, and in this one we will add data dot message, and If any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So here also we will add this notification, and here we will use this error.message. That's it. Next we have to execute this fetch rooms whenever the page gets loaded. So here let's add the use effect. In this use effect we will add the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add the user. Now in this one let's add the if statement, and here we will add the user. So when the user is available, then we will execute this function, that is fetch rooms. So whenever the page gets loaded, it will fetch the rooms, right? And after that, let's come here. It should display the rooms data here because we have the room available, so it is not coming here. To fix it, we will come back to the VS Code, and from here we will come to this left sidebar, and here let's come to this server folder, and in this server folder we have created this room controller.js file. Let's open it. In this one we have this get owner rooms, right? And here we have added await hotel, and after this hotel we have to add dot find one. Just update this one, just add find one, save the changes. After that, let's come here, refresh this, come to the dashboard. Now you can see here we are getting the room type, then facilities, price, and action button. Correct? So now we will add the functionality for this action button. Using that we can change the availability of the hotel. So let's come here, and in this list room.jsx, before this use effect, let's add one comment, that is toggle availability of the room, and here we will add the function. So let's create one function with the name toggle availability equal to async and create the arrow function. Now in this function parameter we will get the room ID like this. So after getting this room ID, we can make the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to, we will add await, then axios dot post method. In this post method we will add the API endpoint, that is /API /rooms /toggle availability, and after that here we will add the comma, and in this one we will add curly braces and provide the room ID, right? After that we have to add the authorization token. So let me just copy this headers from here, copy and paste it here like this. After this API call we will get the response data. So let's check this. So we will add if data.success is true. So in that case we will add a toast notification. So just add toast.success, and in this one we will add data.message. After that we will add the fetch rooms again. So just call this function. Now we will add the else statement also, and in this else statement we will add this notification and paste it here, and here we will add toast.error. That's it. After that save the changes, and next we have to connect this function with our action button. So let's come here, and here we have this input field, right? So in this input field we will add onChange property, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function, and here let's call this toggle availability function. Now here we will add the item dot underscore ID. After adding it, let's save the changes and come back here. Now if I click here, you can see room availability updated and it is disabled. After that, let's come to the database, refresh it. Let's come to rooms. and here you can see is available property is false, correct? And if I come back again and enable this one, so now you can see the notification room availability updated, and after that refresh this database. So now you can see is available is true. So this is how we can update the room availability. So we have created this page also and this page also. After that we have to update this dashboard data. So in this page we will update these data like total booking, total revenue, and we will also update this recent booking data. For that, let's come back here, and from this left sidebar we will open this dashboard.jsx file. Now in this one, scroll up, and here you can see we are getting the dashboard data from the assets using this dummy data, right? So instead of using this dummy data, let me remove this from here also, and here we'll add one object. Now in this object we'll add the bookings. It will be empty array. After that we'll add total number of bookings. It will be 0, and after that we'll add total revenue. It will be 0, right? And before that we'll get some data from the app context, so just add const, and here we'll add currency, then user, then get token, and we'll add toast and axios. So we'll get these data from the use app context, correct? Now after that we can make the API call here. So here let's add const, and we will add the function fetch dashboard data. It will be asynchronous arrow function, and in this function we will make the API call. So just add the try catch statement, and here let's make the API call and we will get the response data. So just add const data equal to await, and we will add the axios dot get method. In this one we will add the API endpoint, that is /API /bookings/hotel. After that we will add the headers. So let me just copy from the previous file. From here let me copy the headers and paste it here, which is dashboard. So let's paste this headers. After that here we will add the if statement, and we will check the response data. So if the data.success is true, in that case we will set the dashboard data. So just use the setter function, set dashboard data, and in this one we will add the data dot dashboard data that we are getting from the API response. After that we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement let's add toast dot error, and here we'll add data dot message. Now we will add the toast notification in the catch block also. So here we'll add toast dot error. It will be error dot message, correct? Now we have to call this function whenever the page gets loaded. So here we'll add use effect and add the arrow function. Now in this one let's add this dependency array where we will add the user, and in this one let's add the if statement if the user is available, right? So in that case we will call this fetch dashboard data function. That's it. After adding it, let's come back to the web page. So here you can see we have the total bookings 0 and total revenue 0, correct? And here we don't have any recent bookings. So whenever we will make the bookings, that will be displayed here, and when we will make the booking, then we will get the total number of booking also and total revenue also. After that we have to update the currency here. You can see here we have the dollar symbol. So let me correct it. So let me find it. So here we have this currency symbol. So instead of this currency symbol we will use our currency that we have imported. So just add currency, right? After that, let's find another one. Here we have the item price. So here also we'll add curly braces currency. Let's find it. So we have updated all the currency symbols also. Save the changes. Now let's come here. So we have completed this dashboard, add room, and this list room. I think here also we have to add the currency. So let me just come back, open listroom.jsx. Here we have item price per night, right? So in this one also we'll add currency here. So just add curly braces. We will get the currency from the context. So let me import it here and add it here. Before this, item dot price per night. Now here you can see this currency symbol. So after completing the features for the dashboard, now let's come back to the home page. On this home page you can see we have these room details, and right now these data is coming from the assets file. So we will remove it and we will get the data from our database. You can see in our database right now we have one room and one hotel. So this is the hotel detail. So we will get this data from the API and we will display it on our web page. So for that, let's come back here. Let's open the VS Code editor, and from this left sidebar we will come to this client folder, then go to context, and in this context we have app context. Let's open it. Now in this app context we have to create one state where we can store the room data. So let's duplicate this line. Here we'll add the state name, that is rooms, and the setter function name is setRooms, and initialize it with empty array because we can store multiple rooms, right? So we have used empty array. Now we will create a function that will fetch the data from the API and store the room data in this rooms state. So here we will create a function. So let's add the function name fetch rooms equal to, and create the asynchronous arrow function. After that, here in this one we will add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we will make the API call and we will get the response data. So just add const data equal to await, and we will use the Axios for making the API call, and here we will add the get method. Using that we will call the API, and here we will add the API endpoint, that is /API/rooms. So this is the get API. We don't have to send anything in the body, and in this one we will get the response. So first we will check the response. So if the data dot success is true, so when the data dot success is true, then we will use this setter function setRooms, and here just provide the data dot rooms. Correct. Now we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add toast dot error, and here we will provide the data dot message. So we will display the message that we will get from the API. After that, let's add the toast notification in the catch block also, and here we will add error dot message. That's it. So we have created a function that will fetch the data from the API and store the data in this state. Next, we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. For that, we will use the use effect. So scroll down, and after this use effect, let's add one more use effect. And in this one, we will add the arrow function. And here we will add the dependency array, that is the empty array. Now in this one, we will simply call this fetch rooms function. So it will fetch the room, store the data in this rooms state. Now we have to pass this rooms state and setter function using our value object. So let's scroll down, and here we have this value. So in this one we will add comma and provide rooms and let's add the setter function set rooms. Now we can access it in any other component. So now let's open the sidebar, and from this sidebar we will open components, and in this components we have this featured destination. Let me open it. Now in this featured destination, you can see we are getting the dummy data from the assets, that is rooms dummy data, right? So instead of using this rooms dummy data, we will use the room data from the context file. So let me remove this line, and here before this return statement we will add const curly braces, and here we will get the rooms, and we will get it from use app context. So use app context has been imported, and in this one we will get the navigate also. So let's add comma and provide navigate, and we can remove this navigate from here. Let me correct this spelling, rooms, correct. After that, here we have to use this rooms array. So let me just copy it, and here after this return let's add rooms dot length property greater than 0. So when we have any data in the room array, then only we will display this HTML tags. So we will add the AND operator. So whenever it is true, then only it will display these tags. After that, we will display the room data using this map. So here let's add rooms. That's it. After adding it, let's save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see we have only one room available here, correct. Here we have this room, and this room data is coming from the database. After that, we'll click on this view all destinations. So here also we have the room data from the asset, so we have to replace it. So let me open this component, or we have created it in the pages. So let's open the VS Code, and from this left sidebar go to pages and all rooms. Now in this all rooms we have to get the room data from the context. Here in this all rooms page we have this all rooms function. So in this function let's add const, and we will create a state variable. So just add search params, and the setter function name is set search params, and here we will add use search params. So from the URL we will get the search parameter. After that we will get the room data from the context. So just add const curly braces rooms, and let's get it from this use app context. Now from the context we can get the navigate also. So just add comma and navigate. Let me remove it. After that, here we will get the currency also. So let's add the comma and currency like this, and after that we'll create two other state variables. Using that we can filter the hotel list. So here we'll add const, and the state variable name is selected filters, and the setter function name is set selected filters equal to use state. And in this one we will add the object, and in this object we will add two property, that is room type and price range, because we can filter the rooms using the room type and price range. As you can see on this web page, you can see we have room type and price range. Then we have the sort by. So for this sort by also we will create a state variable. So here let's add another state variable. So just add const select sort, and the setter function name is set selected sort, and equal to use state, and we will initialize it with empty string like this. After that, scroll down, and here we will create a function. Using that we can filter the list. So let me add the comment first: handle changes for filters and sorting, and here just add const, and we will add the function name handle filter change equal to, and here we will add the parameters. So first parameter is checked, then second one is value, then third one is type, and after that create the arrow function. Now in this one, let's use the setter function, set selected filters, and create the arrow function. And in this one, we will get the previous value using previous filters. And in this one, let's add const updated filters equal to curly braces, and just add a spread operator and provide the previous filters. After that, here we will add the if statement. If, let's add checked, and in that case we will add updated filters, then type, and here we will add push, and in this one we will add the value. So if the filter is checked, then it will push that value here. After that we will add the else statement, so just add else. So here we will add updated filters type equal to updated filters type dot filter, and in this one we will add the item and create the arrow function. We have added the item in the parameter. Now we will add this item not equal to value. After that, here we will add the return, and in this one just return the updated filters. After that we will create another function here. So here let's create another function, that is handle sort change. So just add const handle sort change equal to, and create the arrow function, and here we will get the parameter, that is sort option. And after that, let's add the setter function set selected sort, and in this one provide this parameter value. That's it. Now we will create another function. So let me add the comment first. Function to check if a room matches the selected room types. So we will add the function const matches room type equal to one arrow function, and in this parameter we have to provide the room. And after that, here we will add return statement, and we will add selected filters dot room type dot length equal to 0, and then we'll add the OR operator. We'll add selected filters dot room type dot includes, and in this one just add this room dot room type. After that, we'll create another function to check the room matches the selected price range. So just add the comment, and after that we will create a function. So add const and the function name and create the arrow function. So the function name is matches price range, and here also we will get the room in the parameter, and after that we will add the return statement, and in this one let's add selected filters dot price range dot length equal to 0, or we will add selected filters dot price range dot sum, and in this sum we will add range, and let's add curly braces, and here we'll add const. We will add minimum and maximum value, and after that we'll add the range dot split, and in this one we will add a space, 2 and a space. After that we'll add dot map, and here we'll add number. Next we'll add the return statement. In this return statement we will return room dot price per night greater than equal to min, and room dot price per night less than equal to max. So we will get the room within the selected price range. After that we'll create another function. So here let's add one comment, function to sort rooms based on the selected sort option. So here let's again create a function. So we'll create the arrow function with the name sort rooms, and here we have created the arrow function with parameter a and b, and here let's add the if statement, and we will add if, and we will use this selected sort equal to price low to high. In that case we will return a dot price per night minus b dot price per night. Now let's add the if statement again, and here we'll add selected sort equal to price high to low. So in that case we will return this, and here we will update it. We will add b, and here we will add a, b dot price per night, a dot price per night. After that let's add another if statement, and here also we will add this statement, and here we will update the text. It will be newest first. So we have to sort the list based on date. So in this if statement we will add return, and here we will use new date, and in this one let's add b dot created at minus new date, then a dot created at. So it will sort the data based on the date. After that we will add return 0. So it will sort the data. Next we will create another function. Using that we can filter the room list based on the search parameter. So here we will add another function. We will add the comment filter destination, and in this one let's add the arrow function with the name filter destination, and provide the arrow function with parameter room. After that we'll add const destination equal to search params dot get, and from this one we'll get the destination. After that let's add if not of destination. So in that case just add return true, and then we'll add the return statement again when the destination is available. So in that case we'll add room dot hotel dot city dot to lowercase includes this destination dot to lowercase. So we will get the room list from the particular city. After that let's add one more function. So we will add one comment filter and sort room based on the selected filters and sort option. So just add const filtered rooms equal to use memo. Import the use memo, and here we'll add the arrow function. Here we will return rooms dot filter, and here we'll add the room in the parameter and create the arrow function. Here we'll add matches room type, and let's provide the room. After that we'll add the AND operator, and here we'll add matches price range, and in this one we'll provide the room, and then again add the AND operator, and here we'll add filter destination, and here also add the room. After that we'll add dot sort, and in this one we'll add sort rooms. Now here we'll add comma and provide one array, and in this one let's add rooms. Then we'll add selected filters, then we will add selected sort, and then we will add search params, like this. After that we will add one more function, that is clear all filter. So here let's add clear all filter and write the function here. We will create the arrow function, and in this one let's use this set selected filters, and here we'll add the object, and in this object we will add room type and price range, and we will add the empty array. That's it. After that let's add the set selected sort, and here also we'll add the empty string, and after that we will add set search params, and in this one we'll add empty object. So it will clear all the filters. After that let's scroll down, and here you can see we are using rooms dummy data. So instead of this rooms dummy data, we will use the filtered rooms. So only filtered rooms will be displayed here. After that let's come to the filter. Let's scroll down and come to the filter. So here you can see we have this room type filter, right, where we have the checkbox. So in this checkbox we have the key, then we have the label, and after this label we will add selected property. So in this selected property we will add curly braces, and here let's add selected filters dot room type dot includes, and in this one let's add this room. After that we'll add onChange property, so just add onChange, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function, and in this parameter we will get the checked. And after that here we have to make the function call, that is handle filter change, and in this one we have to provide some arguments. So here we'll add checked, then we'll add the room. After that we'll add room type. That's it. After that let me just copy this selected and this onChange also, copy it and paste it here in this second checkbox. So in this one we already have the key label, right? So in this label we have to add the currency symbol also. So here we'll add $, curly braces, and add currency. Then we have the range, right? And after that here we'll paste this selected property where we will add selected filters dot room type, but instead of this room type here we'll add price range, and price range includes range. After that here we have the onChange handler. So in this one let's add the checked, then we'll add range, and after that here we'll add price range. That's it. Now come here in this div where we have the radio buttons, right? So in this one we have the key, then label, and after that we'll add the selected property and add the curly braces in this selected property, and here we'll add selected sort equal to option, and after that let's add on change, and in this on change let's add the arrow function, and here we'll add handle sort change, and in this one we'll add option. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. So here we have only one room data. If I click on the single bed, you can see it has been removed. If I click on double bed, we have this because it is a double bed room. If I click on this one, it is removed. You can see this filter is working. We can use this price filter also. If I choose the price range 500 to 1000, you can see it will be hidden, and if I choose 0 to 500, it is visible. We can use this sort, but right now we have only one data, so you won't see the sort effect here, but we will add more data. Then you can see here we have dollar symbols 2 times, so let me correct it. Let's come here. From here we will remove this one. That's it. Now we have only $1 symbol here, and in this one we have added the search parameter also. So based on this search term, it will filter the room details. Now after that, let me add more data in this website. So let me come to dashboard, and here we have the add rooms. So using this form we will add more rooms. So let me add the rooms one by one. Now I have added all rooms here. You can see I have total 4 rooms, right? After that, if I come back to the web page, let me refresh it. So now you can see here we have 4 rooms, right? And if I come to hotels page, so here also we have 4 rooms. And now if I click on this price low to high, you can see it will get sorted high to low, then newest first. So you can see the changes when I click on these radio buttons. And after that we have this filter option also. Then we have the room type also. If I choose the single room, we have only 1 room. If I choose double room, we have total 3 rooms. So these filters are working. Now let's come back to the home page, and next we have to add the functionality for this search form. To add the search feature, let me come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar, let's open components and open hero.jsx. In this hero component, we have created this form. You can see here we have the form tag, right? Now here we have the input field from where we are getting the city, right? So from this form we will get the city name, and we will store the city in a state variable. So before this return statement, let me create a state variable to store the city name. So let's add the variable name destination. So let's add const destination, and setter function name is set destination, and we will use the use state to initialize this variable. So here we'll add empty string. Now here we'll get some state and functions from the use app context. So just add const curly braces, and here we will get the navigate function, get token, and axios, and we will also get the set search cities, and we will get it from use app context. So use app context has been imported, correct? After that, scroll down, and here you can see we have this input, right, where we have added the cities. So in this input we will add a space, and let's add on change property, and in this on change we will add one arrow function. So let's add event in the parameter and create the arrow function, and here we'll use the setter function set destination, and here let's add event dot target dot value. After that, here we'll add the value property also, and in this value property we will add the destination. So just add this destination state. That's it. Now here we have the form tag. So in this form tag we'll add the onSubmit handler function. So just add onSubmit, and in this one let's add the function name onSearch. So now we have to create this function, that is onSearch. So scroll up and here let's create the function. We will add const onSearch equal to async and create the arrow function, because in this function we will make the API call. So here first we will get the event in the parameter, and using this event we will prevent the default behavior. So just add e.preventDefault. After clicking on this search button, user will be redirected to the all hotels page or all rooms page. So let's add navigate, and in this navigate we will add the path. So just add /rooms. Then we will add question mark to add the search parameters. So here we'll add the search parameter key name, that is destination, equal to, then we will insert the template literal. So just add $ curly braces, and here we'll add this destination state. That's it. So user will be redirected to /rooms/destination and then any destination name in the value. After that we have to set this city name in the searched cities data that is stored in the database. For that we'll make the API call. So let me add the comment first. We will add this comment, call API to save recent searched cities. So here let's add await, and we'll add Axios package, then we'll add post method, and in this one let's add the API endpoint, that is /API/user/store recent search. After that here we have to send the data in the body, so just add curly braces. So in this body we will send the data, that is recent search city. So just add this, then add colon, and here we'll provide the destination state. That's it. After that let's add the comma and add another object. So in this object we have to send the headers. So in this headers we will add the authorization and token. So just add this authorization property, and in this authorization property we have added bearer $ curly braces await get token. Here we will add one more curly braces. That's it. So it will make the API call. After that we will store this search city in our state that we have created in the context file. So here let's add a space, and here we'll add one comment, add destination to searched cities, maximum 3 recent searched cities, right? So here let's add the setter function, set searched cities, and in this one just add the arrow function, and here we will get the previous searched cities, and after that here just add the const and create a variable, that is updated searched cities equal to, let's add one array, and here we will use the spread operator and provide the previous data, and in this one we will add the new destination like this. After that, suppose this length gets more than 3, then we have to remove one entry. For that let's add the if statement, and in this if statement we will check if the updated searched cities dot length is greater than 3. So in that case we have to remove one data, so we'll add this updated searched cities dot shift. After that here we will return this updated searched cities. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. Now in this destination, if I select Dubai, click on search button, so here we don't have any hotel, right? And if I select this New York, click on search button, you can see we are getting the hotel that is listed in the New York City. Now let's come here, and if I go to Singapore, click on search, we don't have any room in this Singapore city. And if I choose this London, here also we don't have any hotel. That's it. Now when we search any city, then in that case we have to display the suggested hotel or recommended hotel from that city on this home page. Right now we have only featured destination, so here we will display one more section with recommended hotels for the particular city that is in your search history. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we'll create a new component. So here in this left sidebar, open this components folder, and in this one we will create a new component. So right click and create a new file, that is recommendedhotels.jsx. That's it. Now in this one we'll paste the same code that is available in this featured destination. Let's copy the code from this featured destination and paste it here in this recommended hotels, like this. Now in this one we have to update few things. So here let me update the name. It will be recommended hotels, and here we will export the recommended hotels, right? Now in this one we will get the rooms from this use app context, and after that we'll get the searched cities from the use app context. So remove this navigate, and here we'll add the searched cities array, right? And after that here we'll create one state. So let's add the state variable name recommended, and the setter function name is set recommended equal to use state, and initialize it with empty array. Now here let's create a function. So just add const, we will add filter hotels equal to create the arrow function, and in this one we will filter the hotels for the particular city that is available in this searched cities array, right? So here let's add the variable const filtered hotels equal to rooms dot slice dot filter, and here we will add the arrow function with the room in the parameter. And after that let's use this searched cities dot include, we will add includes, and here let's add the room dot hotel dot city. That's it. And now we will set this hotels in this recommended, right? So just add this set recommended, and after that provide this filtered hotels. That's it. Now we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So we will add the use effect, and in this use effect we will add the arrow function, and here let's add the dependency array where we will add the rooms, and we will also add the searched cities, and after that here we will call the filter hotel function. That's it. Now we will get the recommended hotel list. So here instead of this rooms, let's add this recommended dot length greater than 0, then only this div will be displayed, right? And after that we have this button, we will delete this button like this, and instead of this room here we will add recommended. That's it. And after that here we have the title, so let's update this title also. So in the title we will add recommended hotels, and here we have the subtitle. So let me keep the subtitle same. That's it. After that we will save the changes, and now we have to mount this component. So let's open our pages and open the home.jsx, and before this featured destination we will mount the recommended hotels. So just add recommended hotels. Close this tag. Now save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this recommended hotels, and after that we have this featured destination. If I search for Dubai, then let's search for Singapore, and let's search for London. So now we have the 3 search city, and in that one we don't have any hotels. That's why that recommended hotel section is invisible, right? And if I search for New York, so we have the data in the New York. So here we are getting the New York hotel list, and if I come to home page, here we have the hotels recommended that is available in the New York City, right? So this is how we can recommend the hotels for particular city when we search any city name on this website. After that, let's click on any image. So it will open the hotel detail page. So now we have to create this hotel detail page. We will display this data from the API. Now we will come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar, let's open this pages and open this roomdetails.jsx. In this one you can see we are getting the rooms dummy data from the asset, and we are using this data to display the room details. So let me remove this rooms dummy data from here, because we will get the room data from the API. So after that, here you can see we have this room and set room and initialized it with null. After that, here we have this ID that we are getting from the URL parameter. Now we will get some data from the context. So here let's add const curly braces, and from the context we will get the rooms. After that we will get the get token, then Axios and navigate. So let's add it here, and we will get it from the use app context. Use app context has been imported, correct? After that, here we have this main image, let it be, and after that we will create some state variable to store the check-in date and checkout date. So here let's add const check-in date and set check-in date, and we will initialize this state variable with null. So we have added this state variable. Now let's duplicate it, and here we'll add checkout date, and the setter function name is set checkout date. After that, let's add one more state variable where we will store the guest number. So just add the variable name and setter function guest and set guest, and here we will initialize it with 1. So there will be minimum 1 guest, right? So we will initialize it with 1. After that we will add one more state variable where we will store the room availability state. So let's add one state variable with the name is available and setter function name is set is available, and initialize it with false. So by default it will be false, correct? Now here we have this use effect where we are finding the room data. So we will find the room data from the rooms that we are getting here from the app context. So here instead of this dummy data, let's add the rooms, then find method, and here we will add individual room, and from this one we'll check the ID equal to this ID, and now we'll get the single room detail, right? And once we have this room details, then we will use this setter function set room and provide this room here, and after that we will set the main image also. So after adding it, if I save the changes and come back to the web page, let me refresh it. It should display the room details here, but it is not available. So let me come back to the VS Code again, and here in this use effect we have this dependency array, and in this dependency array we will add this rooms that we are getting from the context. Just save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see we have this room detail, correct, and here we have this button check availability, but we have to check the functionality to check the room availability status, and here we have to add minimum 1 guest. So let me just come back and scroll down, and let's see where we have this form. So here we have this form tag, and in this form tag we have the button also. You can see here we have this button where we have added the text check availability. So instead of this text we will add curly braces, and here we will use the ternary operator. So just add is available state question mark. So if it is available, then we can simply add the text called book now like this, and if it is not available, when it is false, then we'll add this text check availability like this. Let's come here in this guest. Here we have this label, and this is the input field. So in this input field, let's add the placeholder 1, and after that here in this one we'll add the onChange property. So let's add onChange. In this onChange, let's add the arrow function, and here we'll get event, and now we'll call the setter function set guest, and in this one just add e.target.value. After that we'll add the value property, and in this value property let's add the guest state. Now let's copy this line and come to this input field where we are getting the checkout date. So in this one let's paste this line. I'll add the space and let's paste it. Here we'll add onChange property, and here let's add setter function set checkout date. It will be e.target.value. From here we will remove this value, it is not required here. But in this one let's add minimum, and in this min property we will add check-in date, and after that we'll add disable, and in this disabled property we will add not of checked in date. After that let's copy this and come to this first input field where we are getting the check-in date. So in this one we will paste it, and here let's update the setter function. It will be set check-in date. It will be e.target.value. After that here we will add the min property, and in this min property we will add new date, and here we'll add dot to ISO string. Then we'll add dot split, and in this one we will add this T. Then we'll add index 0, and from here we will remove this disabled property. So let's understand this. In this first input field we are getting the check-in date, and we can select the check-in date from today's date only. We cannot select the previous date. After that we have the checkout date, and in this checkout date we have added the minimum date, that is check-in date. So we cannot select the date that is before the check-in date. So the checkout date will be after the check-in date. And here we have added this disabled property. It means once we will select the check-in date, then only we can choose the checkout date, unless this checkout date will be disabled. So we have added the onChange method. Using that we will get the data in these state. Here we have this check-in, checkout and guests. Now we will use this data to check the availability of the room. For that let's create a function. So here before this use effect we will create a function, and let's add the function name const check availability. And before that let me add the comment also, check if the room is available. And here let's add the asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we will add the try catch block. Now in this try block let me add the comment, that is check-in date is greater than checkout date. So here we will add if statement, and here let's add this a statement that check-in date greater than equal to checkout date. So in that case we will add toast dot error, and in this one we will add the message. So let's add the message in string. Check-in date should be less than checkout date, like this. After that we will add return, so it will stop executing this function. After that here let's add const, and in this one we will add data that we will get from the API response, and here we will make the API call. So just add await axios dot post method, and here we have to add the API endpoint, that is /API/bookings/check availability. After that here we have to add the room data in the body, so just add curly braces. We will add room and it will be ID. After that we will add comma, and here we will add the check-in date, and we will provide the checkout date. We are getting this ID from the URL parameter, so we will make the API call, and after that here we will add the if statement, and in this one we will add data dot success. So we are checking if the response data is success. In that case we will add the if statement again, and here we will add data dot is available property. We will check the is available property, and in this one let's add the setter function set is available, and let's make it true, right? And after that we'll add toast dot success, and in this one we will add this message, that is room is available. Now we will add the else statement, and in this else statement let's add the setter function set is available, and in this one we will make it false. And after that we will add the notification, so just add toast dot error, and in this one we will add the message room is not available, like this. Now let's add the else statement for this if. So here we will add else statement, and in this one we will simply add the error message that we will get from the API response. So just add toast dot error, and in this one we will provide data dot message. Now we will add the notification in the catch block also, so let's copy it and paste it here, and here we will add toast dot error. It will be error dot message, like this. So we have created a function to check the availability, right? And after that we will create another function that will handle our form, that is here. You can see here we have this form and here we have this button. So we'll create a function to handle this form. So let's add the comment first. Here we have added the comment on submit handler function to check the availability and book the room. So let's add the function name. Just add const and write the function name on submit handler, and it will be asynchronous arrow function. So just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this one we will add the try catch statement, and here we'll get the event. Now here let's add e.preventDefault, so it will prevent the default behavior when we submit this form. After that we have to check the is available state, so here we'll add not of is available. So in that case we have to call the check availability function and we will stop the execution there. So just add return. Let me add this curly braces for this if statement. Here we'll add return and then call the check availability function, that is here, right? After that, suppose the room is available, it means this is available property is true. So in that case we will book the room. So just add the else statement and here we will call the API to book the room and we will get the API response in data. So just add const data equal to await then axios dot post method, and in this one let's add the API endpoint, that is /API/bookings/book. After that we have to send the data in the body. So here we will send the room ID. So just add room :ID. Then we have to send the check-in date and checkout date, and then we'll send the guest details. So just add this state variables. After that we'll add the payment method. So the payment method will be pay at hotel, like this. And after that we have to send the headers, and in the headers we will send the authorization property. So here let's add this headers. We have added headers property, and in this one we have added authorization bearer, and here we have added $await get token that we have imported from use app context. Now we will get this data, so we have to check this data response. So just add if statement if the data.success is true. So in that case we will display a toast notification. So just add toast.success, and here we will add the message that we will get from the API. So just add data.message. After that we have to navigate the users on my booking. So just add the navigate, and here we will add the path. So let's add the path /mybookings. So after booking, user will be redirected to this my bookings page. After that we have to scroll the web page to the top. So just add this scroll to 0,0. Now suppose this data.success is false. So in that case we'll add the else statement, and here we will add the notification. So just add toast.error, and it will be data.message. Now let's add the notification in the catch block also. So here we'll add this toast.error, it will be error.message. That's it. Now we have to link this onSubmitHandler function with our form tag. So let me scroll down and let's see where we have the form tag. So here we have this form, right? So in this form we will add onSubmit property and provide this function, that is onSubmitHandler. That's it. After adding it, save the changes and let's come back to the web page. Now here let me refresh this web page, and here let me choose the check-in date 26. I'll choose the checkout date 27, and let's select the guest 2 and click on this check availability. So you can see room is available, and after that here we are getting the button called book now, and if I click on this button now, you can see the notification booking created successfully and we are redirected to my bookings page. But right now these my bookings data is coming from the assets, these are the dummy data. So next we will display the booking data on this my bookings page from the database. So we have just created a new booking. So let me show you the data in the database. So we will open the mongoDB, and here let's open this bookings, and in this bookings you can see we have the user detail, room detail, hotel detail, check-in date, it is 26th April, then 27 is the checkout date. This is the price and total number of guests, and the status is pending, and the payment method is pay at hotel. Is paid property is false. So we have all these data for the booking. So we have successfully created a new booking, and we will display this booking data on this My Bookings page. So we will remove these dummy data. So for that, let's come back to the VS Code, and from this left sidebar we will open this mybookings.jsx file, and here you can see we have imported this user booking dummy data from the asset. So let me remove it, right? And after that, here we will get some data from the context. So just add const axios, then get token and user, and we will get it from the use app context, correct? After that, we have this bookings state and the setter function, and here we will initialize it with empty array. And now we will create a function that will fetch the booking data from the database. So here let's add a space, and we'll add the function with the name fetch user bookings equal to create the asynchronous function, and in this function we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this one we will make the API call. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and then we'll add the axios.get method, and in this one we have to add the API endpoint, that is /API/bookings/user. After that, we have to add the headers so that we can authenticate this particular user. So here we'll add this same thing. So let me add headers property. In this headers property, we have added authorization, then bearer, and then we have added the token using this await get token. After that, we will check the response data. So here we will add this if statement. We will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will get the booking details. So let's add the setter function set bookings, and in this one we will add the data.bookings property, right? So it will store the bookings here in this state. After that, we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add the notification. So just add toast. Let's click here, so it will get imported. Just add error type, and in this toast.error we will add data.message. Now we will add the notification in the catch blocks. So let's copy and paste it here, and here we will add error.message. That's it. After that, here we will add the use effect that will call this function. So just add use effect, and in this use effect we'll add the arrow function, and here first let's check if the user is available. So just add if user, then we will call this fetch user bookings function. Now here we'll add the dependency array. So in this dependency array we will add the user like this. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. So here you can see now we have only one booking data, and this booking data is coming from the database. You can see the same amount here, then number of guests and check-in date and checkout date. It is correct. And right now the status is unpaid, and here we have a pay now button also. So we have created the functionality for the My Bookings page. So now we have completed all functionality of this hotel booking website, but after booking we did not get any confirmation email. So next we have to add the email feature in this booking website, so that when we book the hotel we will get a booking details email. So for that we will use node mailer. So let's search for node mailer. Let's open this website, and you can see first we have to install this node mailer package. So we have to install it in our backend. So just copy and we will come back to the VS Code. And let me close all these files. So right click and select close saved. And from this left sidebar, let's collapse this client and open this server. And in this server, we already have the terminal open. So let me open the terminal here, and you can see this is the client terminal, that is Frontend, and this is the server. You can see server is running. So we have to stop this server using Ctrl+C and yes. Now here we'll add the command npm install node mailer. Press enter. So it will install the node mailer package. After that we will start the server again. So let's add npm run server. So it will again start the server. You can see starting node server.js, and now our server has been started. That's it. Now we can hide it. After that, let's come back to the web browser and let's see the next step. So to send the email using node mailer, we have to import the node mailer in a file, and then we have to create a transporter. In this transporter, we have to store any SMTP host name. Then we have to add the SMTP username and password, and to get the SMTP details, we will use Bravo. So first we will create this transporter. So let's come back to the VS Code, and before that let me just copy it and come back here, and in this server folder we have this config, and in this config we will create a new file, that is nodemailer.js. That's it. Now let's paste this transporter here, and before that we have to import the node mailer. So just add import node mailer from, we will add the node mailer package. That's it. Now we have created this transporter using this node mailer dot create transport. After that, here we have to add the SMTP host. Then let me remove this secure property from here, it is not required. And after that we have to add the username and password for the SMTP. That's it. And then we will export this transporter from here so that we can use it in another file. So just add export default and provide this transporter. Now here we have to provide the host, user and password. So let's come back to the web browser, and here we will search for Bravo. Let's open this website bravo.com, and here we have to create an account. I already have an account, so I'll click on this login and I'll log in with my Google account. After login, just come here in the top right corner. You will find your name here. Just click there and then go to SMTP and API. Let's click here. So here you will find the SMTP server host. Then you will find the username and port number. So the port number is already same here, 587. You can see here we have the 587, it is correct. So just copy this SMTP host. Let's copy and paste it here like this. After that we have to add the username and password, but we will store the username and password in the environment variable instead of adding it here. So let's open the environment variable from the server file, and here we will create the environment variables. So let's add the environment variable name, that is SMTP password. Then we will add the SMTP user, and here we will add one more environment variable, that is sender email, like this. And let me add the commit here, that is node mailer SMTP, right? So here we can add the sender's email. So the sender email will be my email ID, that is user.greatstack@gmail. just add the email ID that you used to create this Bravo account. After that, here we have to add this user. Let's copy and paste it here in this user. After that, we have to add the password. So let's come here and you can use this master password, or you can also create another password. So I'll click here on generate a new SMTP key. Let's click here and write the name GreatStack and click on generate. Now just copy this key, then OK, and we can add this key here. So this is the SMTP password. So after adding this SMTP details, just come back here in this nodemailer.js, and in this one we can use the data from the environment variable. So here let's add process.env.smtp user. So here we'll get the SMTP username, and after that here we'll add process.env.smtp pass, where we have added the password. Right now, using this node mailer, we can send the email. Let me come back to the web browser and let me show you this documentation again. So you can see here we have to use this transporter, then send mail property. And in this send mail property, we can write the from, to, subject, text, or we can also add the HTML. If you want to send the plain text like this one, you can write like this. And if you want the structured text, then you can use the HTML, and then you can use the any HTML tag like h1, b, p, button, anything. So we have to use this send mail. So let's come back to the VS Code, and we have to send the email once we make the booking. So let's open this controllers folder, and in this controllers we have the booking controller.js file, and in this one you can see here we have this function create booking, right? And in this create booking, here we have a booking data, right, where we have added the user, room detail, hotel detail, guest, check-in, check-out, and total price. And after that we are sending the response. So before this response, here we will send the email. So let's add await, and here we will use the transporter. So just add transporter. Let's click here. So this transporter has been imported from this configs folder nodemailer.js file. So the transporter has been imported. Now, as I told you, in this transporter we have to use the send mail property. So just add send mail, and in this send mail we will add the object where we can add the to property, where we'll add the receiver email ID, then we'll add the from property where we'll add the sender email ID, and we'll add the subject, text, etc. So instead of adding it here, we'll add it in a separate object. So let me remove this object from here, and before this transporter send mail, we will create one object with the name mail options like this. And in this mail options we will add the object, and let's provide this mail options here. Now it is correct. Now in this mail options we have to provide the data like this, from, to, subject, and this thing, right? So let's add the from property, and here we'll add this from, and here we will add process.env.sender email. We have added this sender email in the environment variable, that is the email that you used to create the Bravo account. After that we will add the to property, that will be the email of receiver. So just add request.user.email. after that we have to add the subject for this email. So in the subject we will add hotel booking details like this. After that we can either add the text or we can use the HTML. So let me add the HTML here so that we can display the data in a structured format. So in this HTML we'll add the backticks so that we can insert the variables also using template literal. So in this backticks, let's add the body data. So first let's add the text in h2 tag, and here we'll add the text that is your booking details like this. After that let's add another text in p tag, and here we'll add the user's name. So let me add the p tag like this, and here we'll add the user. So first let's add the dear, then we'll add $, curly braces to insert the variable, right? So here we'll add request dot user dot username. So it will give the complete username, right? After that we have to add the comma. So it will be your booking details dear user, and after that we have to add a message. So let me add the message in p tag, that is thank you for your booking, here are your booking details, right? And after that we have to display the details in list tag. So just add the ul opening and closing tag like this, and in this one we can add the list of items, right? So let me add the first li tag here like this, and in the first list item we will add booking id. So let's add the booking id here, right? And after that we have to add the variable. So just add $, curly braces, and here we will get the booking id using this booking, and in this one we have the .id property that is generated by default in the mongoDB. So just add this booking._id, right? Now let me make it in the bold tag. So here we'll add a strong like this, and let's add the closing a strong tag. So this booking ID text will be in the bold text. Now let me duplicate it, and here we will update different data like hotel name. After that we will add location, then we will add date. After that we will add booking amount, and let's add the value also. So in the second one we will add room data dot hotel dot name. After that we have to add the location. So here just add room data dot hotel dot address. After that we have to add the date. So here in this one we will add booking dot check-in date dot to a string. Next we have to add the price. So let me add this booking dot total price, and after that we'll add per night, correct? And before this price we have to display the currency symbol. So here we'll add $, curly braces processed dot env dot currency, and OR operator will add this dollar symbol. Suppose the currency is not available in the environment variable, then this $sign will be added. So we have added this data in the list items. After that we'll add some other message also. So just add the p tag, and in this one we'll add the text we look forward to welcome you, and after that we'll add one more line. So if you need to make any changes, feel free to contact us. So we will send this email to users after booking, right? Now save the changes, and let's come back to the web page. Let's open this website and go to home page. We will open this Let me try to book the same room. Let's come here and open the first room again, and here we'll choose the same date again, like 26 and 27. And click on this check availability. You can see room is not available, right? And if I change the date, or instead of that, I'll choose the another hotel, this one. Here we'll add the check-in date, checkout date, and check availability. It is available. Now let's click on book now. So we have booked another room, and after booking we are redirected to this my bookings page. And here you can see this total price, then room details and check-in date, checkout date. And after that, let's open the email ID. We should receive a new booking confirmation email. So let me check the email. So on this email, you can see we have received a new email with the subject hotel booking details, and here we have the text your booking details, dear GreatStack, and then we have the booking ID, hotel name, location, date, and booking amount. You can see the same amount here, then same date and location, hotel name, and booking ID. Let's confirm it here. You can see the same booking date, then amount, hotel name, and location. So this is how you can receive the booking details on your email. So now we have completed all the feature of our hotel booking website. Next, we have to deploy this website online using Vercel. So let me just come back here in VS Code, and let's right click and select close saved. Now let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have this source control icon. Let's click here and click on this commit button. Before that, we'll add the commit message. So let me add project completed. And before that, let me add one more changes here. So let's open this server, and in this one you can see we have this controller, and here we have this Clerk webhooks. So let's open this Clerk webhooks.js file, and in this one we have created this Clerk webhooks function, and here we have this switch case. So whenever the user gets created, it creates the data in the database using this statement, and it will update the data and it will delete the data from the database. But this delete feature will not work because we have added this user data here. So let me just cut this user data from here, and we have to add it here in this user.create case before this await. Let's paste it here. That's it. Now let's copy, and we have to add it in the update function also. So here we have the update event. In this one, before this await, we will paste this object. That's it. And this will be same. We don't have to change anything in this user.delete. That's it. So just correct this part, and after that we can deploy this project. So let's come here in this source control and click on this source control icon and add the message project completed. Click on commit button, then sync changes. Let's click OK. So it will deploy our project on GitHub. So now you can see in this hotel booking repository, our project has been deployed, and you can see the time 3 minutes ago, right? So now we have deployed all the code on the GitHub. After that, we will come back to the Vercel and come to this Vercel dashboard, and here we have this hotel booking backend. We have already deployed the backend, right? So let's open it, and in this one we have to update the environment variables. So let's go to settings, and from this left side let's open this environment variables, and in this one you can see we have only mongoDB, Clerk, right? So we have to add the other environment variables here. So we will come back to the VS Code, and let's open this server folder, then .env file, and let me just copy the environment variable from here, from this CloudNuddy and NodeMailer. This mongoDB and Clerk is already there. So let's copy and come back here, and here we will paste this environment variables like this. Now click on save. After that, let's click on this redeploy button. Click on redeploy. So now you can see the notification, deployment created successfully. Let's click on this view deployment. Now you can see the status is building. So let's wait for the status to be ready. Now you can see it is ready. And now if I open this domain, here we are getting API is working. Now let me just copy this backend URL and we will come back here in our VS Code, close this file and open this client folder, and here we have this .env, and in this one we can update the backend URL. So instead of this localhost, let me add this backend URL that we have just copied, and from here let me remove this / from the end. Make sure to remove this, else you will get the error. So remove this one and copy these environment variables from the client folder .env file. Let's copy and come back here, and we have to deploy our front end. So let's open the Vercel, and here let's come to the dashboard. Then click on this new button, add new, and select project. And after that, choose the repository, that is hotel booking. And from here, let me add the project name. So let's add quick stay. And after that, here we will add the root directory. Let's click here, and here we will select the client folder because we are deploying the front end. Now click on continue button. And after that, here we have the environment variables. Let's click here, and in this one we will paste the environment variables. So we have added Clerk publishable key, backend URL, and currency. And after that, just click on this deploy button. It is not deploying, so you can see the notification here. The project name should be in the lowercase. So let me correct the project name. Quick stay. That's it. And after that, again click on this deploy button. So now it is deploying our front end. So you can see the status here. So just wait for a few seconds. Now you can see this congratulations message. Our front end has been deployed. And now let's click on this continue to dashboard button, from where we will get the domain link. Let's click here. So our front end is running at this URL. And from here we can explore our website, we can make the bookings. So let's try it. I'll click on this login button. I'll choose the Google account and select the Gmail ID and continue. And now we are logged in. And after that, if I come here in this my bookings, here we have the booking details. And after that, let's go to dashboard. So in this dashboard, you can see we have total 2 bookings. This is the total revenue, and here we are getting the recent booking details. And from here we can add a new room, and here we can see the available rooms, and we can change the availability of the room. That's it. And from this home page, we can search the room using this search bar, and we can also see the recommended hotels in this section. And let's open any room data, and from here let me choose the date. I'll choose the check-in and check-out date and add the guest and click on check availability. So it will check for the room availability. You can see room is available, correct? And after that we can book this hotel. So let's click on this book now button. So now we have successfully booked a new hotel and we are redirected to My Bookings page. So finally we have completed our hotel booking project using mongoDB, Express, React and Node.js, and we have used Clerk for user authentication and Bravo for sending the booking email. Let me check the email again. So here you can see we have received a new email where you can see the booking ID, hotel name, location, date and booking amount. So finally we have completed our full stack hotel booking project. Next we can add the payment option in this project. For making the online payment we will use a Stripe payment gateway. To add the Stripe payment gateway in this project, let's come back to the VS Code. For adding a Stripe payment gateway, let's come to this server folder, that is our backend, and in this server folder we will open our terminal. So you can see in this terminal our backend is running. So we will stop this backend server using Ctrl+C. Yes. Now here we have to install the Stripe package. For that, let's add npm install Stripe. You can see we are installing this package in the server folder. So after adding it, let's again start our backend server using npm run server. Press enter. Now our backend server is running, and to confirm this Stripe installation, let's come to this package.json, and in this one you can see here we have this Stripe package in this dependencies, right? So we have installed the Stripe package. After that, let's come to this server folder, and in this one we have this controllers, and here we have this booking controller.js file where we are making a new booking, right? So in this one we have to create a new controller function. Using that we can make the payment for our booking. So here we have this get hotel bookings, and after that here we'll create another function. So let's create one asynchronous add function and export it. So just add export const a Stripe payment, and it will be asynchronous add function. Now in this function we will get request and response in the parameter. After that we will add the try catch statement, and here from the request body we have to get the booking ID, right? So just add const curly braces booking ID equal to request.body. After getting the booking ID, we have to find the booking. So to get the booking data, let's add const booking equal to await, and after that we will find the booking from the booking model. So let's add this booking model dot find by ID, and here let's provide this ID. After that we have to find the room data from this booking data. So let's add const room data equal to await, and here we will add the room model, and in this one let's add find by ID, and here let's provide the room ID using this booking dot room. After that here we will add populate, and in this populate let's add the hotel. So it will add the hotel details in the hotel property so that we can get the hotel name. After that we have to get the price. So let's add const total price equal to this booking dot total price property. So now we have the room data and we have the total price. After that we need the origin, that will be the URL of our front end, and we will get this origin URL from the request. So just add const origin equal to request dot headers. So from the request headers, we will get the origin, that is the front-end URL from where we are making this API request. After that, we have to create a Stripe instance, right? And then we will initiate the payment. So to create the Stripe instance, we need the Stripe secret key also. For that, we will come back to the web browser and let's search for a Stripe in a new tab. So we will open this stripe.com, and after that let's click on sign in, and here you have to create an account, or if you already have an account you can sign in with your existing account. And if the Stripe is not available in your country, you can choose any other country and sign up in a Stripe account to get the test key. You can easily create the test account for a Stripe. So let me sign in with my Google account. After sign in or sign up, you will come to this Stripe dashboard, and here in the left side at the left bottom you will find this developers menu. Let's click here, and here we have this API key. Let's click on this API keys, and here you can see we have this publishable key and this is the secret key. So we have to add these keys in our environment variable. So let me come back to the VS Code, and before that let's copy this publishable key, and in this one we will come to this server folder, then go to .env file, and in this one let's add this environment variable. So we will add the environment variable with the name Stripe publishable key, and in this Stripe publishable key we will add this publishable key that we have just copied from the Stripe dashboard, like this. After that we will add the Stripe secret key. So let me add the variable name here, Stripe secret key, and from here let's copy this secret key and paste it here. So we have added a Stripe secret key and publishable key. After that we need one more environment variable, that is a Stripe webhook secret. So we will add this a Stripe webhook secret also, and to get this a Stripe webhook secret we have to use the live link of our backend. So let's come here in this developers option, and here you will find this webhooks. Just click here. After that just click on this add destination button, and here you have to select the latest version, and after that come here in this payment intent, let's expand it, and in this payment intent we will select this payment intent cancelled, and after that let's choose this payment intent succeeded. Let's select this one. After that just click on this continue button, and here we will choose this webhook endpoint, then click on continue, and here we have to provide the API endpoint of our Stripe webhook secret. So here first we will provide the backend URL where our backend is running. So let me add the URL here. So we will come to the Vercel dashboard, and here we have this hotel booking backend. Let's open it, and from here we will copy this domain, that is our backend URL. Let's copy this and come back to the Stripe dashboard, and here we will paste this URL, and after that we will add /API/Stripe like this, and click on create destination. After that here in the right side you will see this signing secret. So just click on this icon to reveal this key and copy it. After that let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will paste this key in this Stripe webhook secret. So we have added all the keys, correct? Next we will come to this booking controller.js file, And here let's create the Stripe instance. For creating the Stripe instance, first we will import the Stripe. So here at the top we will add import Stripe from a Stripe package, and after that let's come here in this Stripe payment function, and here let's add const Stripe instance equal to new, and we will add the Stripe. In this one we will add process.env dot, and here we will add the Stripe secret key that we have added in the environment variable. So just copy this Stripe secret key. Let's copy and paste it here like this. And after that we will create the line items for the Stripe payment, and in the line items we have to specify the currency, product name, price, right? So let's create the line items. So just add const line items, and it will be one array, and in this array we will add the object, and in this object let's add the first property, that is price data. This price data will be object. After that let's add the comma, and here we will add the quantity, and we will add the quantity 1. Now in this price data we have to add the currency. So let me add the currency code, that is USD. If you have created the Stripe account in different currency where the currency code is different, then you need to enter the currency code according to your Stripe account, and you need to add this currency code in the lowercase. After that here we will add product data. So let's add the product data, then add the object, and in this one we will add the name of the product. So just add the name property, and here we will add the room data dot hotel dot name. So here we will get the hotel name, and after that let's add the another property, that is unit amount. So here we will add unit amount, and in this one we will add the total price, and in this total price we will multiply by 100 like this. After adding it we will create a session. So let me add the comment here. After this line item we will add the comment create checkout session. So here let's add const session equal to await, and here we will add await a Stripe instance. We have created this Stripe instance. In this one we will add the checkout property, and here we will add the sessions, and in this sessions let's add dot create method, and in this create method we will provide the line items first. So just add the line items. After that we have to add other details for this session. So here we will add the mode will be payment, and after that we will add the success URL, and after this success URL we will add the cancel URL like this, and after this cancel URL we will add the metadata, and in this metadata object we will add the booking ID like this. Now let me provide the success URL and cancel URL here. So in this one we have to get the frontend URL, and here we have already extracted the frontend URL, that is origin, from the headers. So here let's add the backticks, and in this backticks we will add $ curly braces and provide the origin. So we will get the frontend URL. After that we'll add the path, that is /loader/mybookings. So if the payment is successful, then user will be redirected to /orders/mybookings. And if the payment gets failed or cancelled, then the user will be redirected to this URL, that is origin/mybooking. So user will be redirected to the same page, right? And after that we will send a response. So let's add the response.json, and in this response.json we'll add one object where we'll add success true, and after that we'll add the URL property, and in this URL property just add session.url, right? And after that, if any error occurs in the try block, then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block, just add this response.json and provide success false. And in this response, we will send a message. So just add the message. It will be payment failed. That's it. So we have created one controller function. Using that, we can make the payment using a Stripe. Now using this controller function, we have to create the API endpoint. So we will open the sidebar, and from here we will open this routes folder, and here we will open bookingRoute.js. Now in this booking route, you can see we have already created these routes. So here let's add one more endpoint. We will add, that is booking router dot post, and in this one we'll add the path. So let's add the path. It will be / a Stripe payment, and after that we'll add the middleware, that is protect, and after that we will add the controller function, that is a Stripe payment. So a Stripe payment controller function has been imported here. So we have created the endpoint. Using that we can make the Stripe payment, and once we will call this API endpoint, it will redirect users on a payment page. So let's integrate this Stripe payment endpoint with our front end. So let's come back to the client folder. Let me close these files, close saved, and just come to this client folder, and here we will open this src, then we will open this components, and in this components we will create a new file, that is loader.jsx. Because the Stripe webhooks will take time, so we will add some animation for loading. So here let's add new file loader.jsx, and here we'll add RAFCE to create this loader component, and here first we need the navigate from the use app context. So here before this return we will add const navigate equal to use app context. So this recommendation is not coming here, so let me just open this context file, and after that if I type use app context, we are getting the recommendation. So we have imported this navigate, and after that we need the URL from the parameter. So here we'll add const next URL, and let's get it from the use params. Let's click here. So use params has been imported from React Router DOM, right? Now let me add the HTML elements to create the loading animation. So here in this div, first we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, and after that here we'll add another div, and in this div we'll add the class name property, and here also we will provide the classes. So just add these classes. Here we have added height and width, then border, then border color, then border top primary. After that save the changes, and here we have to add the use effect. So let's add use effect, and in this one we'll add the arrow function. So in this function we'll add the if statement, and here we'll check if we have the next URL. So in that case we will add the set timeout. So let's add this set timeout. Here we'll add the timeout function, and after that we'll add the timeout of 8 seconds. After that, here we'll add navigate, and in this navigate we will add the path that will be slash, and here we have to add this next URL. So to add it, we will add the backticks here. So just add the backticks, then /$ curly braces, and we will provide the next URL. And here we'll add the dependency array for this use effect. So just add this array and provide the next URL like this. So we have created this loader component, and after that we have to mount this component in our app. So let's open app.jsx, and here before this owner route, here we'll create a new route. So let me duplicate this, and here we'll add the path, that is /loader, then / and we will add the next URL like this, and here we'll add the loader component. So just add loader, just click here, so this loader component gets imported like this. And after that we have to add the API endpoint in this my order page. So let's open pages and open this my booking page, that is mybookings.jsx, and here we have to add the function. Using that we can make the payment. In this one, here we have this function called fetch bookings, and after that here we'll create another function. So here let's add the function name handle payment, and it will be asynchronous arrow function, and in this function we will get the parameter, that is booking ID. After that, here we'll add the try catch statement. Now in this try block, first we'll make the API call and we'll get the data from the API response. So just add const data equal to await, and here we'll add axios dot post, and in this one let's provide the API endpoint that we have just created, that is /API /bookings /Stripe payment. After that, in this body we have to provide the booking ID. So let's add the booking ID here. After that we have to add the headers. So here we'll add object, and in this one we will provide the headers, and we will add the authorization property where we will add bearer, await, and get token. After that, here we will check the response data. So just add if the data.success is true. So when the data.success is true, in that case we will redirect the user on the URL that we will get from the API response. So we'll add window.location.href equal to, and here we'll add the data.url, because from the response we'll get one URL. It could be success or cancel URL. After that we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here we'll add the error message that we will get from the response. So just add data.message. Next we'll add the notification in this catch block. So just copy this, paste it here, and here we'll add the error message, that is error.message. So we have created this handle payment function. After that we have to link this function with our payment button. So let's come here. Here we have this button pay now, right? So in this one we'll add on click property, and in this on click we'll add the arrow function, and here just add this handle payment, and in this one we have to add the booking ID. So just add this booking._ID. That's it. After adding it, save the changes, and let's come back here. We will come to this my bookings. Here you can see the status is unpaid, and we have the pay now button. So let's click here. Here we are getting some error. So let me check it. Let me come back to the VS Code and we will come here in this client folder and .env file. In this .env file, you can see we have added this backend URL. We have added this backend URL for the deployment. So let me duplicate it and let's comment this one, and we are running this project on local. So here we'll add the URL where our local backend server is running. So here we'll add localhost colon 3000 where our backend is running. After adding it, let's come back to the web page. Now let's click on this pay button again. Now you can see it is opening this Stripe payment page. And from here we can make the payment. So here we have to add the email ID and card details. So let me fill this detail. Here we will add the test card number. We will add any future date, any 3-digit number. We are using this test mode, then we can use this test card number. After that, let's click on this pay button. And after making the payment, we are redirected to this loading screen, and after a few seconds, we will be redirected to My Bookings page. Now you can see we are back to My Bookings, but still you can see the status is unpaid, right? But we have made the payment. So now what we have to do, we have to verify the payment using a Stripe webhooks, right? Then only we can update this data. In this database, you can see the is paid status is false. So we have to update this data after verifying the payment. For that, we have to use the webhooks. So let's come back to the VS Code and close this file, and let's come to this sidebar and collapse this client, and now we'll open this server, that is our backend, right? So in this one we will come to this controllers folder, and in this controllers folder we have to create a new file that will be our webhook controller, right? So here let's create a new file in this server folder, controllers folder. Create a new file with the name Stripe webhooks.js. Now here let's add import. We will import the Stripe from a Stripe package, right? And after that, let's add comment, that is API to handle a Stripe webhooks. So here let's add export, then add const a Stripe webhooks equal to, let's add the asynchronous function, and in this function parameter we will get request and response. After that, we have to initialize the Stripe gateway. So let me add the comment, that is a Stripe gateway initialize, and let's add const a Stripe instance equal to new, and we will add this a Stripe. And after that, here we have to add the secret key. So again add the process.env.stripe secret key, like this. Next we have to create the signature. So just add const signature equal to request. In this request we will get the headers property, and in this headers let's add this a Stripe signature. So we will get the signature in this variable. After that, let's add one variable called event. So let's add this event, right? After that, we'll add the try catch. So just add try catch statement, and in this try block let's add this event equal to a Stripe instance dot webhooks dot construct event, and here let's add this request dot body. After that, we will add the signature, then we'll add the webhook secret key. So we will add process .env dot, and here we will provide the stripe webhook secret that is stored in the environment variable. So here we will get the event, and if any error occurs then catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we will add response, and here we will send the response status 400 dot send, and here we will add the message. So let's add the message in backticks. So we'll add backticks webhook error, and here we'll add this error dot message. Here let me add this err, and same here. After that we will handle this event. So here let's add the comment, handle the event, and here we'll add the if statement, and in this one we'll add event dot type equal to payment intent dot succeeded. It means the payment is successful. So in that case let's add this variable const payment intent equal to event dot data dot object. After that we'll add the payment intent ID, and the payment intent ID equal to payment intent dot ID property. After that here we'll add getting sessions metadata. From this payment intent we can find the session, and from the session we'll find the metadata. So here let's add const session equal to await, and here we'll add the stripe instance dot checkout dot sessions dot list, and here we'll add this object where we'll add the payment intent, and it will be payment intent ID. So after that we'll get this session, and from this session we will find the metadata. So let's add the const and provide the curly braces booking ID. From the metadata we will extract the booking ID, and let's add this session dot data, then index 0, and here we'll add the metadata. So now we have the booking ID. Now after getting this booking ID we have to update the is paid status, right? So here let's add one comment, mark payment as paid, and after that we'll add the booking model. So we have to import this booking model. So let me open this models and booking. After that if I type here booking, we are getting this suggestion, just import this booking model, and after that we will add dot find by ID and update. Now in this one first we have to provide this ID, and after that let's add the object that we have to update. So here we'll add the is paid property, and in this is paid property we will add true. After that let's add the comma, and here we'll add the payment method, and in this payment method we'll add value a stripe. That's it. So it will mark this payment as paid. After that here we'll add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add console log, and here let's add the message. So if the event is not equal to succeeded, then we will add the console log, and here we'll add the message that is unhandled event type, and then we'll add the event dot type. After that here we'll add response. So just add the response dot JSON, and in this response dot JSON just add received true. That's it. So we have created this a stripe webhooks function. Let me correct this here. We will add this payment intent here. Now it is correct. Payment intent dot ID. Save the changes. Now using this function, we have to create the endpoint. So we will open the server.js file. Let's open this server.js, and in this one, after adding this course, here we'll add a space. We will add the comment. So let me add the comment, API to listen to a Stripe webhooks. So here we'll add this app.post, and in this one, let's add the endpoint, that is /API/Stripe. After that, we'll add the comma, and here we'll add this express.raw, and in this one we'll add curly braces and provide type application JSON. Correct? And after that, here we'll add the comma, and here let's provide the function that we have just created, that is a Stripe webhooks. So this Stripe webhooks function has been imported. So we have created this endpoint, that is /API/Stripe, right? And we have added this API endpoint already in the Stripe dashboard as webhooks link. Next, we have to deploy this project. To deploy this project, let's click here on this source control, and here we will add the message a Stripe added, and click on commit. Then click on sync changes. So it will deploy this project on GitHub. So let me come back to the web browser. So on this GitHub repository, you can see we have just updated this repository. You can see 1 minute ago. After that, let's redeploy the project in Vercel. So just open the Vercel dashboard, and here we'll open this hotel booking backend. And in this one, let's go to settings. And in this settings, let's open this environment variable. And here we have to update the environment variable. So in this one, we have to add our new environment variable, that is a Stripe. So let's come to VS Code, and from this sidebar, let's open the server folder.env file, and here we have these environment variables. So let me just copy it and paste it here in this key. So we have added a Stripe publishable key, secret key, and webhook secret. Then click on save. Then click on redeploy. Now let's click on this view deployment. So you can see the status, it is building. So just wait for the status to be active. So now you can see the status is ready. Let me refresh our backend URL. Here we are getting some error. So let me come back to the VS Code. In this one, we have added this Stripe webhooks.js file, and in this one, you can see we have imported this booking model from this models folder and booking file. So let me correct this. It will be booking.js. We have to add the file name extension also. That's it. Update it. Update this changes, and let's click on this source control, and before that we'll add the commit message. Booking model imported. Click on commit and sync changes. After making this changes, it will redeploy the project. So let's come here and let's open this. And here you can see it is automatically redeploying the backend project. So just wait for it. Now you can see it is ready, and now let me refresh it. So you can see this backend URL is working. Correct? And after that, let's open this Vercel dashboard. Here we have this quick state, that is our front end. Let's open it. And let's come to this deployments. You can see it is also redeployed 9 seconds ago. So it has been redeployed again. So let's open the front end. So from here, let's open this URL. and you can see this is the live URL of our project, and after that here we will log in. After login, let's come to this My Bookings. Here let's click on this Pay Now button, and here we will add the payment details. So here we have added the card number, then click on Pay button, and after payment we are redirected to loading a screen, and after a few seconds we will be redirected to My Bookings. Now here you can see the status is paid and we don't have the Pay Now button. So we have successfully made the payment using a Stripe and we have verified the payment. And after that, if I open this mongoDB database, refresh it, here you can see the payment method is a Stripe, and after that is paid property is true. So this data has been updated in the mongoDB database also, right? And we can do this in the localhost also. Let me refresh this localhost project, and here also we can make the payment and the payment will be updated here. So finally we have completed our project, that is full stack hotel booking project, and we have successfully deployed it online, and we have already added the online payment gateway using a Stripe. So I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching.